The 2023 Challenger Series is here. Here on Australia's Gold Coast, the journey for qualification begins.
It is go big or go home.
A pivotal stepping stone for tour hopefuls, veterans, rookies, and phenoms look to battle it out to reach surfing's highest platform.
He parks it in the barrel. Oh, I love that turn.
Following the mid-season cut, relegated surfers must shift their focus to requalification, while the next generation looks to claim their own championship tour spot in 2024. The path to surfing's top level starts now at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Happy Friday from Snapper Rocks, Rainbow Bay, true to form this morning. Big rainbow beaming out over Snapper, and our competitors psyching up, getting ready to hit this lineup once again, which has just been providing such a fantastic canvas at this first stop on the Challenger Series. We've got a couple of world junior champions out there in the first heat, about to do battle in Francisca Faselco of Portugal and Vahine Fierro of Tahiti, or representing France. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set, once again joined by a couple of my good mates, Felicity Palmer-Tig. Happy Friday, Flick.
It's been a beautiful morning with that double rainbow. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of double rainbow content on social media.
I think so. Richie Lovett joins us once again. Rich, big heats yesterday afternoon. I mean, right through yesterday, but we're on the lookout for quarterfinalists on the women's side this morning again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible week of surfing already. I love this event. It's been so exciting. We've seen, you know, some of those ex-CT competitors come in and they wanted to have their way with it, and they haven't. You know, these young kind of upstarts are really so enthusiastic, so ready to get some results, and you know they're not laying down here. So we've had some amazing surfing and expecting more over the next couple of days. Yeah,
they look hungry, you know, and they're really ready to challenge. I think they've worked really hard to put themselves in this position, obviously, on the Challenger Series, and they're not going to back down or let this big moment get the better of them. So looking forward to seeing who goes on and gets the victories on both the men's and women's side. But let's find out what's on order today. Good morning, Stace.
Good morning, Ron. Will, another cracker morning. What are we in for today?
Yeah, beautiful morning. We've seen rainbows and excellent surf and potentially some of the best waves we've seen before getting started. So we're definitely on. We're going to finish that women's round of 16. Then we're going to go into the men's round of 16 and even women's quarterfinals this afternoon.
And what does that leave us with tomorrow?
That leaves us with 10 heats for finals day. We'll get started with men's quarterfinals first thing tomorrow. But today there's a lot of big matchups, so we're really excited.
As are we. Thanks for your time, Will. Have a good day.
Thank you, Stace. Have a fantastic day yourself. As we see now, just looking out over this lineup, we've got still got waves. It's lingering, it's holding for us, and we did see some amazing rides, Rich, during the warm-up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pumping all morning, actually. So without putting the the first heat curse on it, hopefully it just continues on. But we have the advantage of a lower tide this morning as well, and we know that the afternoons and the mornings with that lower tide, it's been breaking right at the top of the point, funneling all the way down the bank. So yeah, there was some crazy surfing this morning, and we're going to see it just spill over into this first heat.
Yeah, I love this first matchup. I mentioned the fact that both these surfers have world junior titles. They're ready to make that next move. Vahine's already had some CT appearances as a wild card, got into the semi-finals in Tahiti last year, but she's an exceptional talent. Been a top 10 surfer on the Challenger Series these past 2 seasons, and you know she's so capable of getting to one of those top 5 spots.
Yeah, she really is. She's come close a few times, and she's a great surfer and an absolute specialist when it comes to surfing Chopu. I mean, having that semi-final finish is amazing, and if she was to get on tour, I mean, look out in those waves of consequence.
Francisca Faselco, though, is not going to be a pushover draw. This is a surfer who's just running on magic form at the moment. Blitzed him at the World Junior titles. But like Jarvis Earl also had a great run on the regional QS as well. Even though she got the golden ticket with the victory at the World Juniors, she'd already shored up a position in third place on the regional ranks on the qualifying series. So she is a superstar to keep an eye on for sure, Veselko. And this is going to be a fantastic way to kick off competition once again. Heat 5, the round of 16, and we are underway. A 30-minute heat. Both surfers, they'll relish the opportunity out here to enjoy this lineup with just one other person. No limit on how many waves you catch, but you've got to be careful with your wave selection.
Your natural urge is to just take as many waves as you can in that 30 minutes, but selection, it's key.
And here we go. It's going to be the surfer in blue from Huahine. And this is Vahine. Unbelievable barrel rider on that forehand, obviously spending a lot of time out there at Teopu, but as you can see, she's got a sharp backhand as well. Nice ride. Good finish too. Really threw some fireworks on that final section. You want to stamp each of these waves here at Snapper Rocks with a strong finishing turn.
Yeah, I love that wave. She looks really sure-footed. She looks like she's hungry. The first turn straight out of the lip was really beautiful to watch, and we get to watch the replay. Really nice, beautiful face, beautiful green wave there, and straight up for the second turn. Just surfing really precise, and her timing is really good on this wave. Brings it through to the inside, and a couple little more jabs through the lip, but she finishes strong. Wave gets a little bit small, but it's not over yet. Just tagging it.
Wow, she didn't come out of the gates in a canter, Rich. She's put the foot down. That second turn, you could tell she was pushing on that back foot, found a bit of release in the tail, and this should be a really positive start for her.
Should be. What a great way to get competition underway today. And you know, as a surfer, you mind surf waves. You sit there and you watch and you visualize, and if I was to mind surf that wave, I don't think I would have done anything differently. Just position perfect with every single one of her turns. There was good variety there, and I agree with you, that final turn, she just threw it right up there.
This isn't the moment in the competition where you want to have a measured approach and look to build on your numbers as you go through the heat. You can't afford to, not with the form that we've seen from the field. You've got to go out there, you've got to make statements like that early on. And my feeling is this is going to be a good number, and it is 7.17.
Great opener.
Fridays don't really get off to a better start for a competitive surfer. I mean, you want to get into that excellent range, but she did great work without throwing the ride away.
Yeah, it was an awesome opener for Vahine. Like you said, Ron, you really can't afford to be taking your foot off the gas when you get to this round. You've got to put your best surfing forward, and you can't just afford to build a house out here, because these girls have all been getting excellent scores and surfing so well throughout this event that this is the pointy end. And here we go, we're having a look at this replay. Just beautiful first carving turn and straight up onto the lip for that second one. Just the wave gets a little bit slower here, but she surfs it so well. It's really nice technique, and just jabs it a couple more times. But it's this last little turn here that wave's not over, and she really just throws it up. 12 o'clock.
You're just reigniting the judges' interest when you throw an end turn like that after the waves kind of threaten to sort of fall asleep on you. But one thing that we got to note there, Rich, yesterday afternoon, there was a lot of energy in the lineup. The waves were coming in twos, threes, those bigger sets. But that one, it was just a single ride that came in. So wave selection, it's going to be crucial. Opportunities might be a little bit more limited today. You have to capitalise once you decide you're going to that ride.
Yeah, on the charts, we've already seen the peak of the swell, and we know that on the backside of a swell, things start to get a little bit sleepy, and the frequency of the sets, there's distance between them, and then there's not many of them. So, yeah, you're right. It's going to be really, really important to pick the right wave and to really, make the most of it. A mistake or a fall, it's going to be costly today.
The Challenger Series competitors who have made it this far in the draw, they've survived that really difficult stage of the competition, the heats with four surfers out there. You could be the best surfer in the world, but if you're on the wrong side of the rhythm, or you take a wave at the start of the heat, maybe you have a fall, and you fall down the bottom of that priority order, it's very difficult to claw your way back up into that top two. So the surfers that remain now on the men's and women's side, you know, they've done a lot of hard work already to get to this point in the comp.
Yeah, I think today it's going to, on the back end of this swell, it's going to be really important to really sit down, and if it was me and I was going to surf a heat today, I'd be timing the sets, because you want to know how frequent these things are coming through, because I think we're going to see less of them today, and it's critical that you're on them.
Well, here's a nice looking wave for Vaselko. She'll want to answer in a big way. A 7.17 for Vahine on her first ride. Francisca drawing off the bottom into a final maneuver there. This wave's going to stretch out. Not as much room to move. Did some okay turns, but it feels like Vahine's going to win this opening exchange.
Yeah, it was an interesting wave, wasn't it? Looked really, really good from the takeoff. Looked like it was just going to peel all the way down the bank and stretched out a little bit. Let's have a look at the replay. First turn, sets it up. Nice carving turn there, almost lost it, but then tidies it up on the second one, and then right here she sees it stretching out, so she knows she has to make that final turn count, but there was more points on offer down the line there. Slow-mo. I loved how she made that transition from the first into the second turn. Really smooth. And this final hit here throws it up, but not as vertical as Vahine's wave on that final turn.
And Felicity, I mean, the slow-mo, it allowed us to get a really good look at that first maneuver, and while it was decent, she didn't set the rail as deep as maybe she would have liked on that opening move.
Yeah, it's come through at a 5.83, so, you know, it is less than Vahine's, but what I noticed is she did go drive straight up into that first section. She kind of did a little transitional turn, and I'm wondering if she didn't do that transitional turn and just had her eyes down the line, because it looked like it was peeling off. I mean, we didn't get to see it, but I wonder if there was more points on offer down the line.
With a bit more speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times too. We saw heats turned yesterday when competitors just loaded up and skipped past some of that transitional work and just got a lot of momentum for a big final hit. We saw heats turn in the later stages.
Yeah, well, the wave can also slow up on that section down the line. And you can see here, see that section right there? So she drove around that. She had all this face here to continue working on.
I mean, it's still solid surfing. It's not like that scores a throwaway. It's something she can definitely build on. But Vahine's going to have a pretty decent advantage here on that opening exchange.
Yeah, these surfer-on-surfer matchups, it really does become about you and your opponent. And in those four-surfer heats, it's a little different. You sort of, there's an element of sort of scrapping around and getting it done and just making sure you get through in first or second place. It becomes really clear with these matchups when you go wave for wave.
Yeah, it's a chess match, but at this point there's less pieces, so it's not quite as complicated, and there's
clear comparisons really between each surfer that the judges will make.
And easier to adapt, right, to just one individual out there. Yep. And what they're serving up for you to respond to, as opposed to three competitors. Just on 21 minutes to go. Let's check in with a local boy and get an idea of the conditions out there at the moment. Stace, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Ron, it's absolutely picture-perfect conditions. I'm here in the Oakberry surf conditions update, and that swell is just hanging in there. It will not die, which is great news for us and the competitors. Got Francisca here up and riding. Ron, I might let you take that one away.
Oh, thank you, mate. Nice turn there from Francisca, but it's just the one move that wave shutting down on her, unfortunately. Go for it, Stace.
Oh, thank you, Ron. Yes, well, we've got Vahine patiently waiting out the back now, and it's similar to the other day where the surfers, they're not really mucking around with that behind the rock section or next to the keyhole. They're really just hedging their bets down the line here, and I think that'll pay off nicely with the tide coming in for the rest of the day now until about lunchtime. That's where we'll see those waves running off down the point from that takeoff position where they are right now.
Thanks for the update there, Stace, courtesy of Oakberry. And we can see now Francisca making her way back into the lineup. That wave just enough to get her up into the lead here. Vahine now in second spot, but On the strength of a 717, needs next to nothing to get herself up into the lead. She'll be patient. She won't be too concerned about going after the #1 position until the right wave comes her way, knowing full well that she's got an opportunity here to really stake a claim on a quarterfinal spot.
Yeah, you've got to think that she's going to be smart with what wave she takes here, because as soon as she stands up, if she continues that form, she'll probably be dropping another good number, I'd say.
19.5 minutes to go. Looking to set up the bottom half of the quarterfinal bracket for the women. We know we're going to see some exceptional head-to-head matchups in the quarterfinals already, but here's a replay, Rich, of Francisca's last ride.
Oh, Francisco, it was a great single turn, but just the one. See the Seagulls watching on as well. So bang, she hits the lip there, brings it down. Nice and controlled, but she'll be looking for more.
Hey, bird life. Looking the wrong way. 19 minutes to go here, and a medium-sized set wave rolls by. Yeah, this is a lot more manageable for the competitors, even though the swell size has decreased a little bit since yesterday afternoon, with just 2 surfers in the lineup at the moment.
Little stingray jumping out the back there.
With just 2 surfers, you know, they're able to really wait patiently, knowing full well when the wave comes, you know, that if you've got priority, the decision's pretty easy. You're probably going to go on some of those biggest set waves.
Oh, absolutely. It's not hard to know which ones are the good ones when you're sitting out in the lineup. You see that line marching through. You do a quick assessment on where the bump in the swell line is, and if you can see it just tapering enough, but not too much wall that it's going to close out, then that's the one you pull the trigger on.
Rich, in this situation with the long waits, you know, did you like to kind of keep moving, or were you pretty stationary and just remaining calm when you had priority?
I used to get a little antsy. I like to keep prowling the lineup, especially under priority, which was possibly the worst thing to do. You got to stay patient. And it was, you know, probably one of the biggest things that I should have worked on was just making sure you're on the right wave to really, you know, put your best surfing forward.
I think I'm the opposite. I'd just wait out the back for the 100-footer that would never come. I'd just be like, surely there's a bigger set coming. Surely there's a bigger one coming.
Yeah, well, it's also, we often see it, there's a tactical move by a surfer that's under priority in just getting in the grill of their rival and just making their presence felt.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that under priority. You can start, you know, questioning the other competitor, just going, are you going, are you going? So if Francisca was right next to, well, it's a easy decision for this one, isn't it? Good little wave.
Vahine just loading up some speed, finds a bit of open face here. The wave did split in half. She was after a 1.66, did one little turn. I mean, anytime you are in that situation and you elect to use your priority, ultimately, of course you want to drop a big number, but ultimately you change the order in the heat again and get yourself in front. I'm not sure that Vahine is going to do it with that ride. It was a 1.57.
Let's have a look what happened here. So there was that little crease in the wave. That first section stood up. She got a turn, but you can see there the wave just softened out. She just caught an edge.
Matt Myers there taking notes. He's done some great coaching work in the past. Last year he was working with Rio Waida on his run to Challenger Series victories, but she's going to make up for the mistake there, Vahine.
Yeah, this is where Francisca was way up the point and couldn't cover her at all. So although she did lose priority, Vahine, she got the opportunity to take one of those wider sets.
Yeah, she definitely capitalised on that. It was really smart.
And tactically, the positioning's, you know, been a huge factor throughout this event, because the bank, as clean as it is, it's relatively straight at the moment. So, Rich, there's almost a couple of sections that you can choose to sit on.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, you know, this is the smarter move, to be down the point a little bit. The waves do run off nicely. There's a better pace to it, and great finishing turn. So she's had 2 waves now where she's been able to really tag that last final manoeuvre. Beautiful backhand surfing here. You can see she gets nice and tight when she hooks up off the lip, and already she's looking down the line again, straight back on the heel side rail, up into the lip, and then she goes to this little low road here, throws it right up high again. So very beautiful surfing here.
She's just paying such great attention to those final sections and getting the timing spot on, and as a result, we're expecting a good score, which should take her into the lead. Waiting on the numbers to drop now. We'll update you on the situation right after this Bonsai brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
We're closing in on 8 a.m. on a beautiful Friday morning here on the Gold Coast, and it is great to have the support of Major Events Gold Coast as we get underway with the Challenger Series once again here at Snapper Rocks. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're into the round of 16 for the women. Heat 5 is underway. Just over 12 minutes remaining. And Francisca Vaselko currently out there in second position, holding priority, looking for a 6.35 to get into the lead. Vahine Fierro has just dropped a 5-point ride on that last wave. She's looking super sharp this morning. Has ridden a few waves now. Had an error on her second wave, but it's cleaned it up very nicely. Ronnie here on the Harvey Norman host set, sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett and Flick. Just magic weather we've had. There was a bit of a sun shower this morning. It was quite a bit of rain.
You know what they say about rain, right? No rain, no rainbows.
Yeah, there was a beautiful double rainbow this morning over the bay. And now the sun really starting to pop and shining some light on this beautiful lineup once again. It's been dreamy for the competitors here. Really clean faces. We've seen great rail work. We've seen some big, explosive fin throws and even a few airs. And with the standard of surfing being so high, you can guarantee you're going to see more of that today. You might see it right here. Nice looking set wave standing up for Francisco Vaselko. Francisca's going to get a little caught behind there. So we'll see a switch in priority. That was one of the biggest set waves. She was a bit out of position, but in using her priority, she did keep Vahine off that wave, which, you know, was probably important.
Oh, yeah. Vahine, there must have been like a split second in that where she just went, oh, I'm going to have to pull back, because you could see she wanted it as well. But unfortunate that wave went unridden, because it looked like it was a beautiful wave. Conditions just flawless at the moment.
Yeah, it looks so nice. I feel like that was a little bit of a mistake, maybe just out of position slightly. And I mean, this could be the turning point in the heat. There's only 10 minutes left, and now Vahine has priority. So the next set that's coming through, she's going to get it. And you know, if she does improve on that situation, it's going to make it that bit more harder for Francisca. So this right here could have been the turning point in the heat, just to Vahine running away with it a bit more.
Yeah, Francisca, when Vahine had priority earlier on, darted up toward the rock to find some space and maybe try and get herself a decent score. And Vahine made an error on her second ride, handed priority back, and Francisca was kind of slow to move back down the line and get control of that takeoff zone. That's kind of hurt her, and even then just didn't, whether she wasn't paying attention to the set wave as it was making its way in and identifying that it was going to kind of reel off, she just didn't get herself in a position to capitalise. So a couple of missed opportunities now.
Well, this is the thing about the Challenger Series. You know, these surfers that are coming through, they don't have a lot of surfer-on-surfer experience. They don't know, they're not really familiar with this priority system in the surfer-on-surfer heat. So this is all learning. This is all figuring out how to really utilise priority well. And, you know, both these surfers will come in and go, okay, what mistakes did I make? What could I have done differently? What turned the course of the heat?
I think they have it, because the QS goes to head-to-head as well, those major QS events. It gets to head-to-head competition, and a lot of the final series of the junior events are head-to-head now. But what you don't have is more experience than someone who's surfed head-to-head heats at this level.
Yeah.
I mean, but Francisca Vaselko, she's been on the Challenger Series for a couple of years already. 2021 surfed 2 events, got herself a 9th place finish in her first couple of efforts. And then last year she surfed all 7 events and finished 33rd overall. So she is really building. But I think you're right, Rich. I think there's definitely a bit more experience going Vahine's way. And also just that extra experience, probably spending time in the lineup here at Snapper Rocks, is working in her favour as well. Just under 8 minutes to go. And let's check in once again with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Down here with Matt Myers, coach of Vahine Fierro and Alyssa Spencer. Matt, a busy morning on the tools for you, mate.
Yeah, nice early morning with the first 2 heats of the day back to back. So it keeps me busy watching one heat and preparing for the next at the same time.
And how do you prepare for heat 1? It's often the hardest heat of the day to prepare for.
Yeah, so we've kind of had the same plan. The girls are hitting at first light every morning and going back to the house or the hotel right here that we're staying at. So they get the first light sesh, they get 3-4 waves, come in, and then I'm down here about at 6 with my notebook out taking notes.
Do you opt for the runaround or the paddle back today?
I think we're looking paddle back. There's a lot of good wide waves, so don't want to miss one of those under priority on the way back out.
And how do you dissect this break? It's quite a long lineup today. Are you happy with the positioning at the moment?
Yeah, it's great. We've been trying to start up top. Like most of the heats, most of the competitors have been doing that this event and kind of working our way down the line as the heat unfolds.
Doing well so far. We'll leave you to it. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Stace. And good insights there from the coach. Now, I mentioned before, you know, he had a lot of success with the surfers he was working with last year. And yeah, he's trying to recapture that magic that saw a couple of his chargers go on and make the championship tour. 6.5 minutes remaining here. And Vahine really wants to shut this one down with this next ride. Strong position to be in. All really constructed off the back of a great opening ride.
Yeah, it's so nice when you're in these heats and you start off with a 7.17. Just such a good score, not quite excellent, but she's had control pretty much the whole heat. She did make that one little mistake where she fell. Maybe the wave selection wasn't quite good, but she capitalised down the line and quickly got her back up the 5. And now she's sitting out here capitalising on Francisca's error before with not being able to make the most of the way she chose when she had priority. So with 5 minutes left, I mean, it is looking pretty good for Vahine.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap, Rich. It was a remarkable start, just no nerves at all, really on the attack with this ride.
Yeah, dream start, and Vahine just attacking on the backhand with a series of clean, precise backhand hooks and snaps all the way through the inside. But it was these final finishing manoeuvres where she really started to stamp her authority early on in this heat. She's final turn, a nice vertical hit there. This was the comeback from Francisca. Nice taller wave. She only got those 3 turns, a little sleepy on the second one, tidied it up well. That was her best ride, and this is the backup score here. Hine, she found this one down into the bay, and again, you can see just on the backhand, staying nice and low, keeping all that speed and flow and momentum, running down the line from turn to turn.
You know, in this position, you know, she's built a pretty decent heat score total, 12.17, but she'd still be nervous, 6.35. And we've seen so many heats turned in the final stages on the men's and women's side with similar numbers to that. So, you know, you just never know when Snapper Rocks is going to send your rival a gem wave either.
Well, what was happening yesterday is I feel like the ocean was sort of operating in rhythms. There'd be, you know, 10 minutes where it'd go really quiet, like what we're seeing here. And then the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes of the heat, there would be a flurry of waves, all surfers catching waves, and just this big exchange go down, and surfers coming in from the heats not knowing who's advanced and who hasn't. So we've had a little bit of a quiet period, so I'm hoping for another set. But yeah, Vahine, she did be nervous right now, knowing that if a set comes through and there's 2 waves, she has a choice to make. What one does she go? And try and improve her score on knowing that Francisca is probably going to get another opportunity.
Well, one thing we do know, you know, about World Junior Champs is, you know, a really high percentage of them end up going on to make the championship tour at some stage. It's a really big feather in your cap, a massive confidence booster. These days, a World Junior Championship gets you a place on the Challenger Series. But yeah, it's always been a great little crystal ball as to who is going to end up on the CT. Vahine's been close a couple of times now. She's got that talent. If you can turn up as a wild card and get yourself to the semi-finals of an event, even if it's at a location where you've spent more time than a lot of the CT competitors, you've got chops. You've got what it takes.
Yeah, well, obviously she has spent a lot of time at Te Aupo, but she's also got heat IQ. She's been doing this for a long time. You have to surf smart heats out there. Not, you know, yes, it in some ways is a perfect wave, but you know, you've got to decide what wave is more perfect than other ones. So she's a really, really qualified surfer, and I think it's only a matter of time with Vahine.
Yeah, Vahine also, Rich, has lent into the expert surfing knowledge of, you know, greats from different parts of the world. But Francisca's going to find some space here. This is a good-looking wall. Has to get moving. This one is stretching out pretty quickly, but it's a solid combination on the outside. She's after a 6.35. I mean, there's some doubt in my mind just based on how short the space was, Rich, but she surfed it really well.
It was better signs in terms of the performance and what she delivered on that wave. Both of those manoeuvres very strong.
Just saw the GWM 2-minute warning go up, and she's made a move here. Was gifted this opportunity.
Yeah, so she got this under priority, and that final turn, just throwing it right up onto the roof of the wave as it was breaking down.
Well, the Portuguese surfers are down here watching on, and they made plenty of noise for her. I did notice that the veteran in the pack there, Frederico Moraes, just looked a little less convinced. He put his hands together, but the other competitors really kind of building her up. But there is no doubt she gave it a really good nudge there, but a 6.35. There'll be some comparisons made to what Vahine did. She got close.
Wow.
A 6-point ride. 1 minute to go.
That's good judging. I think that was spot on. It wasn't quite the number.
6.18 to go to the lead. There's 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, Freddie, he's watched a heat or two, and yeah, I was paying close attention to his read on it. He just...
It was a risky move, but have a look at this thing. So...
absolute gamble there for Vahine. And now she's maybe going to get the payoff of letting that ride go, because if Francisca Vaselko was on this one, there's a really good chance she turns in the 6.35. Vahine's going to want to make it count. It looks like there is another line behind this one. This is a 2-wave set. Francisca is going to capitalise on the next one, but Vahine's not taking any chances. She's in attack mode. She wants to make sure of it here with a good finish. Little wobbly there, but recovers well for a strong last turn. And we'll now see what Veselko can get done. Oh, that was critical. Dropping into the bowl. Probably needs more here. Fierro's last ride was a strong one. She tucks into the barrel, locked in. Doesn't look like she's going to find the exit, though. And that's going to hurt her chances. But the last ride for Vahine was surfed incredibly well. A couple of big hits. And, you know, the decision not to take that ride earlier on and gift that one to Veselko has actually paid off now.
Wow, that was huge.
That would have been really hard for Vahine to do. So here we go, having a look at a replay from Francisca. Up and riding on this bigger set wave. And she's got to do a bit of work to get around that first section. She sort of bogs on that first turn a little bit, but the wave starts to steepen up here a bit. And when I was watching this, it almost looked like there was a few opportunities where she maybe could have tucked in and maybe got in the tube.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like it was a bit hard for her to read. Even this little section, she does eventually get in there, but yeah, that wave barreled.
Almost that little stall that she did if she had just kept gunning down the line. But let's have a look at Vahine's wave. She was connected on this thing, just beautiful top turns. One of the bigger waves of the morning, and really not taking her foot off the gas at all. Just attacking these sections. Gee, she's got really good pace with this wave. Just kept coming back to that power source. Really started to cup out here, and she got that final turn. So that is going to be a monster score and a well-constructed heat. She sort of controlled it right from the start.
Really reeled it in at the end there for a good finish too. Kind of got thrown a little bit on the second last move, but you know, the judges will look beyond that if you can recover and throw something big in. And you can tell how much it means to Vahine. What a heat score total. She drops an 8.5 there in the final stages. Also an impressive run through the event for the current World Junior Champion, Francisca Veselko. She's going to have a good year on the Challenger Series. You can see that. We're going to have a quick break here, and we'll be back with Heat 6, the round of 16, with Alyssa Spencer taking on Sally Fitzgibbons next.
Yeah, we've got a big day of surfing again, so we're ready.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Welcome back to the show. Another beautiful morning here at Snapper Rocks as we move through the round of 16 for the women. And this is going to be a fun one. Alyssa Spencer, who only just missed out on making the grade for the championship tour last season, had a victory in Brazil, is going to be up against Sally Fitzgibbons, who just missed out on making the cut over there at the last championship tour event. Sally, one of the most winning women we've ever seen on the CT. feels like she has more to give, and she's going to be tested here against one of the true rising stars on the Challenger Series. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. Flick, who do you like in this one? Such a tough heat.
For me, it's really evenly matched, and here we have Alyssa up and riding.
Well, let's see what she can do. Can the youngster make a statement against one of the most amazing competitors we've ever seen on the CT? A true athlete who's definitely going to be super hungry to get off to a fantastic start here at Snapper Rocks. Not going to get much out of that one, Rich, Alyssa Spencer.
No, but I really like that finishing manoeuvre. Really attacked the final section. This one stretched down the line. You can see Alyssa just driving for speed, pumping down the line here. So she really had to work to find these sections. That's a nice carving turn. And then that final hit, really critical. So only the 2 turns, but I really like what I'm seeing in terms of the form. She looks like she's really connected, switched on, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, to break through for a win on the Challenger Series last year was huge. But like Teresa Bonvalot, she still didn't qualify, even though she had that big victory, finished 7th. So, you know, that one big result's just not enough. You've got to keep getting into semis. A couple of finals is a guarantee, it seems, but it's just so competitive on the Women's Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's competitive, but there's also only 5 spots, which is just crazy to me. It's just a win. It doesn't even guarantee you a spot in those 5 spots, and I think it's just craziness to me. I wish that, you know, we could have more spots available, because these women are surfing so well and the level is just so high right now. Like people like Alyssa, like Teresa, the women who have won events, you know, I think they really deserve to be there. So for me right now, this heat's really exciting. Like Alyssa is definitely a rising star, and Sally, though, for me, she has been in form. I just feel like she had a pretty good result at Margaret River. I think she needed to only make 1 more heat, right, and she would have made the cut. Is that right?
Yeah, there was so many surfers in that same boat as well. You know, it was really close.
Yeah, but for me, she was surfing so good, Sal, down at Winky during Bells. And then she took that form over to Margaret River, and she was gaining momentum. And I'm a big fan of Sally. I have been. I mean, I've looked up to her for so many years, just competing in Australia and on the QS, and then when she's been on the CT, and she's won a lot of events. So this is going to be a really exciting heat. And Sally's also got so much experience, and a lot of experience at competing here at Snapper Rocks. So you've got to think that she'll be using that today against Alyssa.
Well, just on 24 minutes to go, let's quickly hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Vahine, an expert decision to let that little wave go there at the end.
Yes, the waves are really, really fun. It's very slow, but when it comes, it's like all from the point all the way down, and like your legs are sore at the end, and you're like paddling back out. So it's like really fun out there. And the heat was like, I kind of had the control on the heat the whole time, but it kind of came down to like the last 2 minutes of the heat where it was like hard decisions to make, and she went like on a wave that was a potential 6, and then she like just got underneath, and I kept my priority, and that last wave came in and saved me, so that was cool.
What's it like surfing a wave, potentially knowing that you need a score?
Oh, I was out there, and I was like, whether I need a score or not, it's just I need to surf it as hard as I can. And I had priority, so I was like in control of that, so that was cool. And I just went into it, and I was like, okay, I have nothing to lose. I'm just gonna hit it all the way to the end and make it.
And you did that very well. Congratulations, into the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, magic performance, and really smart, competitive decisions to hold off Francisca Vaselko in the first heat of the morning. It was heat 5, the round of 16. So Vahine is through to the quarterfinal. She'll be taking on the winner of this clash. And it's Alyssa Spencer starting with a good number, a 6.17. You want to apply some pressure to these veterans to upset their rhythm. And she was able to do that, winning the opening exchange. She's up again now, looking for backup scores.
Yeah, beautiful turn from Alyssa here, and she's just finishing off this wave. Really nice, strong opener, and really applying the pressure on Sal. She's got that wave under priority, and yeah, pretty smart decision by Alyssa.
Yeah, you can see it's really clear. Alyssa has the rhythm at the moment with the sets, and watch the replay here. Just jams these turns here, just keeping the momentum down the line. Just looking for speed. Now she sets up this section. Slams it off the top, nice and tight in the pocket. Comes through to the final finishing maneuver. Really good surfing here.
There's not much of her, but man, she surfs big, like really attacks sections. And she's going to need to. She's going to have to throw everything she's got at these walls, because like we saw yesterday afternoon with Sierra Kerr and Stephanie Gilmore, it was an attacking, aggressive performance from Sierra, but once Steph Gilmore connected with a set wave, the size of her turns was undeniable.
Yeah, no, Sierra was in amazing form. She really took it to Steph. She opened up with that, she had an excellent ride. I think it was a 6 as a backup, and had Steph on the ropes there for a bit. But, Steph, never doubt, Stephanie Gilmore, 8-time world champ, pulled it out of the bag with only 3 minutes to go in the heat, and yeah, it was undeniable. As soon as she stood up, so much experience, she looked so mature, and just, yeah, carrying that throughout every single turn, and yeah, was rewarded massively.
And for me, that's what I expect to see from Sally here, just a bit of added size and power in her turns. As you mentioned, she was looking really sharp early on. But let's get some more thoughts on Sally Fitzgibbons and bring in a really special guest. The 2004 world champion joins us via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. It's a big good morning from Snapper Rocks to Sofia Milanovic.
Hi, Ronnie. How are you? Felicity, Richie. So great seeing you guys. Thanks for the invitation.
So good to see you, Soph. First of all, I want to say it was amazing to see you campaigning last year to get yourself into the Olympics, and it must have been a really special treat, and we're seeing people provisionally qualify once again now.
Yes, of course. It was for sure a dream come true, When I found out that the surfing was going to be on the Olympics, I was like, oh, I wish it was like 5 years ago, but, I had to go for it.
Oh, yeah, and you did it. You got it done. And we're seeing Sally Fitzgibbons up at the moment. I want to get your thoughts on Sally, because obviously you saw her rising as a youngster when you were on the CT yourself. And here she is about to drop her first real number of this heat. Just a throwaway to get started. And, we're so interested to see how these championship tour surfers that didn't make the cut recover and get themselves ready to assault this Challenger Series. There's a big turn on the inside. But your thoughts on Sally?
Wow, that was a great wave. That was a great wave of Sally. She's such an amazing surfer, so consistent. Always, she makes really little mistakes, She's always, on it and ready to attack. So I think, yeah, she's gonna go for it in this contest, She wants to throw away that, that bad result in Margaret, and I think she's gonna be on fire. She looks on fire.
Talk to me.
All of the girls look on fire.
They do. The level's been really high, but just tell us, what do you think it is? Why has Sally not survived the cut 2 years in a row?
I don't really know. Look how she surfs. I think just the level is so good, there's no easy hits at all. Everybody's ripping, and the level has gone through the roof, and there's so much progressiveness too in women's surfing now. I see girls doing crazy progressive moves, and then also they have the rail game. So yeah, it's super hard to make hits nowadays. Anybody can win hits, anybody can lose hits. So it's pretty much who gets the best waves.
Yeah, and then on the other side of that, I guess you felt it and seen it with your own eyes. This next generation of talent making their rise through the qualifying series in regions all over the world, but on the Challenger Series now, and really looking to make a move ahead of veterans like Sal.
Of course, there's girls coming up on the rankings, younger girls that are doing crazy things. Sometimes I cannot even believe the things they're doing. I am so amazed by them, and You know, like I admire them so much, you know, but I still also admire like, you know, like Sally and Steph and all those girls, you know, just I think you can see the whole package of women surfing right now on tour, and I cannot like miss any contest because it's just really fun to watch, you know.
Sophia, I just want to talk about, like, reflect a little bit, you know, 10, 20 years ago. I don't think there was the support for women surfing that there is now. There seems like there's such a good pathway, competition, the training setups and everything for the women. Do you want to just touch on that quickly?
Yeah, of course, you know, now the sport is so professional. You have everything, you know, to really improve your surfing, the training programs, like even the waves that are on tour are really, really good, you know, and yeah, like I think it changed a lot. I think also the sport being like an Olympic sport has made it go, you know, more professional in every country. So I think that has pushed, you know, the countries to get like better and better and better and better. And you can see, you know, all the athletes are so professional and everything is so good, you know. I think when we were on tour, it was a little bit more wild, I would say. But it was super fun, you know. Yeah. It was still like, you know, like best times ever, you know. But yeah, for sure.
Well, we're still having a good time, Sophia. But yeah, it's
sure you guys are.
awesome to be back here at Snapper Rocks. I mean, for yourself, back in the day, graduating through formerly the qualifying series to make the championship tour, this was the big gift. This was the big present for you as a rookie to come here to Snapper Rocks and compete. You must miss this place.
Of course, I miss it so much. I remember right after school, I came, like I was 17 and I went to Australia for 8 months and stayed in the Gold Coast for like 6 months. And I just miss it so much. And then after going, you know, there every year for the CTs, it's just a place that holds a really special place in my heart, you know. I think I've learned a lot in the Gold Coast, and not just surfing, but watching, you know, being able to watch Mick Fanning and Joel and Steph, Gilmore, you know, every day. It's so good, you know. Their surfing is so good there, and I would never like get tired watching those guys surfing there.
No, did you get an opportunity to watch yesterday as Steph Gilmore took on Sierra Kerr?
Yes, I saw the replay because I was not able to watch it live, but that was some really good surfing. Both of them were doing amazing surfing, you know. But yeah, how you know, you guys were saying when Steph stood up in that last wave, it was so beautiful to watch. She's a queen.
She sure is. We're seeing some numbers come through for our competitors now. Sally Fitzgibbons, a 7.5 on that second ride. That's the best wave so far, but she's still in second spot. Needs a 3.17 at the moment to jump ahead of Alyssa Spencer, who's holding a 6.17 and a 4.3 at the moment. The Challenger Series schedule is, you know, at some stops that we're all really familiar with, but the event's heading back to North Narrabeen, which is huge. It's an important leg, the Australian leg. Do you think that those CT surfers that failed to make the cut will find their way back onto the CT by the end of the Challenger Series?
Yes, I think, I don't know, like, you know, how I said, like the level of surfing right now, it's so crazy, like anybody can make the cut, you know. And yesterday I was watching the guys too. I saw a hit of Samuel Pupo that was surfing so good. I really like his surfing. And I also saw Crosby Colapinto. They were ripping so much, you know. So there's like guys from the CT like trying to requalify, and also new guys that are really going for it. So I think it's going to be a really, really good events coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense fight. Right down to that final event, we did see, Felicity, some change-ups towards the end of last year with surfers just having big finishes.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we saw Sophie McCulloch had almost mission impossible. She needed to win Haleiwa to make the tour, and she did just that. So massive task ahead of her. I wanted to ask you something, Soph. Hello first. Haven't seen you in so long, so it's so nice.
Hello, Felicity.
So nice to talk to you. I want to know, obviously there's so much rising talent here, and you know, we've got people like Erin Brooks, Sierra Kerr. They're really pushing the level of surfing. Katie Simmers on tour, she's broke through for a win. I want to know, what is the rising talent looking like coming out of Peru, and will we see another Peruvian surfer on the World Tour, and if so, who is it going to be?
Yes, I see a lot of talent coming up in Peru, you know, and South America. There's a few girls surfing here. They're really into it, like practicing a lot and really determined, you know. I think that's important. And yeah, there's names like, there's this girl called Catalina Sarique that is surfing really good. There's also another girl called Sofia Arteaga that is ripping. These are like younger girls. I see them with a lot of potential. And then you also have like the girls on the challengers, you know, that it's like Daniela Rosas, Sol Aguirre is ripping too. There's Sally. Wow, it's a good wave. Yes, for sure. I see a lot of talent. So hopefully we'll have another city Peruvian girl surfer on tour soon.
Awesome to have you highlighting that talent. Sally Fitzgibbons goes after the lead here, Rich. Netted 3.17 out of that wave.
Yeah, I'm going to say she got it. She went way up the point, got one right from the top. And she did some good turns on that wave. Mixing things up. Sal just wanting to get in the lead here. See this one just breaking off the rock. Now Sal gets into it. Nice bottom turn. Big swooping cutback. Right back into the power source, and again. Two really clean cutbacks. Now she starts to work down the line. It's a bit of a layback snap there. Another little wiggle to finish off. So 3 clean turns. Definitely the score. This will put her out in front.
10.5 minutes to go, waiting on the numbers to come through for Sally Fitzgibbons. We're enjoying talking to a Hall of Famer. And Sofia Milanovic, she's going to stay with us, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a Bonsai Brew break.
Stand by for scores.
Welcome back to Snapper Rocks here on the Harvey Norman host set with Felicity Palmatier and Richie Lovett. We've still got Sofia Milanovic joining us via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. We've got Heat 6, the round of 16 unfolding at the moment. And Sally Fitzgibbons has moved into the lead. Her last wave came through at a 4.43. Beautiful scenes there from the Gold Coast flight cam as we fix eyes once again on the lineup here at Snapper Rocks. Alyssa Spencer. She's got priority. She's out there only looking for a 5.77. Something standing up on the outside here. And it looks like it's going to be Sally Fitzgibbons sitting deep here and capitalising on the opening stages of this ride. This wave standing up nicely. Just transitioning at the moment, Sally, waiting for this wave to truly do its thing down the line. Nice hit there. A bit of push on the tail. This wave's got a bit of a step in it. and Sal doesn't reconnect with the wall down the line. But tactically, Sophia, it just feels like Sally's playing a smart game at the moment. She's sat down the line, she's moved back up to the rock, and even without priority, she's finding a couple of scores.
Yes, of course. I think she's starting to build. You know, she has one good score, so she just wants to make sure to get another good score to put a little bit more pressure on Alyssa. That's what I think she's probably thinking right now. But Alyssa is surfing really good too. Huh? She got a couple good ones too, so I think it's going to be a pretty good hit. It is already a good hit.
We're seeing the replay here of Sal's last ride flick.
Yeah, she's just surfing really smart. I mean, she got her back up under priority and just surfing really well on this wave. Nice little fin release there, and she finishes and sort of looking for a little bit more, but just getting another replay on that fin release. To me, she looks like she's surfing really well. She looks like she's on. She looks sure-footed, and she's surfing smart.
Yeah, the equipment change for me, Rich, seemed to be a good one for Sal.
Yeah. You know, she has been working really, really hard on the equipment lately. Glenn Pang is shaping all her boards now. She's had a number of changes over the last few seasons, but seems to be onto a bit of a winner here. And the board's looking really, really good. She's obviously one of the most knowledgeable women when it comes to surfboard design. She's really into the fin choice, all that stuff. She really thinks hard about it.
Yeah.
She's a hard worker, always.
And a big shout out to the Pang family. We missed the luau. Each Hawaiian winter, they used to host us all over there and put on an amazing spread. So they'd be tuned in and watching this one unfold. But Sofia Milanovic, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you're enjoying our family life over there at the moment in Peru.
Thank you guys for inviting me. I had a lot of fun, and I'm going to keep watching this event. The waves are firing, so I think there's going to be some really good scores today.
There's going to be some huge scores, and we look forward to seeing you surf again as well. Always a pleasure, and thanks for joining us for this second heat of the morning.
Bye, Ronnie. Bye, Richie. Bye, Felicity.
See you.
Sofia Milanovic there, just an absolute champion. And Felicity, you visited her over there in Peru, and man, she is a superstar everywhere, but back home especially.
Oh, Sophie's the biggest superstar there. I think she is Peru's first ever world champion, not just in surfing, but just ever. And so I went and visited her for a World Qualifying Series event one year, and I think it was like a 2-hour drive from the airport to Mancora, where this contest was, and we were driving and I really needed to go to the bathroom, and I was like, can we just pull over anyway? And she's like, oh, I don't know. Anyway, so we pulled over on the side of the road, and I've never seen anything like it. People swarming the car, wanting photos with her, welcoming me. You can use my house. She is super, super famous there, and they just love her and respect her so much. And yeah, it was really cool to see that.
Oh man, that love goes beyond Peru as well. She's an absolute champion. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons there, just keeping busy under priority. The last wave didn't go into a top two, so the requirement remains the same here for Alyssa Spencer. And even though Sally seems to have had control or been, you know, in front throughout this heat, as we go to the Harvey Norman heat recap, you can tell that Alyssa Spencer's also switched on, and she's ready to make a strike for the lead.
Yeah, when you actually look at the waves ridden, Sal's have been a bit longer, a bit more down the line. There's been some great turns from Sal. I can't help but think this long wave where she didn't get that final turn in, she netted a 7.5, but it could have been up in the 8s if she got that final turn.
That's a great point. That requirement could be a couple of points higher for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, my thoughts on this heat is that even though Sally's sitting out there with the lead with that 7.5, Alyssa's now sitting there with priority, and she's in a pretty commanding position, only needing a 5.77, and with the waves being so good, you know, it's a scary prospect for Sally, because you've got to think that Alyssa's going to get at least one more opportunity out here.
Yeah, Sal's done really well to scour the lineup and really maybe get in the head of Alyssa Spencer, and Alyssa would be watching Sally up the top of the point, getting these scores going. I've just got to hold my nerve here. I've just got to wait for this good wide set that's going to come, and she's been sitting there for a while now.
Yeah, Alyssa's been building for these moments too. I mean, last year she overcame CT level surfers to get a win on the Challenger Series at Saquarema. She's primed and done some great surfing already through the earlier rounds of this contest. So I don't think there'll be too many nerves for her at this point in time. I think she You know, if you said to her, hey, there's going to be a couple of minutes left and you're only going to be chasing a 6 against someone who's shown incredible form on the CT this year, I think she'd probably take that opportunity.
Well, they're the ones that you think about when you're going to sleep at night and you're an aspiring surfer and you want to be one of the world's best, and you simulate all these things in your mind, and you know, that's what you train for. And countless free surfs where you go, okay, 2 minutes left, I need an 8.
Yeah,
here's a wave, okay, I've got this.
We just saw the GWM 2-minute warning come up on screen there. Matty Myers watching on. I mean, he's looking a little antsy, but still, Alyssa Spencer just looks so staunch out there. Doesn't look like she's fidgeting. She's really just sizing up this wave and looking to get herself in a deep position so she can really let go of a big opening move.
You've got to think she got that 617, her opening wave, for 2 turns. So she hasn't found a wave that's going to let her open up yet. So she's sitting out there with priority. If she gets a runner, here we go.
This looks like a jam down the line. Alyssa Spencer takes off straight up into it, gaining speed. This wave's going to slow up and give us some opportunities for some hits here. Nice carve off the top. The requirement is a 5.77. And she's now getting a little bit more of a vertical approach here. Unfortunately, this wave's kind of breaking away, but she did great work towards the end of the ride. It's not a huge score that she's chasing. Matty Myers puts his hands together. He likes it. Sally is going to get a ride as well, though, and the opportunity to potentially add to her 2-wave total. Nice flare out of the lip here. Couple of pocket hits. When I reflect on what we've seen so far in this event, you know, those backhand turns have scored really well. So I think this is going to be a really close finish. Coming down to the wire now, just 20 seconds to go. The surfing's done, and we're just waiting for the scores to drop.
It's going to be interesting. I don't think we saw the start of Sal's wave, so I'd like to know if there was more the beginning there.
I feel like Sal's going to replace that 443 or whatever it is there. So that is going to make the requirement a little bit higher. I'm going to say a point better for Sal on hers, so it's going to be at least a 677.
Agreed.
That Alyssa's going to need on this wave. So let's think about that as she drives down the line. That's a nice hook on the backhand. Good carving turn. Gets this another little pockety section there. Quick snap, and again. So a series of backhand snaps. Really good surfing.
So impressed by this 20-year-old. She just keeps getting better and better. But Sally on the outside, this is the work she got done at the start of this one.
Yeah, nice opening carve there, and wave really standing up for her for that second turn. Absolutely throwing rooster feathers everywhere. So I think that's going to be better than her 443. Have a look at that opening turn again, really laying that board on rail. And up into this second section here, and really just see that spray fly through the air. She loads up again for a third section and bringing it through to the inside. She absolutely tags it and stomps it.
Yeah, great displacement of water off the rail there. I mean, that wasn't a thin fan of spray, Rich. There was chunks of water flying off the rail at that point.
Buckets. Absolutely buckets flying off the rail there. I feel like Alyssa's wave is possibly going to be a fraction higher than Sal's, but just the advantage of having that 7.5 in the scoreline. But we'll wait for the judges. Sal, great variety on that wave. Forehand snaps, releasing the tail.
Yeah, it's a close one, a close heat. I mean, not a lot separating the score, the surfers prior to that last exchange.
Started going up the point, and it was a single set, and it was like
big spread in the numbers so far for Alyssa Spencer. Some of the judges really appreciating it.
Yeah, they're breaking it down here.
Others keeping it
It's just hard for me to like
semi-conservative.
roll the dice on like. I don't know, to me, like, it didn't look good, so that's probably why I didn't go.
Of course. We could be sitting here for a while, folks. There's a bit to think about.
Yeah, I
Important
think they're having a real think about it. Alyssa Spencer surfed her last wave really well. She got a 5.83. It was enough to get her into the lead momentarily. But Sally Fitzgibbons, Rich, you were spot on. She did improve on the number she was hanging on to, that backup score. She dropped a 5, and she's edged ahead of the surfer from Encinitas. And Sally Fitzgibbon survives a really close heat here and is on her way to the quarterfinals.
What a great match. That was great surfing. Both women on. Some good sets, equal opportunity. Sal, the difference, it was that bigger wave, that start, at 7.5.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We've still got 2 more heats to finish off the round of 16 for the women. And we're going to bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew to talk you through it.
Including a world #2 finish in 1980. With his unique approach to heavy waves, especially in Hawaiian waters, Kealoha revolutionized modern tube riding, forever changing the way surfers would ride waves into the future. We'd like to extend our thoughts and prayers to his friends and family around the world during this time. Dane Kealoha, celebrating the life and the legacy of the Hawaiian surfer who's left a mark forever in the world of surfing. A hero of mine, a contemporary of yours, Bugs.
Yeah, you know, it was a real sad day to hear that yesterday. And, you know, my thoughts, you know, obviously go out to Dane's family and his brothers, Michael and Derek, and his children, his parents. And all these Hawaiian peers, so the guys that were on that first international caravan that we went around the world, you know, with no money, no sponsors, just there was a lot of camaraderie, and Dane was such a part of that. And, you know, I've been thinking of Michael Ho and Hans Hedemann, Buzzy Kerbox, Louis Ferreira, Vince Klein, Dennis Pang, you know, just so many that were on. And then, you know, Dane's international comrades and peers, you know, like Mark Richards and Sean Thompson, Shane Horan, Simon Anderson. We all were on this big caravan together, and you know, Dane was much loved in Australia. He made so many finals here, and you know, his spirit, and you know, he was treated like a king here in Australia and around the world. You know, I mean, Jerry Lopez is the king of pipeline. Dane Kealoha will always be the king of backdoor pipe.
Yeah.
And he was the first to you know, with the backside grab rail, deep tube riding, Dane Kealoha absolutely invented that. And,
yeah.
You know, it's our hearts go out to all the Hawaiian families.
Yeah. Love you, Dane, and your legacy will live forever. Well, time to get into the action, because that's what Dane would want us to do right now. We are in heat number 7, round of 16. Teresa Bonvalat and Sawyer Lindblad out for the challenge and looking to get a spot in the quarterfinals here, Bugs.
Yeah, well, we've got a pretty much a carbon copy of what we had the last few days. just really nice 3 to 4 foot snapper. And, it's holding in there. The swell's probably gone a little bit more east, and there's still those takeoff points behind the rock and the wider bank. And we've seen both of them being utilised this morning.
Teresa Bonvala, she's out there in the red jersey, 23 years old, out of Cascais, Portugal. Had a heartbreak of a year last year. 1 spot away from qualification for the championship tour. She did get a couple of injury replacement wildcards earlier this season, but she wants to be full-time on the CT, and she needs to make it into the quarterfinals to have a meaningful result here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And a meaningful result, I mean a quarterfinal finish where you will garner 4,745 points. That's a keeper in the scheme of women's finishes.
It sure is. That's a real keeper. And this is a pretty critical round. I mean, if you can get through this, you're looking at minimum 5th place and on the way perhaps to the finals, the podium.
Sawyer Lindblad out there in the blue jersey. Teenager, 17 years old, out of San Clemente, California. Also finished off number 12. And here we go, a race wide as a set is looming, and both surfers starting off deep down the point. And now it's a race to a different section of the point, Bugs.
Yeah, well, they were sitting really deep behind the rock, and then one of the surfers broke free. I think it was Sawyer, just broke free, and then her opponent kind of herding her down the beach. So it was supposed to be a clean break, and that was a strategy, but they're kind of hanging together.
Yeah, interesting with Teresa shadowing Sawyer, and what that's going to do is not allow Sawyer any opportunity when a set cut does come through, because Teresa in this open priority will have the deeper position up on the point. So she did not want to let her competitor get away from her. There's some interesting gamesmanship there.
There is, and you know, you can kind of find yourself, there's a takeoff behind the rock, there's a wide takeoff, and in between there's some sets that come roaring through there, but you can often find yourself in between the 2 banks as well.
So we'll see how this plays out. I was talking about Sawyer Lindblad, just coming from a great family. Her brother Taj, another exceptional surfer out of San Clemente. So powerful surfing family in the Lindblad's way. Sawyer Juan has won the Nationals of the Rip Curl Grom Search, I think, at least 1 time, if not 2 times. And as far as her CS results, she made the quarterfinals last year in Ericeira, finished off the CS in 2022. 12th on the rating, so right in that conversation. It's a new year. The slate is wiped clean for all of the women, so we're going to see who has the breakaway. We'll know that likely by tomorrow afternoon, likely finals day. So we're getting to the nitty-gritty right now, Bugs.
Yeah, we sure are. We're down to a pretty neat package. Today is a big day of competition, and of course finals day tomorrow, and everyone wants to be still in the mix and wake up on that morning of the finals and go, yeah, I've got a shot at this.
Yeah, that's going to be a celebrated day tomorrow. We're expecting the swell to stay in there with us. If you're just joining us, today's schedule, we're going to get through this women's round of 16 and set up the women's quarterfinals. Then we're going to switch after this round of 16 for the women. We're going to go to the men's round of 16. We're going to get through all of those head-to-head matchups for the men, set up the men's quarterfinals. Then we're going to end the day with actually running the women's quarterfinals and set up the semis for the women. And then we're just going to have a great finals day tomorrow, Saturday. Weather's looking good, surf's looking good. It's been a great run here on the Goldie.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really fun days. It's not like super epic snapper, but it's super fun. And every day has been nearly a carbon copy of each other. It's just hung in there nicely at around that 3 foot mark, but the odd 4 foot set. It's got a nice line to it. It's a somewhat tricky bank. It's kind of built it's built during, we just had a pretty solid swell, and it's kind of built for probably that 4 to 6 foot range where it's linking from the outside all the way, you know, from deep behind the rock all the way through. But there are the odd waves that do that.
Here we go. No waves ridden in the first 10 minutes, and we'll see what the judges' tower says. 2 horns, and that is a signal for a restart. So we're going to get a new clock right now and start all over with a 30-minute clock counting down. So you look at the rules, and a day can be deemed where there will be no restarts available. But today, we do not have that exception. So restarts are in play today. 10 minutes gone by in a 30-minute heat with no waves ridden. The surfers get a new clock.
Yeah, that's right. And it happened once yesterday. And actually, the only wave that came through was in that 30 seconds right between the heats. But today, and in that last heat with Sally and Alyssa, there was quite a few waves. And there was quite a few waves they actually let go by. So they were in the luxurious position of being able to be selective, and you know, it's just gone through a little bit of a sleepy patch.
Yeah, that happened yesterday. That was heat 1 of this round with Nixie Ryan and Nikki Van Dyke got that new clock with the restart there, and it really did change the you know, alter the tempo of the heat a bit. We'll see if the same happens right here. And no one's budging at all because not a lot happening. A little bit further up the point, I feel I can see a whitewater line. So there are waves breaking right on top, but neither competitor going to budge right now. Right there. Here comes some swell lines. And some opportunity is going to happen right now. Teresa's sitting deepest. Stroking for position. Here she goes, Teresa Bombola. Portuguese surfer has to clear this first section. Is able to do so. But the wave stalls up a bit now. Got gas pedal up into the lip. Finally, there we go. And nice little downturn, has to float through that section. Wave's going to get a little split in 2 at the end there. So Teresa Bombola with the first score on the board, but looked like it was a little bit of a struggle for her.
Yeah, well, she was being really patient. I think that was a good move because, you know, sometimes it's no use just trying to force those maneuvers when the wave's trying to find the bank. And that's what that wave was trying to do, was trying to find and feel its way onto the bank. She's thinking down the line. She's got a few cascading sections she's got to get around. So, and now, again, it's nearly like she just starts the ride here, Kaipo.
Yeah, had to get all the way down the line to be able to place her first turn. And Teresa kicks out. And Sawyer Lindblad also goofy foot. Swinging on through the lip there, Bugs.
Big one-off turn. So showing that she's got the power, and she does. She's got this low center of gravity, and Sawyer has got a super powerful backhand repertoire. And it's the battle of the goofy footers.
Yeah, 2 goofy footers in this matchup. We have another talented goofy footer. Had a pretty good showing here. Got a bunch of excellent scores. Alyssa Spencer. Let's hear what Alyssa has to say. She's with Space.
Thanks, Kipes. Alyssa, runner-up in that heat. What'd you make of it?
Yeah, it was definitely pretty tricky out there. It's really slow. But I knew it was going to be a good battle with Sally. She's such a good competitor. And yeah, it went back and forth there till the end. And I mean, of course, I'm pretty bummed to lose out. I definitely wanted to start the year with better than a 9th, but I'm fired up for Narrabeen.
Any key moment in that heat you can reflect on that might have been a changing point?
I think so. Maybe not going on the 4-5 and waiting for a better quality wave, because in the end I was going to need probably over 12 points, so going on that wave didn't really help me out, but yeah, it's all good. We learn and take it to the next one.
We appreciate your time. We'll see you in Narrabeen. Thanks, Alyssa.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer is going to start off the year with an equal 9th place and 3,320 points on the leaderboard. So Not a bad start. And we'll see if she can make up for it. She's going to be on her forehand when we get to Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, we saw her backhand wares up here at Snapper, and they are significant. She will love it on the forehand. Narrabeen, you know, it's a world-class wave. There's a great left at this time of year. There's also little cut-off rights into the alley, but predominantly known as a left.
Sawyer Lindblad right here started off with a 4.5 on her first effort. Can't get around this one. Teresa Bonvalot. Teresa hooking it off the top there. Wave runs away after that. She jumps off to keep her position up the point. So just a couple of short rides, and Teresa Bonvalot will reestablish priority as we have this wide shot. You can see the two surfers paddling back out.
I guess it's what it's highlighting is that on a day like today with this tide, on that wide bank, you've really got to get your motor running. You've got to get going down the line. Because look at this wall, look at the lineup. You see this, there's this ridge in the wave right here, and you've got to get over that and power on down the line. Not a completely clean line either, Kaipo, as you can see. A little bit tricky, and this one's lined up, but it is a racetrack.
Yeah, thanks to the Gold Coast flight cam for those visions and really able to have a wide up high view to break down the swell angle today at Snapper. So the last exchange, 1.7 for Sawyer Lindblad, a 3-point ride for Teresa Bonvalot. Sawyer Lindblad remains in the lead at the moment. Teresa, 3.21, and she'll take the lead off of Sawyer Lindblad. And early days in this heat, I believe we got some bigger numbers coming our way, given the depth of talent out in there.
We're pretty much on low tide. So what can happen, it's called the ebb of the tide. You can just get this period where the tide is in a neutral position. And yeah, it can be quiet. It just can be periods where it's a little quieter.
Yeah, here's our tides, and looking to the tide to fill in until 1:53 this afternoon. We'll still be running competition at that point.
Not big tides. There's a pretty small coefficient. That's that 3.6 foot high tide. That's a small one.
Okay.
You know, we get 6 foot high tides easily.
So with the lower coefficient, not much of a change out in the lineup?
Not much, but it's only a 1 foot low tide. So low tide will feel like low tide, that's for sure. But the high tide, it won't be too gnarly, and it's a good thing too, because it's not a super shallow hollow bank right now, and a big high tide would kind of cruel it.
Well, 22 minutes and 15 seconds on countdown.
Yeah. You rated it out perfect. Yes, please, Mom. Yeah. You could break it down with the camera, and it was a close heat. But many more.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah. Thank you.
The ultimate professional, Sally Fitzgibbons, breaking down the heat along with Alyssa Spencer. Sally's able to surf her way into the quarterfinals. A nice start to the Challenger season for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, Sally was, magnanimous, and of course Alyssa was, humble and respectful, and Sally wished her luck at Narrabeen. And of course, she'll be on a forehand down there, Alyssa, and but it's a good move. Sally, this is a successful beginning to her campaign. She's into the quarterfinals.
She sure is. Well, line's coming through here. We'll see if any of the surfers go. It's going to be Teresa. Going to have to race down the line, and nothing's going to happen there. One more wave. We'll see if Sawyer chooses to go. She looks like she's interested. Here we go, Sawyer Lindblad. Slashes. Nice pace to this wave. It's going to give Lindblad some opportunity down the line. Huge finish, and she rides out of it. So as we wait for the scores for Sawyer Lindblad and Teresa Bonvalot on that exchange, let's hear from the last heat winner, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Thank you, Kipes. Sally, cracker battle there.
Yeah, it was crazy. Spence, she's so good and so intelligent in heats, and she gave it such a good nudge last year, and she's had some CT experience, and yeah, it's only a matter of time for her. So I think there's plenty more battles. Hopefully this Challenger Series really brings out the best in all of us, and there's no better feeling. I've got like half my family just on the beach and friends and everyone, so to get the score just was really meaningful.
And what about the 7.5? That was a really well put together wave, Sally.
I think heats out snapper, you got to take like within the heat. There's a few little whoopsies and a few like really good bits, and in amongst it all, you just got to navigate it as best you can. And you know, the end turn kind of, you know, would have loved to stomp that to get into the 8. So I know there's like a little more room to push into there, but just so nice to get into that range because you have to be to be competitive in these heats for sure.
Absolutely. Like you said, you got a lot of friends and family here, and I know a lot of people online watching at home.
Oh, the sport's been crazy, so thanks everyone for showing up. I guess like 15 odd years on tour and coming to these stops, like there's people, yeah, I met my very first event here and now they're still coming to watch me, and all these Groms woke up at like 4 a.m. from coughs to come up here, so mum and dad, everyone back home, yeah, I'm so stoked. I'm riding every wave with you guys.
On your Sal.
Attack of the Groms. A couple of bonsai board caddies in there too. All right, Sally Fitzgibbons on to the quarterfinals. So Sally will be facing Vahine Fierro in that quarterfinal number 3. Scores came in during that interview. 6.33 for Sawyer Lindblad. So the surfer out of San Clemente, California, went to town on this one for 6.33, Bugs.
Yeah, yeah, Sawyer was very clever. She actually went down to the edge of this bank. She saw there was a few runoffs and she got 3 great maneuvers in. She's really displayed that power surfing that she's becoming known for. Drives it down the face. And now she's always looking down the line. Beautiful carve, gets a board above the lip line, looking for a clean finish here, and super well timed. But look at that, how she just slams it off the lip and just drives it down the face. Kaipo, I thought it was really smart that she saw that Teresa, you know, and they were both sitting a bit deep and they're racing those sections, not getting around them. Sawyer just went a little bit wider again. She got onto the edge of the bank.
Well, can Teresa Bonvalot come back? She needs a 7.83. We'll find out on the other side of this bonsai brew break. We'll be right back. We're going to zoom in from outer space at a beautiful piece of the planet down to the Gold Coast, Coolangatta, where Snapper is located. Bugs, and it's all about the sand here, isn't it?
It very much is all about the sand. You can see the two different angles. There's the coast coming up, and then it comes around into this bay, which faces more the east-northeast. So Snapper into Rainbow, into Greenmount, along to Kira, and of course the sand gets pumped to the Froggy Beach right there, and then as it sort of migrates along Froggy, it just sort of comes around Snapper like a little heart valve movement. Every wave pumps a little bit more sand, and then it is naturally groomed down the point. So, you know, you've got to think that the sand arriving at Froggy's Beach, those two walls on the Tweed River, they started blocking the sand. They were built in 1962. They began blocking the sand heading north. So it really is like a heart bypass.
Right.
You know, it's just
you had a clogged artery in a way there,
no,
because of those jetties.
That's exactly what was happening, and it happened over a long period of time. And in 1993, they announced that they're going to have a sand bypass movement. We didn't know what was going on, and local snapper champion Bruce Lee and I went along to the first public meeting and said, hey, you know, don't just put 30 years of sand on our beach at Snapper.
And then that sand makes beautiful right-hand peelers, just like we're seeing Sawyer Lindblad tee off on here. She's leading the heat, and her backup's a 4.5. I'm saying that she improved upon that.
Oh, yeah.
By a few numbers.
Yeah, she's... it's her wave choice. She's looking at the waves that they've got the wall, but they've got a slight taper, which is just exactly what the backhanders need, because if you're racing down the line, you're getting the float, you've still got to get around that corner that allows you to get up into that hook of the wave.
Well, that looked like excellent surfing to me. We'll see what the judges deem on that ride. It did come in at an excellent score, an 8.17, and her backup of a 6.33 has put Teresa Bonvala into a combination position right now. Teresa needs 2 waves of 14.5 or better. Here comes Teresa on the comeback. Nice snap to begin. Vert, that time goes a little too vert and incomplete.
Yeah, Teresa hasn't really, she's not really surfing to the bank. She's surfing, it's nearly like she's surfing like a beach break. You know, she's just doing, like, going for the vertical maneuvers straight away. Whereas you notice that Sawyer, first of all, she's getting on the corner of the bank, and then she really just goes to work when she's got that, the pocket.
Yeah, it seems to me a lot of the successful rides here, whether it's forehand or backhand, Bugs, has been the surfer who clears that first section, gets some speed, clears that first section, and then gets to work. Here's a paddle battle happening.
Yeah, there's a pretty solid paddle battle. It certainly looks like Teresa's got, from the other angle, looks like a real advantage, but they're kicking. They're going hard to get that priority. It's a critical time in the heat, 12.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Teresa in a combination would really benefit from getting priority back at this moment. We'll see what our priority judge deems from in the tower. We're getting this view here from our Gold Coast flight cam.
Yeah, well, I mean, if she doesn't get priority, then it's a disaster, but she has. So there's one thing in her favor. She's regained priority, but she's got to kind of recalibrate her strategy now.
She's hearing from the on-site announcers, the beach announcers, that she is in a combination. And sometimes there's a soft combination. I would not call this a soft combination at 14.5, the requirement.
No, it's definitely not. Like, when you think about it, she needs to, like, if she gets a 6-point ride, then she'll still need an 8.5.
Yeah.
Or better.
So definitely is going to have to put on a performance and time management as well, as we're down to 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. See right through to the bottom here every day. It's been just been beautiful. We've had such a great run here on the Goldie this year.
We're really blessed with pristine ocean conditions along this coast. The water, the water quality is, you know, excellent. You know, I'm going to take my hat off to the Gold Coast City Council. They have always looked after our water quality here. It's been the recognition of the asset. See, in the older days, beyond the high tide mark was not seen as a thing of value. It was just like, well, there it is. There's the beach. There's the surf. But now it's recognised that this is such a part of the charm of the area.
Right.
And this is what people come here to enjoy.
And you were saying this is a surfing reserve here.
It's a world surfing reserve, and you can see here, there's the stretch of the whole Gold Coast. There's a surf management plan that encompasses the entire Gold Coast, right up there to Surfers Paradise and beyond to South Stratty. The World Surf Reserve, it goes from Snapper Rocks to Burleigh Heads, and encompasses our 5 point breaks, which in the ancient days were called the Five Sisters. And they're the iconic sand bottom point breaks, and there's many beach breaks in between.
Yeah. Wonderful history of this place and great conservation. Well, you know what, Bugs? We got Stace. He's out and about somewhere. What are you doing, Stace Galver?
Well, I'm out and about, Cops, that's right, playing around with a few boards, and there's a couple of absolute beauties down here. I'm doing a rip curl board breakdown, and this is Teresa Bonvalot's quiver here. This one, which doesn't have the fins in it, which I don't think she'll be riding today, this is the Monster 10 from JS, and this is the kind of board that you break out when the waves are shoulder to head high and firing. Today is firing, but it's more chest high at best. So today, this is the board that Teresa's on. She's on an exact copy of this. This is the Zero Gravity in the Hi-Fi construction. It's an epoxy board with a carbon stringer. And I reckon it's the perfect board for today, and she's about to paddle into an absolute bomb, Cops. So I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Stace. And let's see how that board goes. Hi-Fi construction flying high right now. A couple of tags on the backhand. She's going to get right back into this heat with this performance on this wave. Teresa still more out in front of her. Beautiful wall here. One more time up in the lip. Hang on. Doesn't get the finish, but did some damage previous to that fall.
Well, you can now see there was a bit of intensity about that paddle battle before. She was really kicking and everything to get it. She knew she needed it. She knew she needed to get a set wave. She just nailed one.
She sure did. Now it looks like she's going to do the run around and give the shoulders a break and put the legs to a test.
Yeah, that's right. So that's actually the total mindset you got to have, Kaipo. You're resting one area and using the other. And this wave, look at the line on this one. It's a big wall. This is a wave of the heat so far as wave quality is concerned. It's lining up all the way, and she's attacking the backhand. Comes around here, the little bit of a flatter shoulder there, and she gets back in as a bank. The wave feels the bank again as it comes into Rainbow. And, it's a bit of a miss, that last one. I think she really needed to pull that last manoeuvre off to get up in that excellent range. Solid ride though, Kaipo.
Yeah, and that earned her a 7.07. So Teresa has surfed her way out of the combination. Would have gone a little higher if you just hung on to this one, but we'll get to check this out in slow motion and really check out the technique from the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, look at this wave. It's just a gem of a wave. And they're the two turns that where she got up in the 7 range, and she continues down the line. I do believe she left a point on the board. She would have seriously got an 8-point ride if she pulled off that last turn. And now the run, and this is testing her fitness. She's doing it well, and that's the mindset. Like she used, she used a lot of leg and hip power on the ride, and now she's doing the run slightly different muscles. She's resting the shoulders, and that's the mindset you've got to have here. And then as soon as she hits the water, it's all paddle. But there's a lot of challenge to your lung capacity.
Oh yeah.
It's anaerobic, aerobic. It's the whole spectrum of elite fitness.
Well, you think about just the act of surfing. I mean, paddling, cardio-wise, you're laying on your lungs while you're paddling. Duck diving, those are push-ups. So every time you do a duck dive right there, you're doing a push-up. Then, once you got to get to your feet, those are like burpees every single time you get to your feet standing up.
But let me tell you right now, where she's right out, see these little white waters, they are the final thing that gas you.
Yeah.
Just those little duck dives, they're nearly imperceptible, these little white waters. I tell you what, they really take it out of you right at that point because you're gasping for air. You'd much rather a clean exit.
Oh, yeah. And they're in really close order as well. She's getting to some clear water now. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of this event. Sawyer Lindblad surfing well on her backhand.
Yeah, this was a solid ride. Just 3 maneuvers. She laid down the foundation to put her opponent in combo with these 2 rides.
Yeah, this is where she went excellent. This is an 8.17 for Sawyer. This is what sent Teresa Bonvalot to a combination momentarily, but Sawyer on a dreamy run on this wave.
Yeah, she really puts this one together. And this wave here, well, this is the biggest wave of the heat so far, and what a scorching ride. Teresa's showing just how good she is on her backhand, so this is tick for tat surfing.
Yeah, 7.07. Teresa Bonvalot surfed her way out of that combination, and she is within reach of flipping this heat right now as we catch up to real time with 4 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock, and our 2 surfers paddling into position.
Yeah, so you can see that Teresa actually paddled down to where Sawyer's position was. She's trying to get on the other side of it, but Sawyer is just shadowing her. I thought that maybe Teresa might have chanced a hand up where we see that wave breaking right up by the rock. I thought she might have chanced a hand there. Sally went up there and got a beauty.
Well, here you go. Under priority. Looks like Teresa Bonvalot's going to get one. Oh, went a little too hard on that first turn.
Well, there could be a little bit of lactic acid going on there too. It's like she mightn't have recovered. You do need to recover.
Yeah.
After a long ride, a big run, another big paddle, there is a little bit of recovery time. And this is where the athletes are really tested because, you know, when you're at that elite level, it is all about the recovery.
Right. And Lindblad gesturing for the on-site announcers to give her the time. She'll hear that she has 3 minutes, 15 seconds counting down. A little too much time on the clock. She can't really go 100% defense right now. There's too much time on the clock to take that strategy. Here we go. Decision time for Lindblad. She's going to take her priority here. Zooming down the line. Places it up in the lip. Got a long wall. She's going to kick it away. She's not going to improve her 2-wave total. Opportunity now for Teresa Bonvalot.
Well, she played defense for sure there. I mean, looking that wave was never going to offer scoring potential beyond the 6.33. She played defense, but I think Teresa played a role in that.
Teresa sold her on that one, I believe, because if Teresa was given that wave, I don't think there was enough of the pace of the wave was way too fast down the line to get the score.
Absolutely, it was a good sell job, but with 2 minutes at that time, there was 2 minutes 40 on the clock, and you would have been tempted to not let your opponent take the wave, but it's a really gutsy call to just tough it out, and we've seen heats turned on surfers allowing a gem going through.
Yeah, we're just under the GWM 2-minute warning now, so this is precious time on the clock for Teresa Bonvalot. Here we go with a wave. Teresa seeking the corner. She's pretty deep on this one. She's gonna have to make up some ground and doing it fast. Needs to go high line here. Gets a turn in.
Yeah.
And that turn's gonna put her behind.
Yeah, she didn't have. She had not. She should not have gone to the bottom of that wave.
Yeah.
She had to take the high line down the line.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, and then get around the section. I mean, but you'd think she'd made a few mistakes like that early in the heat, but she went to the bottom of the wave, and sometimes that's not the option.
That's pretty much what I saw on the takeoff there, Bugs. Yeah, it had a long line in front of it. You definitely would have to stay in the upper third of the wave and try to skate through that.
You know, you've actually got to get off on that wave and then pump to the upper reaches of that wave and really use that speed to draw down the line and do one big sweeping bottom turn around that section. Sometimes you might even then have to do a float.
Yeah.
and then you're away. So that was an opportunity lost, I feel, there.
The down the line, high line swoop, much like a pelican swooping down from the sky.
Exactly. Very much like that.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's. And that line has been going on since single fin days, by the way.
Oh no, that's for sure. I was thinking more of an eagle than a pelican, but anyway.
20 seconds on the countdown, and Sawyer Lindblad just looking to close this one off against Teresa Bonvalot. Lindblad with the lead. Lindblad also with priority. She's tracking Teresa and will take away any opportunity because we're inside the 5 seconds. There goes the block, and it's all done. So Sawyer Lindblad is advancing, and we'll see her in quarterfinal number 4 when we get to those quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was a well-served tee by Sawyer. I thought it was clever that she went there. She recognised that the waves were running away from both of them, and then she went to the corner, the edge of the bank, and sort of that little marling into rainbow section.
Who's Sawyer going to meet in quarterfinal number 4? Well, it's going to be Isabella Nichols or Luana Silva. We'll find out who it's going to be after this break. They'll both be in the water.
I absolutely love the Gold Coast. It's world-class waves, but more than that, it's just the people, the great restaurants, the overall culture of the place. We went to the Coolangatta airport, we got into a little fixed wing plane, and we had the pleasure of checking out all the different banks, all the different headlands. It's an absolute gem.
Napa from the air is like nothing else we've ever seen. I can just see the sand set up. It's literally one of the most mechanical, best ways without being a wave pool. Kind of like a natural little amphitheatre the way Snapper Rocks is set up.
It's got to be Kira. The waves here are some of the best in the world. Siblings is taking up, one of the most famous landmarks on the Gold Coast. And when the waves are firing, it's probably the best seat in the house.
Wave-rich region with a long surf history. You can get the wave of your life. It keeps me coming back over and over again. I absolutely love it here.
The Gold Coast, 52 kilometers of pristine coastline, including this gem, Snapper Rocks, the site of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Thank you for tuning in. And we're in the final heat of the round of 16 here. Kaipo along with Rabbit Bartholomew.
Yeah, and see what we're seeing here, Kaipo. See, there's a little bit of sand in the lineup, but there's a bit of behind the rock action here, a bit of a jockeying position. This is more traditional. This is how most heats start, and you can see sand in the takeoff zone. So that means there's new sand coming around into Snapper as we speak. That little heart valve motion I talk about. Every wave carries a little bit more sand.
Here we go. Isabella Nichols taking off right on the rock. Isabella, slingshot into this one. She's going to clear this section here. Hits a little bit of dead water, so it has to kick out.
Well, she was just looking for the taxi ride down the line, and then she'll go to where she feels maybe that she's left her opponent back there, but back there is dangerous because you can get a connector from back there. But Isabella, clearly her strategy was to get one and get down to the wide bank.
And she's left Luana Silva up by the rocks right there. You can see Luana in the corner of your screen, in the right-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, but I've been watching it all morning, and every now and again a wave totally connects from back there all the way through. So super interesting situation because Luana has priority and is electing to stay up there. That's a gutsy move, but you know, you can see there is fresh sand coming around that from Froggy Beach. There's a little bit of backwash. When you get the fresh sand, you get a little bit of backwash. It's just starting now. And this wave, see, then you come into a little bit of a flat section. That's what happens, the building of a new bank, a little flat section, whereas the established sand is probably a little bit wider. But, you know, when you're seeing sand in the waves, that means...
That gets you excited,
Yeah,
Bugs.
it does, actually.
Yeah, so right around the corner there from the rock is Froggy's Beach, and a lot of sand just comes out of that area and gets pushed around the point. And we're seeing some of that sand movement right now. Now Luana's going to break away. She's given up on plan A. She's going to go to plan B right now and move wider.
Yeah, with priority, I can't blame her. It's a little risky up here, particularly, and see, with the super low tide also. It's been... You know, she would have seen those waves that Sawyer and Teresa got, and even in the previous heat, the wide ones were clearly, you know, walled and going through the rainbow.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad found some gems in that last heat. She went on to win, and Sawyer is with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Sawyer, dream start to that heat.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning was really slow. We had a restart. We were kind of just battling for the inside, and then once we finally drifted down a bit, we were able to get some fun waves.
Does that 10-minute lull at the start, does that change your strategy for the next 30 minutes?
Not really, honestly. I mean, it definitely, like, you kind of get excited because you have the extra 10 minutes. So, yeah, I was just trying to be on the best waves, and I'm glad it worked out.
And obviously one of San Clemente's best surfers. Where the boys at?
I don't know. Maybe they're watching from home.
Well, you have your quarterfinal coming up this afternoon. I'm sure you'll expect to see them all down here.
Yeah.
It's a good time of the day to be watching pro surfing in America. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, hi to my brother and my mom. They're watching from home. I'm excited for my next heat.
Well done. We'll see you this afternoon.
That's right. It's 4:27 p.m. over there in San Clemente right now. And Lindblads are stoked because they know Sawyer is on to the quarterfinals. Who's she going to meet? One of these two. Isabella Nichols or Luana Silva. Isabella started with just a 2-point ride. Luana Silva out there in the blue jersey with priority. Luana Silva, just 19 years old, representing Brazil, lives on the north shore of Oahu. Here she goes. Silva's up. Nice carve to start. Beautiful second turn. Up in the lip there, some variety. Goes to a full hook all the way around. One more snap. And the finish. So lead goes to Luana Silva.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm super impressed with Luana Silva's surfing. She surfs with such confidence.
Yeah, she had, you know, a disappointing rookie season on the Championship Tour in 2022. Did not make that mid-season cut. So that was disappointing for her rookie season. The good news for someone like Luana is, at just 19 years old, she's got decades ahead of her in professional surfing.
That's right. There's this, you know, talk about teen spirit. There's this amazing amount of fantastic teenage talent coming through women's surfing. It's on display here at Snapper.
Yeah, it sure is.
You know, this is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro is unearthing international superstars of the future.
Yeah, and we have that next-gen movement that we've been talking about, you know, with the Luana Silvas and the Betty Lou Sakura Johnsons and the Sierra Kerrs and the Katie Simmers and so on, and the Sawyer Lindblads and so forth. The teenage movement is real.
Oh, it's so real. You know, the amount of like 16 to 19-year-old young professional surfer or, you know, aspiring professional surfers in this event is truly mind-blowing.
Here's a replay of Luana. We're waiting for this number, but it feels like it should be a good one.
Yeah, like she just connects these sections. She looks like she's right at home out here at Snapper, Kaipo. Just this way, it's a small wave, but surfed, you know, to its limit.
Yeah. That was a 6.67 for Luana Silva. Back to live action here with Isabella Nichols. A little bit bigger wave here for Bella. And some beautiful carves. Wave gets a little split here, has to hop over. That double up is not able to find that last final section.
Yeah, I mean, that wave, it just, it promised so much. She made the most of those first sections, but then the wave went all kind of weird.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, 25 years old, 3 seasons on the championship tour. Here she goes on the replay, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Isabella also looks right at home out here at Snapper. She goes straight into her carve game. And then this wave, look how weird it went, Kaipo. Kind of, do you go onto the double up or just try to make it down the line, or and then it weakened?
Yeah, like one swell rolling over the other one. Yeah, Isabella, unfortunately, you know, after Margaret River did not survive that mid-season cut, and so now she's going to have to surf her way through this Challenger Series if she wants to return to the championship tour.
Well, the year previously, she was in exactly the same position and won Margaret River.
Needed to win, and that's exactly what she did, yeah.
But she was faced with the same situation this time, and she had a good dig at it. But Isabella, yeah, she's still got a lot of potential.
Yep, 4.5 for Isabella Nichols. Luana Silva with priority, waiting for that next wave. We're going to take a break, and we're going to enjoy our Bonzoy brew break actually right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Imai getting ready when the men start in the water.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. I am in the Bonsoy athlete area with none other Jadson Andre. Jadson, how you going, mate?
I'm doing great, man. Beautiful day.
Where else would you rather be?
Dude, I think I'm at the right place at the right time.
You're coming up in Heat 4 later this morning. What are you seeing out there?
I mean, today is by far the most beautiful day of the week and also the best conditions of the week. So I feel blessed to still go in the contest and just lucky enough to surf pumping snapper just with another guy.
Couple of waves starting to form up behind the rocks, some beautiful waves down the line. What does your strategy look like?
I mean, I think it's gonna change a little bit. So I'll see what's gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, I don't really see any like really potential score behind the rock at the moment, but it can change, you know. So I'm just gonna keep pay attention, and hopefully I'm gonna do the right decision in my heat.
Good luck, Jaddy. Thanks for your time. Thanks, Kibes.
There we go, with Luana Silva flying down the line. Nice hack off the top for the surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. And Silva looking sharp here. Clears the section, continues on, float to finish, no problem for Luana Silva. And representing the Brazilian flag, that probably makes Jadson Andre smile as well.
Wow. I mean, that is just stamping some authority on the wave here at Snapper Rocks. Everything was so in sync on that ride. Now she's going to do the runner.
Look at this, Bugs. What a wave.
Yeah. Well, as Jadson said, this is the best day, the cleanest conditions, and the waves are just absolutely gorgeous. And this surfing is just supreme. Look at that effortlessly get around the sections, and then she just hits the marks. It looks like she was born on this wave.
Oh my, I mean, this feels like excellent surfing to me. We haven't seen any indication from the judges yet, but even that, the commitment to the finish, a difficult section there. And a free surfer kind of like crushed the wave in a little bit even, and she dealt with it no problem.
Yeah, well, there was the first time a free surfer got involved in the action.
Yeah.
And right there,
that guy,
and actually makes a nice float in the section for her. She's going, okay, now I can finish, thank you.
Yeah, and by the way, who's that guy? Like, clearly she's in a jersey surfing a heat. The froth level here sometimes by the free surfers.
Yeah, look at that. She's way down at Rainbow. There's that little lagoon that the kiddies swim in at Rainbow. So we're on a bit of a tourist ride now.
A tour,
yeah,
of the Super Bank with Luana Silva.
There's where my mum's old house used to be there.
Really?
Yeah, when I was about 11, we lived right on the beach.
Wow.
Just renting a little cottage, and it was a magical time. That was in the 1960s, Kaipo. It was kind of about as crowded as Snapper is now. 2 people out.
Luana getting some advice on the run up on the beach, and she's going to be greeted with some good news real soon from our beach commentary. We said it felt like excellent surfing, and that has been confirmed. An 8.93 for Luana Silva.
Yeah, it's a great run, and there's the coach running on the saloon passage, I call that, the saloon car. And there's the little Marley Rocks. There's a few seagulls.
Wait a minute.
And there's
that's a coach. That's Joel Chianca.
No, you know in the Olympics when they got the pacer?
Yeah.
And then the pacer peels off.
Yeah. That was, talk about getting involved. That was world number 1, Joel Chianca.
Yeah, oh, wow. That's
running with Luana Silva, giving her some advice. That's, I mean, the Brazilian storm's real because of one of those factors is that they stick together. Here we go. Look at this.
That is so awesome. That is, that's priceless right there.
Yeah.
Gosh, and the score's just coming in now.
Yeah, 8.93.
And now she's got to go over the rocks. You know, it's a little bit of a magical mystery ride here. And
she doesn't need to rush. I mean, she's got her opponent in a combination right now, I feel.
She's going back.
Take some time.
She's going back for some water.
There you go.
Oh, she's hydrating.
Hydrate. That, you got time.
Yeah. Now over the Barnacle Rocks and along the little magical pathway.
That was Mom, by the way, that went over there and made sure she was hydrated.
Oh, good call. So she's got the world number 1. She's got Mum.
Yeah.
A few seagulls along the way. And now she's making way back out. So what an effort. Oh, well, that's the Olympic 600 metre.
That was a tour. A tour of the Superbank, courtesy of Luana Silva, and we enjoyed it because that was some excellent surfing.
And now she's going out what we call the keyhole. So you can either go over the keyhole or right there you can climb up those rocks.
Yeah.
And you see that surge coming over here, Kaipo? You got to be wary of that.
I've never, you know, I mean, I'm not a local
Look at
here.
that new sand, the new sand arriving.
Yeah.
There's one that came from deep. But then there's
I'm not a local here, Bugs, but the keyhole seems like a much safer place to paddle out than jumping off of the rocks. But yet I see every session guys jumping off of those rocks there.
Well, we just saw a classic wave kind of spitting with all the sand in it. Looks kind of gnarly, but so you paddle out through that keyhole here, but you got to time it. You can't see around that corner. So, you know, you can cop a set square on the head and see that next little outcrop of rock. So you got to be careful of that. You see a lot of novice surfers getting washed back on and near that. There was a girl recently that we, you know, gosh, I was so worried about. It was a tourist. Look, see how even Luana, she only just got past that rock.
Right.
So she's getting pummeled right now.
Yeah, the timing on this is tough.
It's super tough. Like she's actually getting swept down. She's gone past the rocks, and this is quite an effort. There's another little outcrop of rocks there that she's got to dodge. And so, you know, that's the danger. You go through the keyhole, you cop a set on the head, you're going down the beach.
Oh, look at this set, by the way.
Well,
rolling in.
What an effort, and her opponent's got a good one, Isabella Nichols.
Isabel Nicol on the comeback. Beautiful carve to start, up to the lips, off. Just threw that away. Isabella Nichols may have time for a second wave. It looks like there's multiple waves in this set.
And now she's duck diving.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was a really deep. That was not a 1 or 2 wave set. That was
like a 10 wave set.
That was a ground cell. Look at Luana. She's still on the inside. Like this is such an effort. And then this set's still going, and Isabella's been able to get another one.
Isabella gets another chance in the corner, swinging a couple times to the lips here. Waiting patiently, seeing if there's a connection to this wave, which it does not have.
So the whole lineup to herself. Yeah, so she's in combination there now. And Luana looks like she's only just getting a clear run out. So, wow, talk about recovery. This will test her fitness so big time. Lucky she lives on the North Shore.
Yeah. Well, here we go. So making it back to the lineup now after a run and having to duck dive about 12 waves on the way out. Luana Silva in a commanding lead. Silva now gains priority on the field. Silva with Isabella Nichols in a 2-wave combination of a 15.6. So we talked about soft combinations before, Bugs, and we talked about pretty much real combinations, and this is a real combination.
Yeah, it sure is. It's a significant one, and Isabella not really been able to capitalize on having that whole set to herself, but it kind of came from deep. It nailed Luana on the way out. It came from behind the rock. We saw it, as she was going out through the keyhole. Like solid waves.
We would love for that to continue to happen as we roll through competition today, Bugs.
Well, what happens is that you think about a 24-hour cycle, you've got 4 tides.
Right.
Every 6 hours, you've got another tide. So there's sand movement right throughout those tides. Like, okay, on the higher tides, very little movement. But on the outgoing tide, it's ripping it. You see it, drawing off the bank. On the incoming tide, it's moving. So it's a dynamic force here.
So that outgoing tide would be pulling sand off of Froggies, I would imagine,
yeah,
right?
Man, it's all movement with the tide here. The tide and the wave movement, the swell direction, and then this wind is an excellent wind for creating the sand pathway, because it's beautifully offshore. As Jazzen said, today is pristine. It is just sparkling offshore. But we'll see in the afternoon it'll go more southeast. It won't affect the inshore here. It'll be pristine, but on the outside, you'll get, maybe a few white caps. And that is just so good for the migration of sand northwards and around the corner.
And we have a few different sand outlets, right, up and down this coast.
Oh, not really. I mean, you know, they only use one at a time.
Okay.
We do have different outlets, you're right. There's only one outlet being used at any one time.
Okay.
Right up the other end of the coast, South Australia, there's a big outlet up there too. And that's another sand bypass system. And of course, South Australia, not a bad wave.
No.
But, you know, like, if you go back to it, like, when I talk about 1962, the walls being built at Duranbah is a man-made wave.
Right.
Because when I was a young boy, we used to go up the top of Point Danger. The Tweed River used to come out and rip right through Duranbah.
So there would have been no beach there.
Oh, it was no man's land.
Right.
You know, you would not put your toes in that water.
Well, that's why it's Point Danger, right?
Exactly. And then they built those walls, and Duranbah suddenly became this phenomenal wave. Yeah. So Duranbah is a man-made wave, I'll guarantee you that. Snapper is not, but as we said, it has been enhanced by regular sand.
Right. Because you would have natural occurrence of sands year from year.
Yes.
And sometimes it would be epic all on its own.
No, definitely it was epic all on its own, but when they built the walls at Duranbah, the sand was deflected out onto the bar and it got trapped out there. And we would go through periods 18 months where we didn't have sand here at Snapper.
Well, I'm glad that came to an end. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap. Luana Silva, Bugs, just absolutely beautiful surfing.
Yeah, it's amazing surfing. And this wave here, this is her 667, but this wave here, it's pretty much the ride of the day so far. She has put this together so well. Anyone would be proud of this ride. She's hitting her marks. I love that slight movement that gets her down the line at ease. I mean, that's how Steph Gilmore surfs this place. And this is really powerful surfing. Timing is exquisite. A little bit of help from a recreational surfer.
That was an 8.93 for Luana Silva, and putting a big challenge on the woman on the screen right there, Isabella Nichols, with priority at the moment, and needs to get a jump on it because she needs 2 waves. This is what happened during those replays. Luana Silva got another one.
Yeah, well, she's feeling so confident right now. See how she's always looking down the line. This is how you surf a point break. And she was really cutting loose on that one, yeah.
Mateus and Joao.
And you're right, before, you know, I mean, the Brazilians just are so together. I mean, you're seeing that now with the 2%ers in the San Clemente crew.
Yeah.
You know, that you know, sort of, not just the pack, but, you know, that camaraderie, that togetherness, they support each other.
The full tide rises all ships. When you get a group together, sometimes just the energy helps elevate everyone.
And there's no doubt, you know, you can come through as a one-off, but coming through as a hot crop, you know, you push each other to the point, then you look up one day and you've gone past everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Australians had that in your era.
Yeah, we did. That's what we had. I mean, just in this town, like Peter Town and Michael Peterson and myself, we pushed each other so hard. MP was just so aggressive in the surf and such a brilliant surfer. Just to try and, you know, surf with the guy was amazing. And we kind of pushed each other and looked up one day and went, you know, we'd gone past a fair few. Not everyone. I mean, there's this kid from down Newcastle wasn't going too bad.
Yeah, the guy riding a twin fin, huh?
Yeah.
Look at our high scores in this women's round of 16. Gosh, 9.33 for Steph Gilmore yesterday, coming over Sierra Kerr. Look at Luana Silva with an 8.93. We saw Vahine Fierro earlier today with an 8.5, and Sierra Kerr with an 8.43. Still with that score for Sierra, and some brilliant surfing was not enough to get past the 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore yesterday afternoon.
God, that was such a fun heat to call with you, and it's a famous heat. You know,
yeah.
It's a famous heat. You know, it goes into the folklore of our town.
It's true, because we'll look back at that heat between Sierra Kerr and Steph Gilmore, and that was a stamp of a little bit of competitive surf history right there.
Yeah, it was, and it was great to be, you know, part of that call, because for the town of Coolangatta, it was history.
Yeah.
You know, this is our greatest surfer ever against the new up-and-coming rising international star of surfing, who's just sort of, you know, bringing in the aerials and the whole innovation, and you know, Dad, you know, world aerial champion Josh Kerr. I mean, it had it all.
Yeah, it had amazing storylines to it, and it played out like a storybook. And Steph Gilmore seeming to be in an impossible situation, coming back with that brilliant finish.
Well, you know, for a while there, I remember when, you know, Sierra had done the runaround. She's running and she's pedaling out, and I kind of went, you know, right now, I don't think Steph cares too much, but it's a bit undignified for the Queen to be in combo.
Isabella, unfortunately, is going to run out of time here. We're down to just 40 seconds. She's in a two-wave combo. Beautiful turn to finish off, but that's going to be the end of her ride here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. She's going to take an equal 9th off of this first stop of the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, Luana Silva, she'll be moving on into the quarterfinals. And Luana Silva will be meeting Sawyer Lindblad in that quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, and she has definitely stamped her authority not only on this heat, but she has shown her class and that Luana is a contender.
Agreed. Nice ride to the beach for Luana Silva. And as we look at the numbers, we're going to get ready for a break. When we return, Imai Kalani-Duval will be in the water along with Aiden Mason-Camp. As we get into the men's round of 16, we'll bring in Ronnie, Felicity, and Richie for the call.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back. A beautiful morning here at Snapper Rocks as we get back into the men's event, the round of 16 getting underway now with some unbelievable lineups and some great head-to-head clashes coming your way. Imai Kalani-Duval, the Hawaiian, going up against South Africa's Aiden Mason-Camp here in the first heat of the round of 16 here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Can you believe it? 52 kilometres of stunning coastline here on the Gold Coast, but I think right now we got the best of it.
Yeah, we definitely have the pick of it. It's looking so beautiful out there. There's so many good contestable waves, a lot of excellent waves going through. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this first heat of the men's round of 16.
It's absolutely firing up there. That last heat, down the end of the point there, I just had a real interest in that heat. I wanted to see how Bella went against Luana, and there were so many waves that actually went unridden down towards that end section. It's starting to pipe, so Snapper Rocks is turning it on, and let's hope it just keeps delivering.
Yeah, and Bella got waxed. She got beaten convincingly by Luana Silva, and that's, a big storyline when you consider that Isabella Nichols has just come from the CT. Luana Silva's trying to get back there. A real big feather in Luana's cap, a confidence-building victory, and Isabella's going to have to bounce back, because we know that there was surfers that counted on ninths on their road to qualification to the Championship Tour last year via the Challenger Series, but it's not enough. It's not what you'd call a keeper result. You can really only afford to have probably 1 ninth. It's counting in your best scoring rides.
I was about to say, if you're counting a ninth, you want to have a couple of ones next to it, because it is so cutthroat on the women's side. You've really got to be that consistent in making the semi-finals and finals. Otherwise, you're not going to make that top 5.
Well, getting started early here. Aiden Mason Camp, that wave spitting as he took off there, and he's just been incredibly on, looking really sharp, fast and powerful on his road through to this point in the competition, but the competitor's sitting right there behind the rock flick.
Yeah, sort of a little bit of a jostle there for that wave, but Aiden getting the better of it. Kind of got a little bit stuck on this first turn here. We'll look at the replay, the front-on angle. Kind of like drifts the fins, almost like a grind across the lip. But he's looking really good. I mean, this lip line was beautiful, but only the 2 turns. Surfed it really close to those rocks, so now that a priority's been established, looks like they've definitely moved down the line, and surfing in that most point scoring section of the wave today.
Kalani DeVault trying to get back to the Championship Tour. Didn't make the cut last year. Did pretty well on the Challenger Series though. Got to 15th place. Had a quarterfinal finish. But definitely one of the most stylish surfers campaigning on the Challenger Series at the moment. Also has some big turns. We've seen glimpses of that brilliance on his road through to this point in the competition. Some nice rotations. But yeah, two really informed competitors meeting here. Aiden Mason Camp, I think we've seen his best surfing ever on the Challenger Series at this venue.
Absolutely. He's been one of the most improved in my mind. Just really from that opening heat, he kind of made us all kind of sit up and go, whoa, there's something new here. There was a new enthusiasm, a new energy in his surfing. Boards are looking fantastic, and yeah, he's really deserving of this place in the event so far. I'd like to see him go a bit further, but he's up against it here. Emo has been really surfing well. Just like
we saw there with the women, these surfers, are, especially the men, because there's a few more spots on making the top 10 to get yourself onto the CT. They're on the cusp of what is a keeper result here. A ninth's okay. Massive jump in points if you can survive this one and get yourself through to the quarters. So a really important one for these surfers. They've probably survived the most challenging rounds of the contest. Really, when you've got a lot of three surfers you're up against in the lineup, all of which can be carrying great form, and you're kind of trying to find your way through the heat, dealing with priority as well. It's not easy.
Yeah, this is really the part of the event that you can really enjoy. Obviously, there's a lot more pressure sort of that comes with this. You want to keep advancing through, but when you're surfing these heats man on man or woman on woman, it's really a luxury out here at Snapper.
22.5 minutes to go here, and it's just Aiden Mason Camp holding on to a number at the moment. The surfers have made their way down the line. Emma Kalani DeVault with priority out there. But let's hear from Stace with Luana Silva.
Thanks, Ron. Luana, walk us through what it's like to look into that excellent wave before you stand up.
I was just really happy to see such a perfect wave come to me. I've never really had such a long wave at Snapper before. I think that's the longest wave I've ever got out there. So I was just stoked to surf a long wave like that.
Absolutely ripped it. And then the run around, heart absolutely pumping.
Yeah, You really need to work, or I think I need to work on my cardio a bit more out here at Snapper. I don't think I'll wear a wetsuit the next heat. But yeah, I'm stoked to make it through. And I love Bella. She's one of my really good friends, so I was happy to have a heat with her, but just bummed we couldn't both make it, yeah.
Certainly no friendship lost at the start of that heat.
No, I think we really pushed each other in the beginning of the heat. We were like behind the rock and there was nothing really coming, and then the heat started and yeah, I just ended up getting that really good wave.
You'll have a quarterfinal this afternoon. What do you do for the middle part of the day?
I think I just go back home, maybe take a nap, reset, and I think I'm the last heat of the day, so should be excited.
It'll be a cracker, no doubt. Thanks for your time, Luana.
Thank you, Stace. Luana Silva. You've got to call it an upset, overcoming Isabella Nichols, who in the lead up to this event was doing some great free surfing. But it, you know, it's all about connecting with the best waves out there and getting on the attack, and Isabella just never really found that.
Yeah, she was just unfortunately out of rhythm. There was, as I mentioned earlier, there was a number of good sets that came through, and Bella just wasn't quite in the right spot. And Luana, well, she just tagged that one wave all the way down the line. That's, I think, the longest wave ridden in the event so far. She went way down there. Fitness, it's nothing like it here. That first couple of waves that you catch on the superbank after a stint, you are completely gassed. And here we go, up and riding, Aiden Mason-Camp. We're getting out.
Just a 4 on his first wave. That one's not going to be too good either. So Imai Kalani DeVault, with that priority, just waiting patiently for his first shot at it, the surfer from Maui, who quickly you know, became, I think, a favourite for a lot of surf fans when he came onto the CT. Just a really easy on the ice style flick, and you know, always love it when someone has that smooth style but can kind of explode out of that fluid approach with something unexpected.
Yeah, I think these two surfers in this heat, they've got pretty different approaches to the wave. I've really enjoyed actually watching Aiden this event. I feel like he's come in and, like you said, Rich, there's just something a bit different. I actually did a post-heat interview with him and he said that he's put in a lot of work over the off-season. He's come back stronger and he's really, really hungry and fired up, and he really wants to get a good result. So, yeah, I'm liking this matchup and excited to see what happens.
You know, a really good barometer for what the standard of surfing is like is the locals' take on it. And having a chat to Dean Morrison yesterday afternoon, and he was just so blown away with the read that these competitors have. And we know that we got a good run of swell in the lead up to the window kicking off. So really there was no excuses for the competitors in trying to figure out Snapper Rocks. They had their opportunities, but it's been a high level. Day one, I was a little underwhelmed. I just thought, you know, we were going to see a bit more fire, but once we got to that seeded round, you know, those lower seeds who progressed out of round one really ramped up.
Yeah, we did. We saw the level rise, and, you know, although there was a ton of waves in the lead up, sometimes hard to actually get on a good wave, just with the amount of people out here, the crowds, the locals getting the lion's share of the sets. But, you know, that doesn't stop you from being out there and being in the lineup, mind surfing the good ones when you see them. But it is a real treat. You sometimes get the best waves, like Luana said. When you're actually in the heat, you get the opportunity to ride the best ride of your life at Snapper Rocks, and you've really got to convert it. Looks like we've got a nice little swell line approaching. Might be Imai's turn to pull the trigger.
Well, let's see if he can get the better of Aiden Mason-Camp on the opening exchange on his way. A lot of speed here. Just a flowing ride at the moment. Hasn't had that real big moment just yet. There's a more aggressive turn as he builds speed again for this run through the inside. And this wave's just running on forever. He's really starting to kick that tail free. And again, just drops into the bowl of this one. Nice little float to finish. Stays on his feet. And a bit of noise there from his squad on the beach, watching this one unfold. Waiting on scores to come through as Imai makes his way back out. Aiden Mason-Camp assumes priority. Expecting that this is going to be a pretty reasonable number.
Yeah, the sweep not too bad at the moment for the paddle out. Sometimes when there's a bit more energy in the ocean, that sweep that runs around the point and down the superbank can be almost impossible to paddle against. And at the moment, it's fairly neutral. Competitors are more often than not opting to do the paddle, but it's not easy. That cardio fitness, super important.
Imai with a number on the way. We'll see the replay after the break as Jacob Wilcox gets set to hit the lineup here. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. The situation is just around the corner.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Season 2 of Make or Break is streaming now on Apple TV+. Great storylines, obviously some incredible moments, especially when we got to the Rip Curl WSL finals. And they've got great insights on the lead up to that. But right now we're going to see a replay of Imai Kalani DeVault's opening ride here. 6.33 for this one, Rich.
Yeah, it was a good surf wave. Imai just had this beautiful wall ahead of him, and nothing too out of the box in terms of critical nature of the turn. Nothing super high risk, but just good, solid surfing. I like these snaps through the inside, where he really started to send some water to the sky all the way through. Gets his final little drifting floater. And you could tell just wanted to get into the heat, just wanted to make sure he got a good, decent score. And because Aiden hadn't dropped a big number, that was an important one, 6.33.
Yeah, sometimes I like Felicity just to sort of get away from the numbers and look at sort of the way the judges describe the scale. And you could tell that was just a good ride, and it wasn't ever going to go into the excellent range, especially when you consider some of the finishes that we've seen over the past few days. Some big explosive final manoeuvres. That one a little more pedestrian, just the float. It was smooth, seamless surfing, but if Imai wants to break into the excellent range again, he knows what he's got to do.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think when he took off, though, I think he knew, this is my opening wave. I just want to finish it. I want to surf it semi-conservatively, because he's managed to put a 6.33 on the board, which is a great opening wave. He's now put pressure on Aiden, and we know that he has another 2 gears, maybe even 3 more gears that he can click up into. But you're right. I mean, the guys yesterday getting big scores, the 8s, they were doing crazy blowtail finishes or big aerial maneuvers. So a 6.33 is a nice opener, but hopefully from now on he'll be building on that.
I guess we want to, again, just touch on, Rich, that at this point in the competition, if you want to guarantee your place in the quarterfinals, you really have to put your best on show. And Imai measured on that ride. And we'll just see what Aiden Mason-Camp can serve up, because he's been one of the most high-scoring surfers in the draw on his road through to this point in the competition.
Well, everything he's done to date hasn't been pedestrian. It's been full throttle. He's been in attack mode rather than just sort of surfing the waves conservatively to a score. A little bit of a tactical move here from Imai. He's decided to head up to the top of the point, maybe looking at those waves behind the rock. It's always a difficult decision when you're a competitor sitting out in the lineup and you keep seeing waves up the point. You just naturally want to gravitate up there. But are there scores up there at the moment? You know, there are makeable waves. When the sets do come through, maybe 1 or 2 waves in the set, you can actually ride it from the top all the way through, but there will be some speed line sections that you have to deal with. But quite remarkable that we've got sand right around the back of the rock now in just 2 days of sand pumping. They've been able to alter the whole surface of the bank here. It's amazing. It's set up really well now.
Yeah, it's awesome. Just one of the great things about this location. And, you know, while it's about creating a safe passage for boats coming in and out of the Tweed River, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew sat on the board for the Tweed River Sandpass bypasser as well. As we see Imai here. Oh. Wow. Not a lot of room to move. That's exactly what he was after. A big 1-2 combo. And for me, this is really comparable to what he scored on a wave that, you know, was 4 times longer than that one. Just a couple of punchy sections and really committed surfing.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. Only 2 turns, but all the points are going to come from that last turn. Just so fast and so critical. Really jamming it up in the pocket on the first one, but this turn here, fully releasing the fins, drifts across the lip, and done with such speed too. I reckon you're right, Ron. It's going to go really close to his first wave.
Even style and the hair flick. Just a really controlled final turn. A little bit of drama added to it as he disappeared through that impacting whitewater without losing any speed. And now sizing up another medium-sized ride here. Has some speed. And let's see what he can do with it. Throws everything at the first section, knowing full well in his mind that that wave was smaller than his previous 2, so he needed to surf out of his skin if he was going to better his scores. Aiden Mason-Camp starts nicely, drawing his board right through that first carve, now building with a big float, has a lot of speed to use on this section, just arrives a little late. The wave doubles up and now reels off on the inside. And there's a nice hit in the pocket. There's the 23-year-old. Rides past Little Marley now, way down the line. This wave starting to bowl out. He does well to get that final turn in. Well, this is... You can just feel things building, the performance building in these 2 young competitors. Imai Kalani to vault, waiting on that second score to drop. And if you have a wave that's not quite as long here at Snapper Rocks, you know, you need to turn in a high-quality turn, and that's what he was able to do. And, you know, it's almost become a benchmark manoeuvre for this heat. Even when they're watching Aiden go down the line, he's doing multiple turns, but they're still probably in their mind thinking, decent turns, pretty good, but what about the finner that Imai Kalani did on that second ride? Here's the replay of Aiden's ride.
Yeah, great snap to start things off. Now he starts to drive down the line. Big, long projection floater. Back up into the lip. Now he hits that low road. And it goes again. And a series of quick sliding snaps all the way through. Really difficult to surf this wave at this point when it's really cupped out like that and you're driving down the line. To be able to get up and get the manoeuvres done, it's really, really hard. Great contrast of styles there as we see the, you can see here that little bump, and then he goes the low road, and it goes again. Tight, compact little sections, but he does well. You can see the contrast in styles here. Imai a little bit quieter in his upper body. Aiden tends to get more expressive with his arms and hands positions. Taller surfer.
Yeah, another incredible performance on that ride for Aiden, and he's not wasting any time in looking for more. Up again to 7 with incredible speed. And let's see what he can do at the end of this ride. I mean, chipping away at this one. A number of turns, wants a big finish, finds a strong snap on the last move. Quick succession, those 2 rides came.
He'd be feeling it right now, I think. That was the first wave he got. That second to wave to this one was super long, and that one again, really long one as well. So he'd be really feeling it.
Well, generally, Rich, when surfers are telling you that they've been putting a lot of work in, what they mean is, you know, not just the surfing, but also the fitness. And Aiden has looked really strong at the start of his rides. But more importantly, when he gets to the end of these long waves after multiple turns, he still had more to give on that final section.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to do, just to keep building as you're surfing down the line here and the lactic acid starts to build. The muscles just start to contract. You can't get as low normally, and your stance tends to get a bit taller as you go down the line and things start to seize up. But Aiden, well, looking good, looking really fit and just engaged with the whole process. Put together 2 great rides, but good score for Imai at 6.4.
Yeah, so the second wave, you know, just 2 turns actually eclipsed his opening wave, the 6.33, which had a number of moves on it. Aiden Mason-Camp on his previous ride dropped to 6, and he needs a 6.73 out of that last one to get himself into the lead. This is a really nice, close battle. What do you reckon, Felicity? Is he going to get the score that he needs here?
Well, to be honest, not that my opinion really matters, but I thought...
Oh, it matters.
Yeah, but, you know, not really. I mean, the judges had final say, but I actually thought Aiden might have got a higher score for that. He ended up getting a 6. I thought it might have been higher, so I was going to say it's going to be lower than that, and that's what it's come through, that last wave of Aiden, 5.43, so...
I'm going back to Imai's second ride. And the fact that he did that one turn that's, you know, at the moment, the most risky, the most explosive move that we've seen in this heat. And the judges really identifying some quality in that manoeuvre, and I think comparing everything else that they've seen to that one turn at the moment.
They've been very clear with their scoring right from the start of the event. Anything that is super high risk, they're going to pay it off. And that's exactly what Imai did, that second manoeuvre, massive tail flare. The board almost completely disconnected, so it was really high risk, done in a critical part of the wave, and they love it. And that's the difference here. But Aiden will be thinking, how did I only get a 5 on that wave?
Well, he knows what he's got to do now. That's ramp things up. And one surfer that's been ramping things up here at Snapper Rocks in this first Challenger Series stop is the current world #1 on the championship tour, Zhao Chianca. He's with Stace.
That's right, Ron. Zhao, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, pretty dreamy conditions out here. I'm super excited to go out there and just get my waves, focus in my game, learn.
Getting some good advice from one of the Gold Coast's biggest and brightest locals, Matt Bemrose. What's he been telling you?
I mean, like, me and Bemi, we have been, like, together for 2 years right now, like, straight up doing CT events, and he's part of Volcom family, so Volcom, it's almost like he's Volcom for me during the events. Volcom always supporting and having my back, and that's super cool. Bemi is just local home, comfortable out here to, like, just give me advice about the spots and, like, where to see. It's a perfect way, but it's still tricky and you can get confused out there, so yeah.
We're looking forward to watching you later. Thanks, Zhao.
Thank you, Stace. Zhao Chianca. He won't be in a yellow jersey here, but I noticed that he picked a canary yellow T-shirt to wear, just to remind everyone who's the boss, who's sitting on top of the championship tour ratings at the moment. He's coming up in Heat 3 up against Jet Schilling. It's going to be a fun heat. But out there in the lineup at the moment, the on-site announcer just making a call out to Imai Kalani DeVault, who actually moved way down the point here to cover Aiden Mason-Camp. almost out of that takeoff position, was warned by the onside announcer. Obviously the directive coming from the priority judge that if he comes too far south down the line, or to the north, I should say, toward Aiden Mason-Camp, he's going to lose that priority.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic, and the rule is in there so that basically Imai doesn't go way down the point if Aiden takes off on something, and you know, he might do 2 or 3 turns, he can just take off and steal the wave. But you know, you've got to stay within that contest zone. You can't bend the rules. We're pretty clear about that.
Yeah, or at the takeoff zone is really what it is.
Yeah.
It's about the predominant takeoff zone. I mean, you can't cover someone when you've got priority by sitting at the end of the wave and just take off at the end and block them. But they've moved back up the point into that more typical position. Imai still holding that priority, still holding the lead, but it's been such a close heat. Aiden Mason-Camp, he's done some good surfing. Just that has felt like he's not been in his turns like he was through the earlier rounds in this one, though. Had some good moves, but I think on his last wave, it was almost like he was hurrying to get to the next manoeuvre, forgetting to really punctuate each turn individually.
Yeah, he definitely needs to spice things up. His scores have reflected that too, and Imai just getting really rewarded for those 2 big crazy turns and done with so much speed. So 40 seconds left, and Imai also has priority. So unless Aiden can sell Imai on a wave, and if there's a set coming, which Ocean may be looking a little bit flat at the moment.
Well, there's something rolling in. It's not a huge set at the moment. Imai Kalani DeVault, though, you can see what this means to him. This is a pretty chilled out character, but at the moment really covering Aiden, making sure that he doesn't lose touch with him in this lineup, so he can initiate priority if he has to. And this one's coming to a close, though. Aiden Mason-Camp frustrated. He knows that, you know, the jump into the quarters is a massive bump in points. Imai Kalani DeVault, semi-final in a Challenger Series back in 2021. He wants to get back up to that pointy end of the competition and kick off the Challenger Series season on top of the ratings as we dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap here. Imai took a while to get going, Rich, but he didn't blow this opportunity.
No, well, he had a couple of good waves. This was the long one that he surfed all the way down into the bay, a series of forehand snaps. Beautiful surfing here from the Hawaiian. Bring it all the way through to the inside. Finish this one with a nice little tail drift floater. But then his second back upright. That's where he really started to put some high risk energy into the turns. Watch this second one, big tail flare. The judges just paying it off.
Yeah, strong performance. You know, capable of bigger numbers, both those competitors. But Imai Kalani DeVault doing enough to jump on through to the quarterfinals here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We are going to take a quick break. We've got a battle between 2 classy goofy footers coming up next. Jacob Wilcox will take on the Floridian Evan Geiselman.
forward to the air, a lofty forehand reverse. And another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Morgan Sibling still hammering away on the back end.
Jams it under the pocket. Champion. And now you're number 2 in the world.
Well, welcome back to the show. We've got just over 26 minutes remaining in what will be an all-time heat between two classy goofy footers, Jacob Wilcox, who got pretty close to cracking the code and getting himself to the top end of the Challenger Series last year, up against Evan Geiselman, a competitor that's always been lauded for his approach. Very progressive, smooth flowing style, and many saying that this could be Evan's year. And here he goes, this one during the break. Just got to love the flow, Rich.
Oh, just flying down the line there. Unfortunately caught an inside edge. But Ev, he's going to paddle straight back up to the top of the point again.
Yeah, just
another one. But yeah, he's been on the radar for a long time now, Ev, and he's come close. He's definitely got an incredible repertoire. So fast in the way he surfs.
Yeah. Hasn't done a whole lot, though, in these past 2 years on the Challenger Series. 2021, I mean, he only did a couple of events, ended up just inside the top 100. So, you know, that's not a surprise that he didn't get too many reps. But last year, surfed 6 events, did have a semi-final finish at the US Open. Ended up finishing 40th on the rankings. But his surfing is better than that. He should be a lot closer to making the grade every year. Really, he's had a couple of CT showings. Jacob Wilcox with 13 Championship Tour appearances as a wild card. We'll talk more about these two and their weapons out here in just a moment. But right now, we're going to hear from our first quarter finalists on the men's side with Stace. It's Imai.
Thanks, Ron. Imai, the loosest hips on the Challenger Series. You got your surfboard on a string.
Yeah. I work on that turn a lot at home, so it feels good when I can bust them out in the heat, and it feels really good when you land and ride it out. So stoked.
You've got such a unique style. Who do you draw inspiration from?
Yeah, I mean, obviously my favorite surfers growing up I studied a lot, like the Irons brothers, and I've always admired Dane and Dusty Payne and their attack, and then trying to have the flow of Parko and those guys. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even feel like I surf like any of them. I kind of feel like I have my own different style, and yeah, just stoked to surf another heat of snapper.
You didn't get any super long waves in that heat. Talk to us about the importance of flow, though.
Yeah, it's tricky. My first wave was one of the longer waves I've had actually of the contest. I haven't really felt like I clicked on a set yet. So first wave I caught was kind of a longer one, and I almost feel like I was mistiming it a little bit and surfing it kind of soft and hesitant. And then yeah, I knew on my next wave it was short, so I knew I had to push, and yeah, glad I did.
I know you've got some support from Brent Power here. Anyone else helping you out with any lineup tips?
I mean, yeah, Brent's been helping me out a lot, just down here at the beach with my boards. He's been helping me out, and then yeah, just me and Jackson Bunch have been watching heats before, and yeah, he's coming up pretty soon, so stick around and watch him.
How fun is it making heats with your mates?
Oh, it's insane. I feel like it's been pretty rare to when one of us do well, I feel like the other time the other guy doesn't, so it's sick that we're both making heats, and it's awesome.
It's cool to watch. Well done, mate.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Imai looking sharp. Loosest hips in the Challenger Series. That's something you can hang your hat on. 22.5 minutes to go. Big exchange unfolding on the outside then. During the interview, looking forward to seeing the replay. A lot of water coming off the rail of Jacob Wilcox. Let's have a look at Evan Geiselman's ride first.
Yeah, so Ev just coming around the section here. Quick snap back into the pocket. Lines it up again. Huge snap, and then the finishing floater. So good three-turn combination. But this wave from Jacob Wilcox, this was something special. He really had to work down the line to get to the sections. And now he starts to wash off the speed. Bang, right up vertical, tight in the pocket. And again for a second time. Look at the spray coming off the board. Wow, and the third one. Just got better and better with each turn. And this ride just standing up through this inside part of the sandbar. And Jacob just so in control. Really deep on the bottom turn. Throws it up high. Incredible wave. This is going to be a huge score.
Yeah, it just looked like excellent surfing, and expecting it'll be an excellent score, a big wave. I mean, he chased that section down, but that's a beautiful thing about Snapper Rocks when the bank is in this kind of form. The wave really doesn't taper too much. It holds its height from right out there on the outside section, way down the line.
I feel like when he took off, it actually looked a bit smaller. Then he really had to put his foot on the gas, and it sort of grew as he went down the line and just absolutely annihilated those 3 turns. Just crazy surfing. I think it's going to be a great score.
Yeah, it was a grower, not a shower. 5.33 for Ev Geiselman on his wave. And waiting for Jacob's score to drop.
I don't know where to go from there, but yeah, you know, we come back to you know, CT level surfing. We've been talking about it all week, and to me, that last wave of Jacob, that was solid. They were big turns, you know, placed perfectly on the wave. Swell lines just tapering down through the zone here.
No, judges didn't take it into the excellent range. One judge even threw a 6.5 at it, which is laughable. 7.33 is the score. I think with the caliber of these two surfers, maybe they're showing some restraint in that scale, but just that first turn just had so much in it. You know, maybe just the fact that he went sort of to that one move 3 times is what held it back, but you know, compared to what we've seen so far through this event, throwing a 6.5 at it's laughable.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head a little bit about that one. Let's have a look at the replay here. Comes square off the bottom there.
Oh, that's a 4-point turn.
And again, that second one got a little bit of tail drift, and then the third, he throws it up even higher. Gets an even tighter radius on the pivot.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see how could that be a 6.5? That's crazy.
Well, that got thrown out. With 5 judges on the panel, the lowest score gets dropped, the highest number gets dropped as well. 3 judges threw 7.5s at it, and just because there was another 7 in the mix there, it kind of really brought the average down. 7.33, and Jacob is in 2nd spot at the moment. It's still a really good score to build on. It just felt like with the height of that wave, the size of that wave, that maybe it might have gone a little higher. But Evan Geiselman still in it. He's got the 5.33. Love to see him get a similar size wave, because you know he's got that same electric backhand. And here it is on show for you. Love his low center of gravity. This guy, you know, he's so well rounded. Good in big surf as well. His frontside airs are just unbelievable. A lot of pop. Probably not going to see too many of them today, though. He's going to have to really lean into his traditional strengths and throw some big power hits at Jacob Wilcox here.
Yeah, this one was a bit of a smaller wave, but beautiful surfing and really well-timed hits here. I'm not sure. I don't know if this will go into his top 2. They were all really similar turns, but they were really well timed and really well placed. But it would be good to see him on a bigger wave, like you said, Ron. I think it'd be nice to compare both their styles on their backhand if we could see him on a bigger one.
We've been lucky this morning. We're going to get the opportunity to see the current world #1 on the championship tour. And as we see now, having a look at this one, Jacob Wilcox up again, looking to back up that 7.33. Nice transition off the bottom there into that pocket hit as he looks to build down the line now. Got a clean flow happening on this ride. and really string these moves together seamlessly. What kind of finish can he put on this one? Again, just throws a dagger at the closeout.
Great.
Just under 17 minutes to go, waiting on numbers to come through. 4.6 for Evan Geiselman. He's going to have to find some more patience with some priority out there and get on a bigger wave to match it with Jacob Wilcox here. Here's the replay of that last wave as we take it in from the Gold Coast flight cam. Great vision.
Oh, look at these snaps. There is a difference here. Ebb's a little quicker off the top. Jacob's carving through the lip there. Really connecting with these sections. Just beautiful vision here. You can see mixing it up. Each backhand turn a little different from the other. Projecting down the line on that one. Gets straight on the hillside rail. Slams the lip again. Just this wave. Just really standing up in front of him, just inviting these perfect little place turns. But I like it. I like that he's using the rail a little bit more on these set waves. And you're right. Let's get Ev on one of these ones and really start getting a battle happening.
6.93 is the number for Jacob Wilcox out of this ride. So winning the opening exchanges here. But what he's really winning is the wave selection battle. He's had bigger waves. That's allowed him to truly open up. And Evan Geiselman's going to get his opportunity. I said it earlier, we've spoken to the number one of the Championship Tour rankings on the men's side. Joel Chiancary's in the next heat. But we've also got the number one at the moment on the Shaper ranking, Stace.
That's right. Darren Hanley, yellow jersey wearer.
Thank you, I'm here. Loving it.
Signing autographs, kissing babies. How's your day been, DH?
Pretty good. Got here early, watched Isabella. She just had a bit of a loss, but Jacob's going to town out here. All that hard work that himself and myself have been doing is still really starting to pay off.
I know you've been doing some hard work on his boards, pumping up the leaderage. Any other little special tricks in there, Darren?
The thing about Jacob this year, you could just tell he was on. So he was really willing to put in 110%. So I put in, the same. And he's come in every day. He's been spending a lot of day in the bay. And what people don't realise, he's actually been working up there, like running dispatch, doing a bit of packing and stuff like that. So he's just been loving hanging around the factory and stuff like that. And the thing about him, he's gone to the 3DV, but what we've done is put a round tail in it. So he's got all the speed in the world. And those hooks that he's doing, that little round tail that we've got here is just, helping him hold that rail and throw on the buckets that he's throwing.
You've surfed out here for eons. How hard is it to firstly read the wave, generate the speed down the line, but then get back on the tail and really square up? Because if we're honest, Jacob probably left a little bit of meat on the bone on that last ride.
Well, he did, but I don't square up like any of these guys. I'm out there trying to just get the waves. It gets pretty crowded up here. So at my age, the board's getting a bit longer, a bit thicker, but it's all about getting barrel. And he could have got a bit of a barrel, but what he does, what Mick did, what Steph did yesterday, it's just a testament of the work that they've done and myself have done, just to get good boards for waves like this. Because incredible waves, you need incredible boards. So hopefully he gets through this one. He's leading at the moment, so we'll just sit back and bite the fingernails and hope he gets through.
Yeah, we've got the 2% crew over there and the Aussie crew down here, and could be all-out war any minute here, Ron.
Oh, you don't want to mess with Darren Hanley. Hide your babies. Just over 13 minutes to go. Jacob Wilcox out in front at this stage. Evan Geiselman has 13 minutes to turn around a pretty solid lead here. The requirement at the moment, 8.93. You can still break that requirement down with 2 rides. He's got that priority now. I think we'll see him just keep a little bit more patience out there and be a little bit more picky with what he elects to go.
Yeah, he really needs to get on a set if he's thinking about getting an excellent score.
Just over 12 minutes to go here. And you can't wait to watch this one play out. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take a bonsai brew break as we see Jacob Wilcox on the attack.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. What a show it's been as we've moved through these first couple of heats of the round of 16, looking to set up our first quarterfinal clash on the men's side here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And it looks like we've got more waves rolling our way. Evan Gosman's got the priority. Jacob Wilcox just trying to spark some interest for Evan in that ride, roaming around under his priority. Evan has to wait though. He needs a set wave to get back in this heat. At the moment, chasing an 8.93. Wilcox willing to take a chance on this one. It's actually bowling out pretty nicely. And he rides high on the face to get some speed for this turn. Super explosive. Did well to drift across that lip, maintain control, find that hillside rail again and get back up into the bowl for a couple more turns. Oh, explosive. He's had some decent numbers already, but the judges have almost been asking him to give more, and he did it on that ride. I wonder if this one's going into his top two.
Well, he gave more on that, absolutely. He sparked it up again, bit more variety. Gave us that kind of radical turn, that one standout moment. I started grunting, so there was.
So it must be good.
So it must be good, but no, it gets that emotion going. It gets the blood flowing when you're watching this stuff. So you know, he would have been scratching his head, I reckon, when he was paddling out from those first couple of waves, going, "What have I got to do here to get into the excellent range?" Flying down the line here, and just does a full little lip grind.
Whoa, that was fast.
Just held onto it. And then just does a check turn here and then squares up again. This one, back into the pocket, comes nice and high. Getting the board vertical on these hits. And then, yeah, just thought, I've done enough here. Didn't chase down that final little section, but that's critical. That is a really critical manoeuvre.
Yeah, loved it.
I feel like they're going to go high on this one.
I don't know.
Yeah, the speed in the first turn, I think, is undeniable. You know, he came off the bottom with so much speed and just attacked it. So we'll see. Waiting on those numbers to come through. Just under 8 minutes to go here. I mean, Evan Gosman still, I think he had to let that one go. He's going to have to get on a bigger wave.
Well, it's going to be punishing if Jacobs does.
Oh, Yaz. Have a look at that score, 7.83.
There you go.
So even though he's on a smaller wave, the judges letting these surfers know that they've got to throw some high-risk turns. That's his best wave.
Well, just purely based on the emotional response that I felt on that wave there, because it was, that turn was critical. It was high risk, and you didn't know whether he was actually going to make it. Halfway through it, you're going, oh, is he going to hold on? And he did. Yeah. Came out of it with perfect control. So obviously the judges feeling that as well. And that's why they've gone higher on that wave.
Yeah, he put it all on the line on that first turn, and so critical. And, I mean, if he fell, the whole wave's over. So just how critical that first turn was, I think that's where majority of those points have come from.
That stings, though. If you're Evan Gosman, you're sitting out there going, what just happened? I just gave that wave away. And I've just made the requirement even bigger for myself. He needs almost a perfect ride now.
Well, I mean, hindsight's a beautiful thing, Rich, but honestly, tell me, if you were in Evan's situation, would you take that wave with priority?
Well, down the line there, you could see it was growing. Maybe not. I don't think I would have. I don't know. If I'm Evan right now, I'm thinking I just want a major set. I just want a big wave that I just know is going to just line up for me. But Jacob, he's obviously done so much time out here. Spends a good deal of his year around this area. And this is a recap of his first few rides here. Just looking back, geez, he has been on the best waves, no doubt.
Yeah, he really has.
That's half the size of his first wave. I mean, but a lot of points in that move. Big drift, re-engaging the fins and the rail off the bottom straight away. And even though this wave kind of went to sleep, Jacob didn't down the line here. He still did great work considering it was fading away.
All those points coming from that first turn. I mean, he didn't even need to finish the wave, and he got the highest wave total of the day. Yeah, really impressive stuff. Just over 5 minutes to go. The World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gundjambara and the Minyangabul people of the Bundjalung Nation as we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations peoples who are here today and joining us on the broadcast. Thanks for hosting us. We love this part of the world. We don't take it for granted just how lucky we are to be here competing at Snapper Rocks once again. We love the hinterland in this region. World Heritage listed rainforest, Gondwana rainforest, not too far away from here. And that's one of the great things about visiting this area. On days like today, of course, you're putting all your focus on trying to wrestle a wave away from the crowd here. But when it drops off a bit, or the wind turns a little onshore, you can just go immerse yourself in some great experiences out there in the hinterland. Or tap into one of the many restaurants, great restaurants in this zone. Great restaurants around here. Lots of good restaurants in Burleigh. Siblings in Kira. The Tropic, yeah. Burleigh.
We've been shoveling it in each night after the event. It's been a lot of fun. But the competitors, they've just been feeding themselves on everything that this long sandbar, this beautiful sandbar, has been serving up over the opening days of competition, and even in the lead up to the window getting underway. This is turning into a really difficult task now for Evan Geiselman. And the clock's wound down so much, just under 4 minutes to go. There's not really much time to break down this requirement in 2 rides anymore. He's going to need a near perfect wave to get himself into the quarters.
Well, unless he takes off on a wave right now. There's brother Eric looking on. But yeah, you'd have to think another 30 seconds and it is done for 2 waves.
Yeah, I just can't even comprehend how difficult it is to get your wave selection on point when the waves are this clean and this perfect. I mean, I'm the remora out there on a standard day, just taking all the scraps, just picking off any insider, anything. Every wave looks good to me out there.
Yeah, even the little 1-footers, the little corners, you go, I'll go that one.
Yeah, just hope you get that little double up runner.
I feel like I'm the opposite. I just sit and wait and wait, and waves just go past. And then I come in from my heat and they're like, what are you doing? There's so many waves out there. Why didn't you surf?
Oh, no one wants to know about the waves that you're trying to catch these days, Felicity. You can have them. Been awesome to watch. Geez, you had a good winter over there in Hawaii. Some big sessions.
Had a cracking winter. Very active in December, January. Had a few good wipeouts, a few good beltings, and some wee big waves.
Oh, you're loco, woman. I don't know how you do it.
Just over 2 minutes remaining here. Evan Geiselman would just love a shot at a good size set wave here. I mean, Jacob Wilcox, 3 rides, and they're all really impressive. I mean, I don't feel like the numbers necessarily tell the story of how well he surfed in this heat, even though he's banked a couple of 7s. He's looked really on.
Yeah, I agree. I really agree. But, I mean, even though we don't necessarily think those numbers are reflecting the way he's surfing, he still is out in front, which is true. If you're just looking at the waves that have been surfed, that's the way I think it's gone down.
And what a surfer wants, I think, we just felt that his first wave should have gone higher. I'm pretty happy with the other numbers there. But, you know, it's basically, our opinion is based on the trends that we've watched sort of unfold. But every heat kind of tends to have its own scale as well. And the differential between one surfer's rides and the others is really what you need to concentrate on. And it's a big differential in this heat, just purely because Evan hasn't had as good a waves, but also he hasn't been as aggressive on the rides that he's had.
Yeah, he's surfing well. We got to give him credit for putting together a couple of good numbers. But yeah, he just hasn't had that platform to really tee off yet. And Jacob Wilcox is a thinker, man. He's He's a great surfer, but he thinks about this. He studies the lineup. He's thinking, he's timing sets. He's looking at what's going on all morning.
It was really cool to get those insights that he's actually working in dispatch over at DHD at the moment. You know, it just tells you that that this guy's, you know, a worker, and you know, between events, getting in there, getting his hands dirty.
Similar sort of story to Liam O'Brien. I think Liam was working in dispatch there as well.
15 seconds to go. Certainly give you a great appreciation for the work that goes into your equipment, not just from your shaper, the glasser, sanding team, and yeah, I think Jacob's got that gratitude. And it's been a really strong performance here from the surfer from Margaret River, Western Australia. He's moving on through to the quarters.
Yes, he is.
Evan Geiselman, positive signs for him, and showing some great form earlier on in the contest. We'll see how he rebounds down there at North Narrabeen for the Sydney Surf Pro. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see the world #1 on the championship tour, Jiao Chianka, taking on Jet Schilling, and we'll bring in Kaipo and Bugs on the commentary.
The Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event with some good surfing and some good waves.
It's beautiful here. Gold Coast of Australia here at Snapper Rocks, site of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And the swell has actually been overperforming. I'm Kaipo along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew and Bugs. We got world #1 out in the water right now in the way of Jiao Chianka.
What a treat. And he's up against a pretty scintillating goofy footer, Jet Schilling, who has been absolutely on fire throughout the early rounds. So this is a great matchup.
Great matchup. Who's going to get the first wave? And it's going to be the goofy foot out of San Clemente. Jet Schilling flying down the line, has to float that section, gets around that section, no problem. Foam climb showing some control. Now the wave steepens up and Jet can get busy. Long opening wave for Jet, stabs the finish, and that's a nice start for Jet Schilling.
And that's how you start against the world #1. An outstanding goofy foot attack on that wave, and he got it from reasonably deep, up the point, and connected. And I'm sure the 2%ers on the beach had just given that one a big cheer.
You know what? This is going to be an interesting matchup in the way that we're going to have two big support squads on the beach, and we'll probably get eyes on them a little bit later. But here's what happened at the beginning. Joao, a little too deep, and Jet Schilling taking advantage of his positioning.
Yeah, Joao was too deep, and it was just a bit of a chip in, and this is how a goofy footer surfs it. Down the line thinking then a big float. Now he has the open face, but he's always sinking down the line again. Smart surfing. Now, when he comes around this corner, the foam climb, and then this beautiful, wow, radical vertical, slams it off the top. What a finish this is. And you've got to think, I mean, these floats are functional, that foam climb there. It's a great combination. He's been doing that all tournament, and it has been paying dividends.
Yeah, puts the board right at 12 o'clock, high noon, lunchtime for the finish. Jet Schilling, 20 years old, out of San Clemente, California. We're talking about different crews. We got the 2% surf crew. That is a crew mainly out of San Clemente, but they're gathering more and more surfers from the U.S. in their gravity. And so that's going to be one crew that's on the support. The other crew on the support, the Brazilian Storm, is always in force. And that crew would be supporting Joao Chianca, who's out there in the blue jersey.
And whoever it is, whether it's, you know, we've always got that big three established from Brazil, and one of them is usually wearing the yellow jersey, but now we've got a different one here. No yellow jersey. Oki pointed that out yesterday. But, you know, it's he's in the blue one today.
Yeah, Chianca's had a brilliant run on the championship tour. Semifinals at Pipe, then another semifinal at Sunset. Went over to Portugal for stop number 3 and took out his first CT win there at the Mayo Rip Curl Pro. 9th place at Bells, and then another semifinal finish at Margaret River. And he's just enjoying his time in Australia, decided to come over here and surf the Challenger here at Snapper.
Like, I think Joao is just about got a lock on a Final 5 spot. Just about. I mean, it's a brave call. It's fairly reasonably early in the season, halfway through, but his results are outstanding.
Oh yeah, I mean, finals day, 4 out of the 5 events that we've already had. That's huge. And
he's allowed the throwaway. So it's really 4 from 4.
Yeah.
In counters, big time ones though, like at the podium.
Yeah, 28,255 points currently on that CT rankings leaderboard, and I would have to concur with you, Rabbit. We can't make it official quite yet, but he's looking really, I mean, something devastating would have to happen to Joao for him not to make that Final 5 cut.
Well, you know, going into Margaret River, I thought Joao and Jack Robinson were absolutely, you know, Jack was coming into his home territory. Unfortunately, had to pull out with that knee injury. Hope he's, you know, on the mend, and, you know, we want to see him back.
Yeah, Jack's been quoted that he's going to be back. He'll be back at the Surf Ranch for stop number 6. That's May 27th and 28th. Mark it on your calendar. That's when we resume with the World Surf League Championship Tour, all happening at that marvel, man-made marvel, the Surf Ranch.
Now, I want to talk a little about the dynamics of what happens here. This is a little it certainly couldn't be known by pretty much any of the traveling surfers. So this is a pretty heavy insight. Now, we know that we've got a real separation now. Like, we've got that behind the rock. We've got way down the beach there, and they're surfing really at Marley, connecting with those long lines down into Rainbow. We did see Jet Schilling there on a wave midway through Snapper. He got a 5.5 for that. But as new sand arrives, and it's not going to be a dramatic shift like right now, but as new sand arrives, it tends to draw the swell back to the behind the rock point, because that's where the sand is lifting up the swell. I mean, that's where it actually wants to hit. So we could see, look, the contest finishes tomorrow, so it's not going to be dramatic. But we will see more waves coming from back there. And you know, this is like like the safer ground right now to come wide, because the waves line up on that bank, and we've seen 8-point plus rides, but there is the odd sneaker.
Yeah, and that's some great insight, rather. And we can see on the top of the point there, and like you said, at the rock, that sand getting pushed up and pushed around the corner.
Yeah, we had a situation early this year where we had quite a big hole at Snapper, and so where the guys are taking off there, that was the takeoff zone. There was about 40 people on that, and then very dramatically a real flurry of sand came around the corner, and that suddenly stopped. And it shifted like within one tide over to the point. That's how dramatic and how quickly it can happen. But that was when a really big load of sand came around the corner that had been building up at Froggies,
Well, let's pay off a score right now for Jet Schilling. Went a long way for a 5.5, so maybe, just some of that in-between time was didn't, get him that big number.
Well, that's because in that mid part of Snapper, it's a little deep. It's not really hitting bank. So we were seeing a lot of floats to connect the section. So you've really got to get to this wide point. So he wasn't able to go in his absolute top to bottom. Jet in the round of 64 and the round of 32, he on his last wave turned both heats with just fabulous rides. I mean, the one yesterday was amazing.
Right. Yeah, he's got composure, right? For just 20 years of age, he's able to compose himself. And I feel a lot of that happened with Jet Schilling, in that from a very young age, he was identified as a very good surfer, got a lot of industry support, but also guys like Griffin Colapinto, Kolohe Andino, the rest of the San Clemente crew, on down days, on just every days, they run mock heats. They get involved with each other and have their own little local surf contests. So these guys are always training and making sure, reps is how you get comfortable in stressful situations.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very true. So Joa sitting out there now with that priority. He did paddle for that first wave. Jet got that little chip in. You think about the colour of both these surfers, a 5.5 you would not think or calculate in their final result, but you just don't know, because we have had the odd lulling heat where there hasn't been a lot of action. The last couple of heats is just absolutely pumped.
Well, you know what, this seems like a good time to take a Bonsoy brew break, froth it up, and come right back with the conclusion of this heat.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. and by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Back at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. World #1 in the water, right there on your screen. Joao Chianca. He's up against Jet Schilling, who's in the red jersey. Schilling has the only score so far in this matchup of 5.5. Priority sitting with Joao Chianca on Kaipo, along with the 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew. And Bugs, you're getting excited about what we see as a good forecast for the remainder of the day and even tomorrow, finals day.
Yeah, I'm seeing a pretty carbon copy, and every day the swirl turns a little bit more easterly, so it goes from the south to the southeast and the east-southeast, and then tends towards easterly. And it seems like it's going to be around the same range. Very similar days, like, you know, not bad Groundhog Day when you think about it.
I don't mind the Groundhog Day. Last heat was a battle of the goofy foot with Jacob Wilcox coming out on top. Jacob is with Stace.
That's right, Kipes. Fantastic battle of the goofies there. Jacob, you must be stoked to take that one out.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to take that out. Evan was probably, and still probably is, one of my favourite surfers to watch. I grew up watching him in surf movies, so it's a pleasure to be able to surf a heat with him. But it's pretty crazy out there, like sitting out there and there's just these perfect little rights coming through. Can't remember the last time I was that excited to kind of surf a heat in such perfect waves. I think it was like maybe the Padang Cup when I was maybe 18 or something, so I'm pretty happy.
It's certainly picture perfect out there. Give us a talk through the mindset of, say, the 6.93 with priority versus the 7.83 with priority. Quite a clear difference in performance there from our perspective.
Yeah, I feel like at the start of the heat I was just trying to get a couple of scores. The heat before was pretty slow, so I just wanted to stay on my feet on the opportunities I had. But yeah, I feel like I got to open up a bit more on that 7.83, just attack the first section a bit, and that's the surfing I want to do. But sometimes under the pressure and the nerves, it's a little bit hard to go to that straight away. But hopefully now as the event goes on, I can rip into that a bit more, and it's easy when there's two-man heats. You can take a bit more risk because you get a few more opportunities.
We caught up with Darren Hanley in your heat talking about your boards. He mentioned you've been packing boxes out there. That's pretty good motivation to make a few more heats.
Yeah, of course. It's definitely not going to be packing boxes for the rest of my life, but I love being in there with the whole DH crew. They're doing such good things. My boards are amazing, and yeah, I actually don't mind it. Hey, it keeps you honest and makes you appreciate this a lot more when you get to do it.
Looking good, Jacob. Thanks for your time.
Like hearing that, you know. I think it's a rite of passage, and it's a rite that a lot of surfers are skipping over. But, you know, my generation, and for sure your generation, Bugs, working at the surfboard factory at the glass shop was pretty standard.
Yeah, it was, and you know, just hanging out at the surfboard factories was pretty standard.
Yeah,
pretty classic situation.
That's where you get to learn a lot about surf culture, a lot about surf history, just by listening to the craftsmen.
Yeah, and also, you know, back in the day, the crew that my peers that was making surfboards back in the 70s, you know, they didn't have masks, they didn't have nothing. And it's not like now they go, yeah, why bother?
Yeah, it was great for me to grow up in a factory atmosphere. And I still, to this day, love the smell of resin.
It's classic, isn't it?
Once you get kind of a taste for it, you know, you're just like, it's such a familiar and kind of almost, I don't know, soothing aroma.
Yeah, well, what happens is that even when you're having your break, you're sitting amongst all the fumes.
All right, well, Joao Chianca got this during the interview. Let's take a look at this Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, he wasn't going to stay silent forever. And again, down the line, and now he starts to go to work. Chianca, he's got this incredible carve game, and the way he links the sections together. So just a solid ride there. We saw the big hoots on the beach from the Brazilian entourage. And Chianca showing the form that put him in the yellow jersey in the big game.
That's right. Chianca back up and riding. Wave number 2. And the electric surfing of Chumbinho on display. So we'll be waiting for 2 scores for Joao Chianca. While we wait for those scores, let's go to the Bonsoy athlete area with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Mikey Madonna, heat coming up. How you feeling, son?
Yeah, I feel good. the waves look so fun out there. It was epic to see Jacob in that last heat smash it. Obviously a really good friend of mine. So, yeah, it definitely got me excited. And, yeah, I feel like, you know, after watching my heats back, I'm happy with my surfing, but I still feel like I probably haven't put near my best performances in. So I'm really excited to get out there and hopefully get myself on a couple waves and, yeah, show what I can do out in a little right-hand point.
Ready to drop it into second gear?
Drop it into fifth, mate.
Let's go.
All right, Mikey McDonough. He's going to be coming up in the next heat against Jadson Andre. Here we go again of a replay, a Boost Mobile replay, last of Shianka. This is a 4.5.
Yeah, it's a backup. But that first one was the interesting one. So that came in at a 5.93.
Yeah, 5.93. So Shianka to the lead.
Yeah, and so it's really that 5.5 of Jet and the 5.93 of Jai. That's the points right now. They're not big points, but slight advantage to Chianca.
Zhao, just coming from, talking about before, a great surfing family. Dad Gustavo, one of the, just legend surfers over there in Saquarema in Brazil. Older brother Lucas, we call him Shumbo. Lucas, one of the absolute best big wave surfers in the entire world. Actually, Lucas, in a lot of ways, has changed the approach to surfing monster surf, bringing some, dare I would say, progression into giant waves.
He sure has. I mean, well, it is spectacular watching him on those monsters.
Yeah, their hometown, we see Zhao on the paddle back out. Saquarema, it gets a lot of swell.
Oh, yeah.
I was, my first time going there, I was not prepared for, I was thinking Brazil, I've been to Barra de Juca and all these other city beaches, thinking smaller surf beach break conditions. And Saquarema, though, just gets a boatload of swell often.
Often. Yeah, I mean, when I first went there in the 70s, one of the Brazilian guys said, look, we've got a D-bar. We've got to go up a world-class wave just up the coast a bit called Saquarema.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, it's been, it's a wave magnet, and you get some good quality up there as well.
Yeah. And in recent years, in the last decade or so, they built a rock outcropping there, a jetty at the other side of the beach from Itaúna to Barinha, and that has turned into just an incredible right-hand barrel. So João comes from some happy hunting grounds when it comes to surfing. Keeps him in shape, but he hasn't been home much at all this year because he's been on the championship tour and then chose to stay in Australia and compete in this Challenger Series, which we are all happy about.
Yeah, it's good. It's great to have him here, and he's here. This is it's kind of a fun event for him, but it's just to keep his. You would think his match practice up, his fitness, and just to keep that momentum rolling. Plus, it's just coming to Snapper. He would love this.
Yeah, he's also here. He really wants to support his friend Samuel Pupo, who did not survive that mid-season cut. So Samuel's going to need to battle his way through the Challenger Series here to re-earn a spot over on the championship tour.
Yeah, and we also saw him down the beach, running alongside Luana Silva. So he's here in a huge support role. And then, of course, he's got his own business to tend to.
Well, right now he's on top, Jet Schilling, patiently waiting with priority. Schilling just under a 5, a 4.94 will rocket Jet Schilling into the lead. Yeah, let's go to Stace on the beach.
Thanks, Kipes. Down here with the captain and CEO of the 2% crew and his gang of merry men. Kalohe, how you doing, mate?
We're not a gang. We're a community.
Community drive, but this is actually a recruitment drive. It's not only for San Clemente surfers. Eli Hanneman, Santa Cruz's Nat Young. It's all happening down here.
Look at you got me roped in.
One in, all in down here for the 2%ers, but Jet's kind of got his back up against the wall here, but he loves winning from behind.
Yeah, well, it's been a slow heat, and obviously world #1 right now, but if he was ever going to have a good chance of beating Joao, maybe one wave will come and he'll get it and get the score, and boys will be psyched.
And how's your time been here, Kalo? How you got the family on the beach, all the boys down here? You're living the dream as far as I can see.
Yeah, I'm ready to move here, but my wife's off it. She wants to go home. But yeah, we just got insane waves yesterday. The waves are firing here, and yeah, I would move here. I love it.
You'd be more than welcome. Thanks for your time, boys. Have a good day. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, all right. 2% surf crew. Plus Nat Young.
Well, look, you know,
Nat's like, hey, I'm from Santa Cruz.
Exactly. But I'm sure the Santa Cruz boys go, yeah, that's cool for the day. We'll give you a day pass.
And anyone internationally, there is definitely a difference in California between Southern and Northern California as far as crews go.
But these guys are having such fun, you know. They're just a fun crew to be around. They're resonating with their fellow Californians.
So a little bit of repositioning by Joao Chianca.
Yeah, he did. He came up and had a bit of a look around. But he's gone back. See, this is the thing about snapper. It's two takeoff zones, very distinctly different takeoff zones. If anyone can link it together from behind the rock, it would be Joao. But he's...
Maybe a paddle here.
Yeah.
And not much going on, so Joao just doing circles out there.
Yeah.
Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of this heat starting off. This was right on the buzzer, a 5.5 for Jet Schilling.
Yeah, and you can see Jet here. He's got to, you know, connect the dots down the line, and he's always thinking down the line before he can really go into his backhand. Again, this is a great combo here, and then does a foam climb. And he just goes his final vertical snapping backhand attack. And Joao just gets the edge on this. This is a 5.83's first wave. And he goes to town on this wave on the inside section going into Rainbow. Of course, the judges can see all this. And Joao keeps his speed up, floats around that section. Oh.
And then backs it up.
Yeah, it backs it up. There's a smaller wave. He pretty much milks this one for everything for this 4.5. Layback snap there. So that's a back. Probably a smart move. He's realising that he might be in a downtime heat where it's a bit slow. And so I think Joao's looking at this one. He might, yes, he's going to force the hand here.
So here we go. Schilling back against the wall, speeding down the line. Floats that section there, comes around the corner, explodes into the lip for the finish. Just needs a 5-point ride to turn the heat.
Right, you would back Jet Schilling every time on that finishing move. I mean, he's so confident with it. He puts a lot into it, and he always lands flush. So there was a bit of a sell job going on, but I think Jet's happy to take this one, Kaipo. So he starts out with a stinging off the top, goes down the line, beautiful float, and all in one motion. See how he adjusts his feet before he does that bottom turn, then attacks the leap right here. A little adjustment on the back foot, and hooks it at the top, vertical, and
yeah, he got the job done. Sure did. Here we go, 6.67. Schilling goes to the lead, under 3 minutes remaining, Joao Chianca. Now, Chumbinho needs a 6.25 to come back.
Oh, wow, we've got a good heat now, and now the world #1 seriously under pressure. Jet Schilling is in the unusual position of leading in the last 2.5 minutes of a heat. He's been coming from behind and well behind, and just, you'd have to say, clutch performances, no doubt about it.
Could this be the third clutch performance for Jet Schilling? He's done it twice already in this competition. We're nearing the GWM 2-minute warning, and Jet just needs to run the 2-minute drill right now with Joao Chianca.
And what a dangerous man to have with first priority. Will he go this way? No, he's got no wall on it. He had a little bit of a sniff, but here's a wider one. And he's gone to the wide position. I think he might have a start here. Smaller wave.
Oh, Chianca's going to have to boogie down the line. And he just, with the priority error, and now it's time for Jet Schilling to go on the hunt.
You think he's got the message from the 2%ers?
Time to go on the hunt. Jet's sitting right there.
No, he's on. And Joao is going to go wide again. Here's an Uber. It's an Uber down the line.
Whistles from the beach. 2% crew saying, get on him. You have the lead. You have priority.
You know, he's got no choice. He's been dictated to here. Oh, now what's that?
Yeah, he doesn't want to take the wave to get there because then he's going to give up priority. So, Joao could be a smart move. Went super wide. Let's see what he has. Chambinho with a big snap to begin with. Rhythm off the bottom. Wave's going to close out here. Throws a tail. Spins it around in a reverse. A forced effort, but was that enough for the 6.25?
It wasn't an extremely animated response on the beach. But I'll tell you what.
That was he battled for that score.
For a small wave, he gave it everything he had. And like either way, he's got the big dance ahead of him.
Let's take a look at this again.
Yeah. Now, at this point, he's going, is this a grower? Oh, that first carve there is beautiful. Foam climb there with it a little bit more. And this move here, for a while there, I didn't think he was going to get the full spin. So scores are waiting.
It was a dynamic finish. We'll see how impressed the judges were.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't get he got a snap, and then just had to clear some water, and then got that reverse at the end. So we'll see.
I mean, that first maneuver was a full-blooded carve. For a small wave, it was outstanding.
Now remember, Jet got a 6.67 for a wave where he had a big finish on as well in just a couple turns. So that would be the comparison at this moment. We're waiting for the scores.
You know, it's not like they just threw a five. They're really deliberating.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Judges can utilize video replay as many times as they like to really analyze the score and the ride on an important score like this.
And you nailed it. They're going to analyze Jet Schilling 667. They're going to compare that big time.
So deliberation in the judges' tower and no indication as of yet to the number.
The other one they're going to might have a look at is Joao's first wave, that
593.
The 593. That might give a better indication. It was a bigger wave, and he got a bit more on it. But you know, there was great variety in this one. You know, and then that's going to be the difference.
Bianca's going to be right on the line here. 6.1 just under. Needed a 6.25. Got a 6.1. It's going to be Jet Schilling into the quarterfinals, and the young man from San Clemente has done it again.
He has done it again. Yes, this time he's done it from the front, not coming from behind. And that was a 3-2 decision by the judges. Yeah, 2 judges said yes.
Well, on to quarterfinal number 2 for Jet Schilling, and we'll be on to a quick break when we return. We got Jadson Andre and Mikey McDonough out in the water.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. Celebrations.
Hey!
Fucking what?
Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Round of 16 out in the water. There's heat number 4, head-to-head competition. Jadson Andre versus Mikey McDonough. It's going to be a story of the veteran Brazilian surfer up against the young Australian upstart in this heat. What's at stakes? A place in the quarterfinal, Rabbit.
Yeah, well, what the pattern has been, as we see Mikey McDonough getting the first of this exchange here, he's got that big section to get around. Now he's able to go to work. That great carve he's developed down at Lennox Head. And Mikey is caught up a little bit there. So it's just a solid opener without being sort of outrageous. But one thing both these surfers have done in both the round of 64 and the 32 is got off to a scorching start. Both Jadson and Mikey, their first waves have been keepers and have put them through the heat at the end of the heat. So that's what I saw as an interesting contrast. This time Mikey, he's got the 4, 6, 7 and has moved down into that wider position. We'll get a handle on where Jadson's sitting, but oh yeah, he's sitting right there. So he's got priority right now.
Yeah, so Jadson Andre with priority, 33-year-old out of Natal City in Brazil. 11 seasons on the championship tour, and a number of times has had to come through both the Challenger Series and the qualifying series to get back on the championship tour successfully, Jadson Andre.
So there's been no long periods where he's been away from the 4-man heat situation, and he just absolutely cut through those 64 and 32 rounds like butter.
Yeah.
And now, of course, he's had so much man-on-man experience because of the CT longevity.
And Jadson admittedly is not 100% physically because he's still nursing a knee injury that he sustained at Pipe earlier this season. Here we go with Jaddy baby, Jadson Andre. Float to start. And a couple stabs up into the lip vertical.
Yeah, a bit sluggish that last one. But I'm surprised he went on a small wave. He had priority. I thought he might have hung and waited for a set with that priority. But he does tend to like to get going. And I thought I saw a few lines coming behind this one. When he paddled for the wave, I thought I saw a set coming, but maybe not. It might have been a mirage, but that wave there looks pretty fun.
So wait for that score for Jadson. Priority shifts back to Mikey McDonough.
And you can see that wind now going southeast behind him. And he floats around this section here, this turn here. That's the best turn he's done. It's pretty good, but I guess I'm so used to Jadson just going Burko.
Yeah, I mean, he is a kinetic surfer, you know, in the positions he's able to put his boards and full of energy. Jadson Andre, remember his rookie year, 2010, he really burst onto the professional surfing scene, making a big name for himself, winning a CT event in Santa Catarina, beating Kelly Slater in that final.
A famous victory. Nobody had ever heard of Jadson Andre.
Right?
I mean, yeah, that was a famous, I mean, who's this kid? How could he beat Kelly Slater? Impossible.
And at the time, when you look back at 2010, those air reverses that Jadson was doing in competition, not a lot of people were able to do that.
No.
Now it seems a pretty standard maneuver amongst pro surfers, but back then, very few people were able to do that.
You know, they're probably in the audience that day was a 5-year-old Gabriel Medina and a 4-year-old Felipe Toledo going,
exactly.
Oh yeah, I like that.
I'm going to try to do that. Good call there. Hey, it was a great victory, another victory for Jet Schilling. He's on to the quarterfinals, Stace.
That's right, Kipes. Jet, you are an ice block.
Thank you. Stoked. Super stoked.
Professional heat, only standing up twice. The last time with 3 minutes to go. Clutch again.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I don't even know. I'm just super grateful to surf snapper with only another guy out, and it was a very slow heat, and Zhao is insanely good, so I got to be super smart and wait for the best waves, and yeah, things just went my way, so I was stoked.
And almost like a role reversal there, you're waiting for the score of his last ride. How are you feeling?
Oh man, I was nervous. I kind of gave him the wave at the end there. It was such a small wave, but I mean, it's Zhao Qianque. I gotta take that wave off him, so that was dumb of me, but I was stoked to get through.
Absolutely. What's your plan getting ready for finals day?
Just having fun, staying very positive, and yeah, that's the goal.
Hell team you got down there?
Yeah, big shout out to the 2% crew. I love those guys.
And everyone back home?
Yep. Big shout out to my brother Malik, Griffin Cole Pinto, my family. Thank you guys for the support. Appreciate it.
On your Jet, well done.
Jed Schilling on to the quarterfinals, and could we see the return of the white wrap sunglasses to fashion?
Well,
it's been a few years since we've seen that.
You know, he was a big influencer right there. And Kaipo, you know, sometimes you get that feeling like when someone like comes through a heat, he would see Mikey first. I saw this in the background. This wave is a small wave, but he really cuts loose on this wave down the line, just lining up, and he seems to just get into a motion because he's a point break surfer himself, and he's very patient with his turns. So Mikey just done a beautiful series of wraps. And he's milking this wave for everything's worth. There's still a little bit more in it, but not to be.
Yeah, 4.17 for that effort.
Yeah, 4.17. So it's been the battle of the in-between waves. We haven't seen a proper set. There's one coming from the inside right there, but no takers over there. No one's been, the allure of the behind the rock has not tempted anyone so far. I know Parko's probably blowing up.
Well, inevitably, we're going to see it with some rides from back there. I have a feeling, Bugs. Well, Jadson Andre with priority. Jaddy needs a 5.17 to take the lead. Mikey McDonough in control currently, I'm sorry, with a 4.67 and a 4.17. So fairly low scoring affair so far in the first third of this heat.
Yeah, I did think Mikey might have a crack at it behind the rock at some point in this heat. He does know this wave well. He's been up here many, many times, and of course raised on those fabulous points around the Byron Lennox area. And Jadson, uncharacteristic for him not to have at least a 6-point ride under his belt in that first 10 minutes. You know, sometimes when you get into come from the 4-man to the 2-man heat, you can get that false sense of security that, you know, you've got plenty of time. But, it's not like there's been waves that they've let go, though.
Here goes Mikey under priority.
Yep. Jadson, he didn't think that where his takeoff point, that's right. See, Jadson's takeoff point would have offered absolutely nothing. Now, this is a small wave, and Jadson's
wow, that was a surprise paddle by Jadson Andre to look at that wave.
Now, is Mikey in the priority zone? That's the question.
Yeah, no,
I don't think so.
So Jadson will hang on to the priority. He did have a dig at that wave, but since Mikey McDonough was not around him, priority did not switch to McDonough.
And Jadson pointed out the other day, he wasn't supposed to come back till July. He's back now in May, 2 months early. That was simply based on the fact that Kelly Slater got the wild card. He was hoping to get it. That you know, I think also Ramsey was in position, I think maybe above the pecking order to him, perhaps.
Right. Yeah, so what we're talking about is after this mid-season cut, we do have some wild cards on offer for 2 surfers. And one is a full season wild card and one is a next year wild card. We got Miguel Pupo got a wild card because of his injury, his ankle injury.
Yep.
And Kelly Slater, we got that other wild card. So that's why Jadson Andre is over here surfing through the Challenger Series, trying to get back on that championship tour.
And so how long do those wild cards go for?
Well, we have one that will, Kelly will have the rest of this year.
Right.
And then next year as well.
Yep.
And I believe I believe Miguel's, I'll double check on that, but I believe Miguel's will start next year.
Okay.
All right, well, let's take a break right now. It's going to be a Bonzoy brew break. We'll be back. Jadson Andre needs a 5.17 to take the lead. Make or Break streaming on Apple TV Plus, chronicling the journey of the 2022 World Surf League Championship Tour. And it's a must check out 8-episode series. We're back here at Snapper 4, the conclusion of heat number 4, round of 16. Mikey McDonough out in the lead. Jadson Andre on the chase right now. This happened during the break.
Yeah, Jadson, well, it can't be a great ride. He only got a 2.93, so he just gets caught behind in that white water. And he wants to get around it, and he got a long ride. I could see him paddle back from way inside. I was going, how could he have only got a 2.93? Well, that's how he went for a little bit much on that second maneuver. Instead of doing the float down the line, he went a bit vertical.
And so Jadson's going to continue to fish for a 5.17 to turn the heat. Priority with the young Australian, Mikey McDonough. You've probably watched Mikey's development as a young surfer here in Australia during the QS series.
Oh, I haven't worked with him so much, but I mean, I've seen him a lot because him and my son were in the same division. They were in the under-10 division at the BL Blast.
Right, okay.
Then we went through the Yoki Grom Comp days, the under-12s, under-14s. There's Skull Candy down there. There's some big grommet events in Australia. So, yeah, I've seen Mikey. I've seen him surfing since he was 8. And he's always, you know what, he's always had a pretty savvy, competitive streak. You know, he's a savvy competitor, always has been.
Yeah, qualified for the challenges, finishing 6th in the regionals in the QS, Australian QS, which is a very, very, probably the most competitive QS region when I really look at all the different regions.
Well, it's good. There's so much depth. It's an amazing amount of depth. You have a look at the round of 64 in say the Australian QS. It's pretty radical. That's the round of 64.
Yeah. Hey, we got Stace in the Bonsoy athlete area.
Good afternoon, Crosby.
Good afternoon.
2% boys on fire this afternoon, mate.
Yeah, we just had Shilling make a seat, so nice little momentum right there, so hopefully I can back him up.
What are you seeing out there?
There are a lot of good waves coming through in that first heat. Kind of slowed up for that last one with Jet, but maybe the high tide will bring in more waves, I'm hoping. But yeah, it still looks super fun. It's a nice sunny day and the conditions are nice, so I'll just have some fun.
Looking forward to watching you surf, mate. Cheers.
Crosby Colapinto will be coming up in Heat 8, the final heat of this round. He'll be matched up against Rio Waida. That's going to be a great matchup. Both surfers have been putting up big numbers so far in this comp.
Yeah, they sure have. Now we see, it looks like Jadson, he's going to have to nearly go left. Yeah, so he's sort of just fishing around. Maybe a bit of a sell job there, but, you know, he's been, you got to remember, he's been out for many months. So perhaps the paddling's not as strong as it was. If he, you know, you put him on a good size head high wave and he looks as good as ever, but he struggled a little bit this morning only because this heat has been devoid of you know, the sets we've seen rolling through. That last heat, they were letting really good waves through. You think back to the Jacob Wilcox heat, there was waves that these guys would be just begging for, and they were just letting them go.
Yeah, we have not had any real set of consequence at all during this heat, and we're down to the final third of this heat. 11 minutes 25 seconds on the countdown. Jadson kind of paddling Mikey up the point a little bit.
Yeah, I think Jadzy is in a bit of two minds here, though, of whether he wants to go super up the point, and I think now Mikey is going to follow him. You know, 11 minutes left. You wouldn't be wanting to play too much defense right now. Jadson will sell you on a brick. Takes you to the bottom.
The wind has come up a bit, just as you predicted, Bugs.
Yeah, that's a sou'easter, and it's I did hear today it might go even a bit southeast-east. That won't affect the wave face at all, and you'll see a lot of, you know, ripples, and even we don't have strong winds today, so we won't probably see white caps outside. But on the inside here, the wave face will be fine.
Surfers look interested right now. Here goes Jadson. Mikey's going to use his priority. There he goes.
Yeah, he wasn't going to let Jadson have this one.
Throws it away.
Well, that was a pure sell job.
And Jadson Andre says, thank you very much. I got 10 minutes.
And Mikey actually is going, where you saw there was an exclamation. And he knows that happened. He's not happy about it. He's still in the lead.
He's still in the lead.
It's just a low-scoring heat. That's what we got. I mean, there's no guarantee a set's going to come for Jaddy, but he's got priority, and he's a danger.
Yeah, Jadson Andre with priority and at 9:40 on the clock. Let's see this. Look at Jadson goes, I want it. I want it. Maybe I don't.
And Mikey goes, I better have it. This guy's dangerous. And then Mikey goes, yeah, look at that. See, look at the end of it. There's nothing there. Jadson really needs a solid set. But then if a solid set comes through after this sort of break, I don't see there just being a one-off wave coming.
Yeah, exactly. I see. I mean, there's been a pattern, right? So after this big of a lull, when a set does come through, a consequential set, they're usually 5, 6. We've seen 10-wave sets come through.
And here's a sell job too. He's not even going to get this.
Oh.
Yes, he is. Oh, God.
Oh, here we go. Needs to get on the gas. And
that was a
priority back to Mikey McDonough. So some strategy, some gamesmanship coming into play right now.
Well, some shocking decisions coming into play. I mean, that wave was just not good. And Jadson gave it, he paddled onto that.
He realizes that, yeah.
Now his head is down. He knows that was a major blunder.
Yeah,
and he still went it. I mean,
yeah.
He's going, how did I get sold that?
Yeah. Yeah,
anyway, they both did. They've both done it.
Yeah, Jadson, I feel, just really had the blinders on and didn't look down the line, just was so concentrated on what was right in front of him. By the time he got to his feet, there was nothing there.
Well, he barely caught the wave.
Yeah.
I called for a second there, he's missed the wave completely. Anyway, it's just it's the nature of the heat that is forcing this situation, because no one's cracked a 5. And Jadson hasn't cracked a 4. And now, you know, I kind of feel he's kind of going back into this no man's land. He's either got to separate completely, but I think Mikey will chase him up the point. Yeah, this heat has really been a dud. It does happen, Kaipo. Even in the great surf breaks, you'll get a period of time where for 20 minutes, nothing happens. It's been pumping all morning.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's really tests the adaptability of these surfers to be able to, you know, change their course, change their strategy. Jadson Andre going down the line, had to force that float. That's going to put him behind.
Yeah, but is that the Uber? The Uber down the line to get himself away from his opponent. Let's see which way he paddles here. Yeah, here comes Mikey. Mikey's roving on a roving commission. He's going to go and join. So, bit of cat and mouse going on.
Yeah, Mikey McDonough with the lead and priority has heat control at the moment, and he wants to flex that heat control, keeping nice and close to Jadson Andre. He can play a little defense if he needs to. He can play some offense because he has priority. Doesn't want to let Jadson on too long of a leash at this point. Keep him nice and close. So smart surfing by the Australian.
Yeah, and with 6 minutes remaining, see Mikey just positioning himself on the other side of Jadson. So he's in complete control there, because if Jadson paddles for a wave, Mikey goes, well, I will, yes sir, I'll take this one, or it's another dud. But the reverse psychology can happen, and Jadson's way deep. He's going it.
Mikey lets him go because he's just way too deep. We'll see, though. Can he catch up? Does so. Now we're going to go through the paces. Jadson Andre may have just gotten a little reward at the end, but here comes Mikey McDonough right behind him. A little flat on that first turn. Carves that second turn. Wave grows into this section. Beautiful rail work there by the Australian. Short snap. And has a little bit more in front of him. So this is going to change the equation when we look at the scoreline between these two surfers.
Well, it is the classic forehand versus backhand contrast. Jadson gets 3 or 4 snappy moves in a short space. Mikey with that gliding down the line, you know, punctuated by some classy snaps and carves. It'll be, this is going to give the judges a headache.
Here's the Harvey Norman recap of that exchange. Jadson fought for it and got there. Waiting for this score for Jadson Andre. Well, right behind him, Mikey McDonough answering.
Yeah, nice smooth maze. As you said, Mikey just starts with a couple of glides here. In fact, he does a cutback here this is a smart move. This gets him back onto the bank. Now the wave's feeling the bank. Beautiful carve there for McDonough. And he goes past Jadson. He goes, well, this wave looks like it's dudding. But then Mikey just streamlines down the line. He gets one more good snap in of solid contrast here. Now, don't forget, already Mikey's got a 1-point advantage. The 4.67 versus the 3.67. So with time ticking away here, if no more waves are ridden, that exchange will be the difference.
And was there enough of a separation? We'll see. We haven't seen any of the numbers between the two surfers on that last exchange.
No, I don't think they're going to throw it that quickly. They're going to really check this one out. This was a classic forehand versus backhand contrast.
Jadson will get up the point. Jadson will get priority in the final couple minutes of this heat. So he will have an opportunity to react when the numbers do come through. Andre needs a 5.17 to go to the lead. Numbers trickling in for the Brazilian. And it looks like he will momentarily take the lead. A 6.17, Jadson goes to the lead. We still need the score from Mikey McDonough. Mikey needing a 5.18. 5.18 is the need for the Australian, and the early indication is that he is going to take back the lead on that. He does.
Yeah.
A 5.6. So Mikey McDonough in the lead. Jadson Andre with priority only needs, Bugs, a 4.1. There's the numbers for Mikey McDonough. Jadson with priority. Jadson needing just a 4.1.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, I highlighted that first ride, the 4.67 versus the 3.67. Was Jadson's ride better than a point? Better than Mikey's? No, it wasn't. It was half a point.
GWM 2-minute warning, and it is time for Jadson Andre to buckle down. He's going to want to get a wave. We got some waves coming through right here. Look at his positioning. He's kind of deep on this one. Oh, no. Jaddy. I think he pulled the trigger a little too soon.
He was in two minds about that one.
Oh.
Two minds, and he paddled late. And I think that was, it's showing a little bit in his paddling that the match fitness might be in question.
Yeah.
He's going to go this way. No, he's not.
Yeah, that was a questionable decision by Jadson Andre. Of course, you know, hindsight is always easy, and it's always easy from the set.
He's going to go this way. Oh, no, he's not. See, he hung in on the other one. It gave him no chance of actually being in the lineup. That little wave there might have been something that he could have taken.
Just needs a 4.
Mikey's going. This could be a little grower in the rainbow.
Mikey with a couple nice snaps there. Looking to improve upon a 4.67, goes down, so he's not going to do that. Attention now to Jadson Andre. Jadson just needs a 4-point ride, a 4.1. 1 carve, 2 carves. Third to the lip, keeps the board under his feet and may have just got the number.
Wow.
He may have just got the number. He feels it. Mikey McDonough, will he have time to reply? No, he will not. So the leverage is going to be on that last ride for Jadson Andre. 4.1 is the requirement.
Well, it's that last maneuver. Was that last maneuver better than a 4? He thinks so. It's, you know, you've got to be thinking it's right there. I mean, Mikey took that wave. See, this wave here, it's a bit bigger than Mikey's wave. So he gets that turn. And this second turn's pretty good. And it's this last one right here.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a 4.87.
Oh, wow.
Jadson Andre turns the heat in the final minute against Mikey McDonough, and Jaddy babies, on to the quarterfinals, Bugs.
Jeez, that heat was just so crazy. The back and forward, the selling, and then right in the last 40 seconds, once again, there was waves ridden that were kind of questionable.
Well, there you go. That's the result. We're going to take a break. When we get back, a couple of Brazilians will be in the water. Edgar Grosjean versus Samuel Pupo when we return.
Welcome back to the show. We're working out who's going to be battling who in the quarterfinals as we move through the round of 16 here into Heat 5 now. It's going to be a lot of fun as Jadson Andre saves himself in the late stages of Heat 4 to take his place in the quarterfinals where he'll meet Jet Schilling. What a battle that's going to be. Having a chat there with Michael Rodriguez, who's coming up in Heat 7. But here on the Harvey Norman host set, I'm joined by a couple of greats. Mark Occhilupo with us once again. Good to see you all.
Thank you, Ronnie. Hi, Rich.
Yeah, Rock.
Good to do a couple of heats again with you.
Bring it on. Yeah, and this is going to be a solid one, a fun one to call here from the Harvey Norman set. We've got Edgar Gragia, who gave us big numbers yesterday. High-flying act that he's got, and showed some great variation.
He did, yeah. I love it. I love the, his approach. He was just going for everything. And at snapper, it's not usually the approach, but the judges reward it, with going that first big score, that first big turn, and and risking, losing the whole wave. But he was doing it yesterday and getting scores.
For sure. He's going to have his hands full, though, because Samuel Pupo is the guy that most of us who've watched the opening stages of the Championship Tour season and seen Samuel surfing over the past couple of years have all kind of agreed that he's probably the main man to take out this Challenger Series Tour this year. He's just so sharp.
Yeah, I'd agree with it. This heat, I reckon we're going to see some of the best surfing, and here we go. We had a wave in the changeover here.
And it's Ed getting things started here. Powerful guy. And there's a nice combination. He actually kicked off with a 6 to open the heat off, Rich.
Yeah, great three-turn combination there from Edgard, and well, some of that high-flying approach that we saw yesterday. Will we see it this morning here at Snapper Rocks? We're nearly at midday, so it's nearly the afternoon, but
I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it too, but the wave's a little bit more groomed today, a bit more down the line. There's some wall to work with, and it's a bit of a conundrum for our athletes because, as much as you want to surf this wave to its entirety down the line, the judges are saying, do those 1 and 2 big turn combinations and we'll pay it.
Yeah, so it is confusing. I had a little surf before, and it's kind of, this morning I was thinking it's bigger. It's more of a kind of a groundswell, which is weird because the weather map at the moment, we've just got a kind of a southeasterly kind of fetch, that we kind of get that trade swell off. And it's not usually like as deep lines as it would be, so I don't really know where this swell's coming from, but, it's like I said yesterday, the east swells here do linger, and it is lingering, but it's got that groundswell kind of thing, so it feels like the waves are better today, but we're not really seeing it. You know what I mean, Ronnie?
Yeah, I think that's a fair call for sure. I mean, Ed is loving the energy out there at the moment. It was a positive start for him.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Samuel Pupo responds. He's lining something up here at the moment. So sharp. The younger brother of Miguel Pupo, who's a veteran on the Championship Tour. Just swings on that first section, gets those fins drifting across the lip and maintains control, gets a finish. Would have loved a bit more room down the line to open things up. We'll see a replay of that wave in just a moment. Right now, though, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. 5 years since you cried in a heat like that, Jadson.
Yeah, man, I think the last time I cried after I made a hit was in Sunset back in 2016. We all know it's the very first challenge of the year. But, we've been talking about this since my first interview here, coming back from a knee injury, slowly improving, recovering. And such a slow hit, and the emotion is getting you, kind of getting frustrated, not getting opportunity. And then got a really good wave. And then the boy got a wave behind him, get the score he needed. 2 minutes ago, I made such a priority mistake. He got a wave that wasn't good, and then he got another wave, and then pretty much 1 minute and a half to go, came more wave than the whole hit. And right at the end, I got this. I didn't know I got the scores. And then when I got here, they told me I made the hit. I was full emotion with my lady right here. So yeah, man. I say that a few times, and I'm just gonna repeat. I just love this so much, I just love surf. I just love to compete, and I like been surfing forever. and still cry after making a hit in the challenge, you know, so that's how much surfing means for me, and thank you everyone, I'm so happy. I'm pretty tired as well, and I love you guys, thank you.
We love you too, Jaddy. We'll let you get some rest. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Jadson Andre. Oh, I love the way he referred to Mikey Madonna as the boy.
The boy.
But he'll become pretty familiar with that boy.
He loves the drama, Jaddy. He loves the last minute, doesn't he? He always seems to just leave it till those final moments, whether it's the final event of the year or the final wave in a heat. He's just always kind of leaving it to the last second.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot better, though, at getting work done earlier in the season, whether he was campaigning on the qualifying series back in the day or chasing a big result on the championship tour to keep his place. He was always kind of the clutch guy, but kicking off the Challenger Series with a quarterfinal, as we see Samuel Pupo on the replay there. And now he did win the opening exchange too, getting a 6.33. So this is the second rides for both competitors now off, and they're pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty good. I was just noticing that wave of Samuel. If he didn't slide along that lip, he probably would have made that section. It would have been a better wave, but this is his second one, I guess. Let's see what he done here. Staying nice and loose with not much power in this wave, but
yeah, he's just so much elasticity in his form. But, you know, what I love about Pupo, Rich, is he's light-footed, but when the bigger sections present themselves, he can also unleash some power as well.
Yeah, he really can, and, you know, it's he's got some muscle on those bones. You know, he's a pretty heavy-set sort of guy for his size. He's got a lot of power. It's a real special thing that he's been able to do, is have that power, but also look real agile and light and keep that speed. It's something that Felipe's been able to do really well, and I know he's good friends with Felipe, and he studies the way he surfs.
when he's S-turning, he looks like Felipe.
He does a bit, doesn't he?
Good call.
So numbers coming through. So the second exchange didn't go too high on the judges' scale. They would have liked a little bit more from the competitors. But it's a close heat, really close heat when you look at the numbers. Less than half a point separating these two at the moment. Samuel Pupo just holding a bit of an edge at the moment. And he was a part of a cast of surfers that were right there on the bubble on the cut line heading into stop number 5 over there at Margaret River. And unfortunately for Samuel, he just fell below that cut line. And here he is back on the Challenger Series, well supported by his good friend Joel Chianca. As we see, Edgar, Big Ed throws an alley-oop, can't make it stick though. And have a look at Sam just swooping in on priority here.
Swooping in on priority, nearly done that air reverse, that alley-oop right over Sam, but would have been a good move if he made it, I reckon, but gave up priority. It seems like the tide's kind of getting it. That last heat was super weird, where they were selling each other waves and waves that weren't any good, and nothing really better came through until right at the end. But he's got all the tricks, hasn't he? He's got the alley-oop, he's got the air reverse, he's got a lot of variations, like you said before, Ronnie, and if he landed that clean and, you know, a couple more moves, I would have gave that a pretty good score.
I love watching the approach and just how much he's attacking the wave, but at the same time, the competitor in me kind of goes, was that necessary at this point in the heat? Why not just surf that wave and try and get the lead and establish where you are? And see here.
Here he goes. Live action, looks like he's loading up again, but this time keeps the fins in the face. Let's go with a nice layback. Samuel chasing him down the line.
That was odd.
Almost lost it there, but recovered nicely. He gets a strong finishing turn as well. 18 minutes to go. Still waiting for these guys to really blow up on one of these long walls and drop the excellent score. Just under 18 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, that was an odd turn right there, Richard. He done such a short, jammy little turn that it kind of almost got stuck on itself. Let's see the first wave. Edgar. You know, that first turn he cut short as well. But nice layback snap here. He's got more variety than I reckon anyone else in the Challenger Series. And let's see what happened here. This short little turn, it just went, oh yeah, just off the wash kind of.
It's funny, there's a lot of surfers that are super well-rounded. They have that progressive approach, but he seems really willing to bring it to heat surfing. And so far in the event, that's really worked in his favour because he's created quite a point of difference with the way he's approached end sections to others. He's been in full-blown attack mode. When you look at his run, though, on the Challenger Series the past couple of years, this is the round that's been a huge roadblock for him. He's had 4 ninth-place finishes in the past 2 seasons, never broken into the quarters in a Challenger Series event. And he's going to have his, as we said earlier, he's going to have his hands full here because even though Sammy Pupo is only 22 years of age, he's just established himself as a consistent performer in the past couple of years.
Yeah, it's tight. You know, they've both had a 6. So Edgar's just gone to the lead there, ever so slightly, with the 4-5. But yeah, so 6. So that's going to be their, I'd like to say bottom score. I think they're going to get something massive, hopefully, for everyone as the sets come. You know, like the last couple of days, like yesterday afternoon, it seems like, and Snapper, it always changes. Like sometimes the swell gets bigger when the tide comes in, but sometimes it gets bigger when the tide goes out. Yeah, it has been doing it, I think, the last couple of days. So hopefully that happens again. Like yesterday afternoon, Steph got that bomb, and they were like all the rides were going way down in front of where I live, and I reckon that's going to happen this afternoon, I hope, just down on the Rainbow part. And because there's this groundswell in the water with the high tide, it kind of disappears maybe a little bit. When the tide goes out, they might draw that groundswell back in.
I like
if that makes any sense.
I think it does. I mean, you know this break better than anyone, Ocko. I'm going to go all in on your theory. But, just on 15 minutes remaining here. And not a lot separating these two competitors at the moment. Samuel Pupo out in front, 6.33, 5.23. Edgar Gragia is out there in second place at the moment. He's looking for a 5.57 as we go to a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. The Gold Coast Pro is well underway, presented by GWM, and we're taking a skydiver's view of Snapper Rocks here. We'll pull the chute in a moment and take in the sand flow, the incredible sand flow.
Ever jumped out of the plane and looked at it from above?
Yeah, I mean, not here, but I have done it, and I didn't like it. I've done it in Hawaii, actually.
This is a really good view, though. You can see that the sand is pumped there from the pumping station, and it's all taken off the Tweed bar and then released here behind the rock at Froggy's and there at Snapper Rocks as well, and it's been filling in the last couple of days.
I don't know what the pump is going along the road there. I've never seen that one, but
I was about to ask you that.
Yeah, under the river, yes, but not the other one. That's just traffic. I think they got the sand mixed up with the cars.
Well,
I think there's two outlets there.
Really?
Outlets there.
But are they pumping sand from down at Kira Beach there and bringing it back up? Because that's what it looked like it was on the...
No, yeah, Rab's the guy to ask about that. Next time, well, you're never on with Rab,
A lot
are you?
of head shaking going on
Get
from here on.
Kipes to ask Rab, because I was confused.
The sand's coming off the Tweed Bar. That's it.
Well,
That's
we know
the only
that.
place?
Yeah, only place, yeah, and it comes under the river, but it doesn't come along the road.
What was that?
The sand along the road I didn't get.
Anyway.
We're going to have to ask Rab, because I've been confused. I've been seeing it at all event, and look at this. Oh, deep bottom turns. I love them. What did Edgar do?
Oh, I kind of replied, did he serve up? Because Sammy Pupo dropped a 6.53, Rich.
Edgar just streaking down the line here, looking for something. He's been Mr. Air Guy.
Oh, that was a good air section too. What's he doing?
He's looking down the line. He thinks there's a better one down here. Clicks with it. And again, gets the final hit. So he definitely liked it, but we know that that floater manoeuvre, while functional as it is, it's not a very high-scoring turn, and perhaps it would have been a better option to really just sacrifice these sections down the line for one big giant air that he did yesterday.
Yeah, no, he'd be still going here, I reckon. He could have hit that air like where that little fold was in that wave way back, and he could have done a huge air, ridden out of it and tagged that end for a 9-point ride.
Well, he got a 5.77, and that wasn't enough to get him up into first place.
The judges are saying, you could take him out of the pocket. Take those airs out, right?
Well, we might still have a score on the way. Well, it's Sammy Pupo's number that we're seeing drop in here. 6.53. 10.5 minutes to go. It's a battle of the sort of mid-range scores at the moment.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo's looked pretty serious around the event. You know, normally there's a jovial atmosphere amongst all those guys, and you know, Joao's he's got a bit of a smile, no pressure, but this is, you can see how important this is for Sammy Pupo. He's got a serious head on. I've seen him doing a bunch of warm-up surfs out here and over at D-Bar as well, and he's got the blinkers on.
Well, they're kind of reversed the roles. This time last year, Sammy had survived the cut. He was here supporting Zhao Chianca in his bid to get back onto the championship tour.
Wow.
And this time round, it's Zhao Chianca, who's obviously on top of the world on the CT rankings, sitting in the #1 spot, and Sammy Pupo's been bumped off. And so Zhao happy to come out here to the Gold Coast and support his friend.
It's good. He owes him one, and he's doing it. He's got knocked out of the event himself, right? But he's going to be right here backing him all the way. Sammy, you know, like, he definitely could win this event, and Edgar too, so...
Okay, when you had your little hiatus from competition, and then you started your road back to the CT, which was amazing. Who were some of the mates that you had travelled with on the tour that were really behind you in your quest to get back by the qualifying series?
Well, you know, it was a long road. You know, I did put on a lot of weight, and it took a while to come back. But I remember that first event was down at Kira, and it was like the Billabong Pro, and it was about 3 to 4 foot, really good Kira, and I loved it. I didn't win or anything, but I think I had a good result, and I decided, yeah, I want to try and give this a go. But it took ages, because not till the end of the year when I got through, I made it into the Pipeline Masters Trials, and I got through to the final with Kelly. And then I really knew I wanted to, and that year was pretty long. It was slow, you know, and it was the next year that I, you know, went and qualified. But who was I with?
I remember a conversation.
I remember Rich. Yeah, Rich.
I remember
Louis, you know. And all the boys,
yeah,
right?
Hedgie, Cambo, there was
Cambo, yeah, Wilsey.
It was the sort of new wave of Aussie crew.
Yeah,
and
I jumped on with them. Yeah.
Awesome. I do remember a conversation though. Barton Lynch.
Yeah,
that's how I was going to bring it up.
Barton Lynch is like, oh yeah, it's surfing good, but you got to speed it up. And I was like, okay, yeah, I do. And then I remember trying to do that.
It seems that same way for the surfers who've been campaigning for a long time on the qualifying series and now onto the Challenger series. You know, the advice kind of seems to be the same even to this day. You know, there's great surfing going on, but if you want to keep in touch with this next generation, speed is going to be a crucial factor. And Semi Pupo's lucky that he's already got that on his side as he comes back to the Challenger Series. He's got to be one of the fastest in the draw.
For sure. And it's all about changing up that speed, because me at Snapper, I'm always wanting to go fast and I'm always looking for speed, but it's all about when do you slow down and when do you speed up. But you've got to get that speed, you know, like you just can't cruise, you know, and like try and surf the wave half pace, because I don't think it looks that good. You know what they're doing with those big short turns at big air, I love that stuff, but I also really, really like that down the line speed and then drawing your big bottom turn to get to somewhere, you know. Just load up that bottom turn with heaps of speed and you can either cut it short or make it long, and then you're going to just line up this whole wave and surf it perfectly.
Here goes Ed. That's what his mates call him. Loading up, hammering down the line, gets the fins free. Not a big wave, so he's got to really push it with these turns. Needs some more major hits here. A big extended layback carve almost as he drives up into this final section. A lot of work done, putting a lot of energy into it. How does it stack up against his other numbers? Not too sure. Yeah. Semi Pupo, he's trying to drop a 6.33 here.
That's a longer turn.
Yeah, really whipped it nicely back into the pocket. Drawing his moves out, and this one's stretching out. He's going to opt for priority instead of the finish.
Smart. Just goes to show you a little bit of experience there from Semi Pupo.
It's such a funny conversation. We're going to see some replays here in a moment, Rich, and you can talk about it a little bit. But, you know, often when, you know, people are thinking speed, they're thinking of racing down the line. And if you do that too much here at Snapper, you'll get away from the pocket and where the big scoring opportunity is. But when you think about the greats at this venue, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, Taj Burrow was another one that had it so dialed on the forehand especially. You know, they surfed with speed, but it was actually in their transitions and through their moves where the speed was on show, and they kept it close to the pocket. They didn't race away from the bowl.
Yeah, and with those greats that you mentioned too, it was never stop-start. There was always a beautiful flow in between it, and the speed was held. As we just watched the replay here of Ed. Tags that final section. I can't help but think that he was thinking air.
The whole wave.
The whole wave.
He was.
And he was looking for that one section. And this is Semi Pupo. Big swooping turns, longer turns, as you said, off. Bit more power.
Yeah, then nothing happened, did it?
And then here he saw Ed right in the corner of his eye there and went, I'm going to opt for priority here.
Yeah, it'd be remiss not to mention Felipe Toledo too, and the speed he surfs with, and it's in his transitions where he's got that extra spark over so many people, and he had an amazing victory here as well. His first CT win was here at Snapper.
It was, I remember that day. Yeah, he was ripping. He really surfed this wave well.
4 minutes remaining here. And we'll talk about some of the goofy footers at this venue too who surf with speed. But here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Edgar Gragia getting started early. Nice combination here for a 6.
Yeah, that was his best wave. And they were the two biggest waves, weren't they? It's gone quiet since this, and we've had to kind of play a bit of catch up, or, you know, build a house after these scores. Oh. That was a nice turn.
That was sick. Love that final finishing move. Just big man turns.
Yeah.
Can't help but throw them scores.
Yeah, a couple of 6-point rides for Semi Pupo, and he's really getting it done with his individual moves at the moment.
And I don't think Edgar got that score right, so that whole wave he thought of air. And here's a replay. Is this a new wave?
It is. Semi Pupo starting to work down the line here. Beautiful cut down. Straight up, back into the lip. Wrapping turn, back into the pocket. The wave goes again. Clean little snap. And a wrap. And works it all the way through to the inside. So, geez, he got some work done then. Several turns.
This wave right here kind of goes over a double up, and then the wave gets good.
Great variation.
Just connected. You can see he's on a beautiful flow on this wave. nice. Placement of the manoeuvres, perfect. Again, you think back to mind surfing of what else could you have done? You probably mind surf it exactly like Sammy's just surfed it, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that really intricate little double up that he went over, but there at Rainbow, when that happens, you know you're on a good wave. When it does that, you know, if it doesn't, you know, the wave mightn't have as much power, but once it does, you know, okay, this wave's got full body, it's doubled up.
Starts to surge down the line, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can really go at it.
Feels like the best number of the heat, for sure, and it has come through that way. 7.43. I mean, they're the ones that you want in a heat situation. When you're not getting those big tall sets, the ones that have that little double up, as you pointed out, give you the scoring opportunity.
Yeah. Like, because today, like, you know, the bank is good, like it is, but, you know, it's just rippable today for everyone that's watching that hasn't watched a whole lot of snapper. You know, like, when our bank's good, even at a size like this, it'll be just like barrel from start to finish. That's how we do like it. But it's, you know, it gets like that a fair bit, but not all the time. The bank at the moment, I mean, and it depends on the swell too. You know, sometimes the swell's not so thick and it is just a bit softer, like this swell kind of is, and it doesn't barrel, but you know, it's good.
It looked like there was a few barrels down the end section this morning when the tide was a bit lower.
Yeah, there was actually early, and I guess it is high tide. And plus today, there's some more new sand at the on the rock and behind the rock.
There absolutely is.
And did you notice that?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it's churning behind there, and the waves are actually. There's been a couple of sets that have sort of doubled up and thrown over, but this is a different looking lineup to even just an hour ago.
It
the
is.
Wind's
the tide,
changed a little bit,
and the tide has gobbled it up for the moment. Hopefully, it will. It won't. And Snapper keeps giving.
Wow, just 40 seconds to go, and that was Edgard's opportunity to chase down the near excellent ride that he was needing after the big number drop for Sammy Pupo. 7.96 is what he's after. And now he's out there just begging for an opportunity for more. Sammy Pupo having a look at this one. Late takeoff. And really,
this wave just might barrel.
Oh, it might go, and it is. And Sammy arrives at that first section right on time. Rides the roof of the wave through the second move. Digs in on the layback snap. Throws the tail, spins it into reverse, and rides on out. And that will probably improve on his heat score total. It's going to push the requirement possibly out of reach for Edgard, who throws a reverse of his own. Nice finish. The wave doubles up and loads up again. Gets a solid hit in. He likes the feel of it, but it feels like the requirement's going to be a lot bigger than what it was.
He's looking on, did I take off before the hooter? Because if not, I reckon he would have claimed it. If he took off before the hooter, I reckon Edgar's claiming that because that was a big air into a nice turn ridge.
Yeah, it was. It was good surfing, but Samuel Pupo, that was fantastic surfing in my mind. So let's have a look at this thing. This is Ed's last wave. You can see he's got one thing on his mind. Take to the air. Give me the section. Streaking down the line and then...
No. He didn't do much until the air.
So now the wave starts to bowl up, clean up a little bit. He's got 100 metres, he hasn't done anything yet. Now he does it here. Just little shades of Adriano de Souza right here.
He does. Oh, I just love the first turn. You know, if you're going to chase down someone who's holding near excellent scores, you better make something of that first move. And Sammy he found one of those gems you were talking about. Oh, again, it doubled up and it reeled.
Those tail drifting turns that he's doing there, unbelievable.
Unbelievable variation in 4 big hits on the pocket there.
With loose hands, and I like the sound effect. That was just, they should have been playing that when Edgar was going across that wave. Because nothing happened for so long.
Yeah, I think he's aware of it. The number came through for Sammy Pupo on his last ride. It was an 8.4. Yeah. That pushed the requirement right up toward the excellent range, the perfect range. He was after a 9.83. Edgar. But, a magic performance that's really, I think, put in front of mind as a surfer that's willing to throw his best turns in a heat. I like that aggressive approach. Didn't happen for him in this one. He was kind of telegraphing those airs from the start of his rides and sort of missing the scoring opportunity that was presented right in front of him.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a result. You know, I'd be keeping my eye on him for the rest of the year. Wonder how he's going to go at Narrabeen on his backhand, but keep an eye on him.
He's still looking for that elusive quarterfinal place. That's his 5th ninth-place finish now on the Challenger Series. So consistently makes his way out of those earlier rounds. We are still waiting on the score to drop for that last wave, but it's a formality, really. We know that it's not going to be enough. And that number coming through at a 5.17. So Sammy Pupo.
Cramps.
Yeah, he's cramping up
on the JSs too. They look great under his feet, don't they?
Yes,
they
sure
do. A healthy heat score total. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back with more. Jorgen Kuzenet and Timothy Biso out there next. Welcome back to the show. What a show it's been. We're looking out for quarterfinalists in these last few heats of the round of 16 for the men. Right now we've got a battle between two French surfers. Jorgen Kuzenet up against Timothy Biso. Timothy Biso on the backhand has been one of the strongest surfers in the event so far. Lightning fast, super powerful. And, well, Jorgen is one of the biggest surfers in the draw. So this should be an all-out battle between two of the heavyweights, Hock. It's going to be fun.
I've been looking forward to this one. I've got time for both of these guys. Jorgen's a really nice guy. Last time I was in Hossegor, I surfed with him one afternoon, and Timothy, I love his backhand. He's really compact. You know, really low centre, and I like. I love it. Yep. I just turned around and there's a big crowd for a Friday afternoon starting to rock up on the beach too.
Oh yeah, they're not afraid to cut out on a Friday, cut out of work for a surf event down here at Snapper Rocks, that's for sure. 26.5 minutes ago.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, a bit of cramping going on for our competitors, and we heard Sammy Pupo say it. Edgard also suffering from cramp out here at the moment. Long waves, so much work for the competitors in that last heat. They had quite a few rides.
What's going on with these guys, man? It's only breaking like a quarter of the way.
Oh, I love it. It's you're surf fit and getting in some really long rides in the lead up to the event getting underway, obviously. But there is so many world-class waves in this zone. Snapper Rocks, I mean, D-Bar, probably the most reliable beach and consistent beach on the East Coast. What are some of your other favourite places to surf here on the Gold Coast?
There's none. D-Bar or Snapper, that's it.
And once a year you'll go surf at Burleigh Heads. in the single fin event.
In the single fin event, exactly. You know me too well. But, you know, like, it's different when it comes to the cramping. You know, when you free surf and you can surf away from snapper, you know, to just about to big groin, you know, on a good day, one wave, it hurts once you get past Greenmount. But once you're in a heat, and it's different. It's like you're putting so much more pressure on those thighs, locking them up so much more tighter, and really giving it all. Like, I can see why they're cramping because, yeah.
I remember chatting to the 2003 Snapper Champion CT event winner, Dino Morrison, who, you know, his training was really just surfing out here when he was younger. And he was so fit, and it was just, you know, 300-metre long waves
and run them back.
And then run them back.
That's all you've got to do.
And eventually, he started to suffer from having really tight hips and actually had to get some work done on them. And, yeah, so it takes its toll on you physically, but all the locals here are kind of accustomed to it.
Yeah, I mean, we do get used to it, but, you know, how far can you go? Seriously, we had that swell that lasted for 16 days straight. If you're surfing 2 or 3 times a day and doing those runs, I think it's kind of impossible to hold that. And I mean, the guy that surfed for 40 hours in Cronulla, what's his name?
Blake Johnston.
Blake Johnston.
World record
was
holder.
Unbelievable. So maybe a guy like that will get him to do it, you know, because you'd need people around you, because if you pass out, they're going to, you know, put you on a drip and send you back out there. Because I think it's physically impossible to do that for 16 days straight.
And especially for some of the visiting surfers who are, you know, riding some of the longest waves they've had in some time. We've got just on 24 minutes to go here and no wave just yet, but let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Felicity.
We've got Sammy Pupo here. It was a bit slow in the beginning. He had a 6, but then right at the end there was a flurry of waves. He got a 7 and an 8. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was really tough heat. I was really nervous in the beginning because it started well. And then it's hard to position yourself out there, so I was just trying to think, just trying to imagine where the wave was going to come, trying to feel the ocean. So I feel like I did that really well, and got those 2 last waves like next to Greenmount basically, and got the score, so I'm really happy.
And tell me about the 8.4. That board looks amazing. You're going to put it on ice. Tell me a little bit more about it.
I'm probably going to put my legs on the ice later. Yeah, the boards are amazing. I was talking to Jason this morning. This board is just different from every other board I got from him. And it's good that we can work on this design and for the next couple events. And I'm really happy with what we have here and happy to be advancing.
And you've got a lot of support on the beach. It must feel good when you come in from a heat.
Yeah, it's great. There's so many Brazilians here now. I was just laughing. It just looks so much like home. Everyone on the beach just playing soccer and having fun. So I really feel at home here. And so many friends that came here to live and, you know, get a life here. So I'm really happy to see them again. And hopefully I'll keep going in this event.
Thanks for your time, Sammy. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Felicity. Yeah, Sammy Pupo. I mean, he had an excellent score in that last heat, but it does feel like he's even got more to give. Just so sharp and easily making it through that one to get his place into the quarterfinals. Great start to the Challenger Series for him, and no, it's going to lift his spirits, Rich.
It certainly is. It's you know, the first step in getting back onto the championship tour, and that's where we all feel like he should be. I think out of all the commentators, I think we all had Sammy in there as a pick to make the tour again. He's just too good, you know. He's amazing, and I'm sure he'll find his way back on there.
One of the big things for me is just how cool he is when he's against the ropes in heats. You know, we've seen him with some big buzzer beater moments, even in Portugal this year. We saw him save himself in from a tough spot, an early round loss with a big frontside rotation and huge surf too. So yeah, he's a gnarly customer. He's going to be hard to stop in this contest. But out there at the moment, we're down to the 21-minute mark, almost 10 minutes into this one. Still no wave ridden. Sometimes the judge though will kind of not give the surfers a restart if he's seen opportunity out there. We did see one roll through just then off.
We did. We saw one at the top of the point. It must be so hard for these guys to see a good wave like that come and not go up there. The only reason they're not is because it's hard to make it through that section they're sitting on. But, you know, I think I saw a heat yesterday in the women where they restarted and there was a good set up the top, and I was wondering, will they restart? Because, you know, I mean, the priority judge might just go, well, you know, it's Snapper and there was a good set up the top. Why weren't you there? But they did restart that heat yesterday, so let's see what happens right here.
Really interesting looking at who's making it through these round of 16 heats and watching that quarterfinal bracket come together. You know, there's only one current CT surfer still alive in the mix after Joel Chianca was beaten by Jet Schilling. That's Rio Aida. He's coming up in the last heat, heat 8, up against Crosby Colapinto. Great battle there. But a lot of CT experience. Oh, we're going to get a restart here. So a fresh clock here for Jogan and Timothy. But yeah, that's an interesting looking lineup so far in the quarters.
Oh, looks like a big set coming here behind the rock.
So Imai Kalani to vault in quarterfinal number 1. He's been on the CT before. Jacob Wilcox, seen him as a wild card in a lot of events. He's been close. He's been knocking on the door. Jadson Andre trying to get back onto the CT. Jet Schilling's really the rising star who's made it to the quarters so far. Sammy Pupo's just made the jump, and he'll be taking on the winner of this heat as we see things getting underway now. And Jogan, let's see what he can do with his first section. He's got big moves, and one of them is a layback snap, which is what he starts this ride with. Building again down the line, just a float here to try and find some open face. Throws his board back up there. Let's see how the backhand's looking for Tim Biso. Just so sharp at the moment. Clean rails, good combinations, flowing nicely towards that final move. Don't expect these first 2 scores to go too big on the scale.
No, that wave Jorgen got, Rich, that came from the rock.
It did.
It did. And I was just saying they don't go through, and that wave actually did go through.
Well,
and
there's more water on it now, isn't there?
There is more water on it. But the funny thing is about 2 or 3, 4, let's say 4 minutes ago, before the restart, there was a set up there, and if he paddled straight up, he could have got this wave from the top. It was a good wave nonetheless. You know, would he have made that section? Probably, if he came around the whole thing. But now he's got to do a long lip line floater and kind of get stuck behind it, so it's probably not a big score.
Let's see what Tim was able to do on the backhand here, Rick.
Slams that first turn on the backhand, nice and quick. And again, another nice slash and then a finishing hit on the closeout. But this guy's got one of the fastest backhanded approaches in the field, in my opinion. And just so powerful. Just really cutting through the top of the wave.
I wonder how old he is now. I mean, it feels like a long time ago when I first saw Timothy, you know, trying to, you know, qualify way before I think Challenger Series were around.
He's came on the scene pretty young, though. I think just with his build and stuff, he was kind of stocky and ready to go. He had a wildcard opportunity down at Bells Beach early on in his career, but this is as good as I've ever seen him looking right here in this Challenger Series event. But I don't know if he's getting credit for the last turn on that opening ride. He just got a little swamped in the whitewater there. Came through at a 3.67. Jogan Kuzane, he had a 4.67 on his opening ride. Felicity's out there roaming around. She's in the Bonsai VIP area, and she's got a special guest.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a very special guest here. I've got Stephanie Gilmore. Absolutely pulled the rabbit out of the hat yesterday afternoon. I was doubting you there for a second, and then 3 minutes to go, 2 amazing waves, pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Do you still get the same buzz after all these years?
Oh, of course. You know, I think they're the moments that you really love the most. So they're the most rewarding because you're up against the ropes and you're sitting out there thinking like, oh, okay, am I going to lose here, or can I actually keep myself composed enough to pull through and you know, find some clarity in the decision making when you're feeling the nerves and the pressure. That's what I actually really enjoy the most about competing. And then again, someone like Sierra, she's got nothing to lose. She was surfing so well. I was actually sitting there looking at her in the heat going, man, she's so composed for how young she is. Her decision making was great. Her heat strategy was great. She would have won any other heat that day. So yeah, I don't know. I just went back on some experience and was able to kind of, yeah, make it work in the end there. The defining moment was at the very end when there was that one set and she looked at the first wave and I just had to convince her that I really wanted it. And I could see her looking at it going, I know this isn't a good wave. And then when she saw me go for it, she just had to go. And I was like, phew. Because if she went that wave, she would have won the heat. If she didn't go that first wave, she would have got the second one and won the heat. So just little moments like that, I love it. I love competitive surfing.
So obviously local experience coming into play there. Tell me about the next heat, the first quarterfinal. It's obviously a rematch with Nixie. How are you feeling?
Yeah, Nixie's been on fire. She's surfing really strong, great forehand surfing, and I don't know, I just have to go out there. I don't like losing, so it's nice to have some kind of revenge to motivate me to keep going. But yeah, I'll just try and do my best surfing. It's looking a little slow out there, but I love small right-hand waves, so I'll just try my best and see if I can beat her again.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, Steph, and good luck.
Thank you, Felicity. And as you might have heard there, a hooter just sounding that we've got some wildlife out there in the lineup. So the surface safety, obviously paramount. They're on the back of the Red Bull skis now. And we'll be on hold for a moment while we wait for this visitor to pass on by. But an interesting start here. 4.67 for Jorgen Kuzene. I mean, I really felt like, in hindsight, he had an opportunity to throw down one of his big air reverse rotations and potentially drop a big number there. He tried to go chasing what was happening down the line. Timothy Biso, his wave much smaller, didn't really have that oncoming ramp that he could have laid into, 3.67.
Yeah, Jorgen, he had a ton of speed on that wave too, didn't he? And he got the jam in. But,
well, you know, I heard Rabbit saying, you know, Joel would be bummed that, you know, no one's taking off next to the rock today. He should have taken off next to the rock on that wave. He probably would have been on better rhythm on the whole wave.
Yeah, it's really hard for the surfers that don't have a read on that section behind the rock to formulate a strategy to tackle that. So if you've just joined us, once again, just to remind you, you're seeing the competitors on the back of the ski. We've had a shark spotted within the competition zone, so we're monitoring what's happening here at the moment. The surfers are there on the back of the ski. And quickly pulling our water photographer out of the area as well. It's just part and parcel with these surf events. We've always got eyes on the lineup. The beautiful thing about this venue is super translucent, clear water, so easy spotting. But we will just wait now. And it'll give these two surfers the opportunity to potentially wait for the ocean to come to life as well, because we had a restart. It was a sleepy start to the heat. And really haven't seen too much else out there at this stage. So not too much to speak of in the way of highlight manoeuvres at the moment. But what a magic morning it's been. I think it's fair to say we were sort of surprised with the energy that we saw here at Snapper Rocks today. Like you said, Ock, we got a bit of a groundswell, but you mentioned it yesterday. Once that easterly direction kicks in with the swell, then often you have a lingering swell, and it's been awesome for everyone who's in the contest to battle it out on a really even playing field.
Yeah, definitely. The swells here linger. I was saying that yesterday because we're on the most easterly point of Australia. Well, Byron Bay is only an hour away, and the east swells just come in like it's kind of like, I don't know.
Doesn't have to wrap around the bay as much,
it doesn't. And, you know, that's why we get wildlife here too, because, you know, even though we're in the bay, but straight over that other side, which is only, you know, right there, you know, behind the rock is the open ocean.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, we've got a lot of wildlife there.
We've seen it a number of times on the championship tour as well at venues, you know, and WSL's worked really hard to put great protocols in place to keep eyes on the lineup, and also, you know, just to initiate these situations where you go on hold and we monitor things before we get the competitors back out there. But let's get an update now from Felicity Parmentier with Will Hayden-Smith.
Yeah, obviously our surfer safety is paramount out here, and we've got eyes on the lineup at all times. Can you fill us in on what's going on?
Yeah, we've constantly got drone surveillance in the water, and they've cited something which has meant that we've had to get the surfers out of the water and put the competition on hold. We're in the process of evaluating and re-evaluating and deciding what to do next. But at the moment, we're going to do another call at 1 o'clock. It's about 15 minutes away. Track the animal as best as we can. We've got life-saving drones here as on standby, and yeah, so we'll know more soon. It's all happened really quickly, so we're trying to make the safest and the right decisions. But yeah, we're on hold for at least another 15 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the update. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Felicity. Cheers, Will. Yeah, so this gives us an opportunity to, again, revisit what's happening with these quarterfinal heats, and they're looking really strong. I mentioned it earlier, a lot of CT experience moving on through to the quarterfinals so far. Jet Schilling obviously has done a lot of work to get himself ready for the Challenger Series this year, and he's the one campaigner that hasn't had a lot of experience at the CT level, but, you know, showing some real promise.
Yeah, I love that whole crew too, the 2% crew. They all can all whistle really loudly, and you know, when I could hear it from my house, I was like, wow, it sounds like a big crowd on its own. I can only imagine that crew in the US Open, you know, and they've got a few guys, and you know, it's all kind of stemmed from the Brazilian Storm, hasn't it? You know, the Aussies started doing it, now Californians. It's taken a while for them to have a crew, you know, and these guys have been growing up for a while now. I mean, Evan Gosselman, he's a bit older, but, you know, Kalohe's been nurturing this younger crew for a long time.
Yeah, he has, and doing a fantastic job. And now they're right there on the Challenger Series, battling him in some ways for one of those top 10 spots. But here is the Bailey Ladders quarterfinal bracket. Imai Kalani DeVault. I'm loving his approach out here at the moment, Rich. That's a great heat. Jacob Wilcox, that really looks sharp today.
Yeah, Jacob, one of the standouts today for me, no doubt about that. And Imai, as you said earlier, I don't think he's fully found where we haven't seen the whole package yet. He hasn't even said in his post-heat interview, I don't feel like I've actually connected with a set yet and been able to put my best surfing on display. So, you know, Imai against Jacob. We got Goofy versus Natural Footer in that top quarter final. That's going to be an epic one for sure.
The second quarterfinal, it's going to give Jet the opportunity to test where his talent is, because he's coming up against one of the CT veterans.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's got a good chance of winning that heat, really. You know, the way he's surfing. He's looking really fast, really electric, and the waves, you know, are kind of on the smallish side, so his lightness is helping him. But I'm looking forward to that heat. You know, Jacob Wilcox, the only Aussie left in. So I'm backing him.
No doubt, yeah, a phenomenal talent. Here's what the quarterfinal bracket looks like, courtesy of Bailey Ladders. Nixie Ryan and Stephanie Gilmore meeting in quarterfinal number 1. And if you think back to Steph's first heat, it was Nixie getting the jump on Stephanie in that one to earn her place in the round of 32. And now, yeah, Steph's going to...
Vahina surfed really good this morning.
Vahina surfed brilliantly, and she's up against Sally Fitzgibbons. A really cool lineup, and surfers sort of at different stages of their careers here too, Rich.
Yeah, these are really cool matchups, you know, and a lot of Goofy versus Natural matchups from Heat 2 onwards as well. So we're going to be able to see a great contrast of approach and style. But, you know, there's opportunity there for these really hungry newcomers to just kind of get those older competitors, get them out of the way there, and get some really important points for this first Challenger event. There's Jet Schilling.
Yeah, the competitors are chilling at the moment, repping that 2% crew. Jet Schilling, he's moved through to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with more from the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, right after this.
really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
Welcome back to the show here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Mark Occhilupo, Richie Lovett. We're on hold looking to get competition back underway just a little after 1 p.m. And we're going to get back into the round of 16 for the men. Jorgen Kuzene and Timothy Biso are currently in an epic battle there. But I love coming to the Gold Coast each year. I grew up just south of here, northern New South Wales. And for me, excursions up this way usually meant there was cyclone swell in the water rock. But also, you're always surrounded with your surfing heroes. This was the place where your surf magazines kind of came to life. Even for you, travelling to the Gold Coast as a Grom, you were getting eyes on some of the greats at the time.
Yeah, I sure was. I came up at quite a young age. I think it was Gordon Merchant, the founder of Billabong, that said come up. He sponsored me at a young age, and I hadn't spent a lot of time here. I think I came up, actually, the very first time was with Dog Marsh, because his dad was a trawler fisherman here. He fished for prawns out of the Tweed River, and so his mum and dad were separated, so his mum lived in Kurnell, where we grew up, and his dad moved up here. And Lenny Marsh, God bless him, and then he was, I never went out on the boat, but I think Dog did a couple of times, didn't like it. It's hard work out there. I've had a couple of friends.
Really applied himself to his surfing.
I've had a couple of friends, even my partner Jess's son Dylan, before he became a lifeguard right here at Snapper or on the coast, worked on the trawlers, on the prawn trawlers. And it's hard work out there.
For sure. But who were some of the local heroes here when you were visiting as a Grom?
Rab, Michael Peterson. The younger guys would have been Jason Buttonshaw and Sean Riley.
Sammy Watts.
Sammy Watts, yeah, too. Jason Buttonshaw, I said that name, didn't I? But Ray Manakaris, there was... I like the older guys. It was Scammell and, they're like Scammell, down at Kira, there was localised, Bruce Lee, Todd Lee, just to name a few. China, China, the goofy footer that was amazing tube rider. Yeah, amazing, but
Scat.
That's just, and Scat, there was... Thanks, Rich, because my memory not so good.
But Rich, obviously you came a couple of generations after Ock, but for you, travelling up here to the Gold Coast, always inspirational. This was always a hotbed of talent and a major production line for champion surfers.
Oh, absolutely. My dad actually moved up here 35 odd years ago, and so my brother and I used to come up all the time and made a bunch of friends. But I remember just being down at the Spit, down at the Southport Seaway down there, and Munga was out there, Michael Barry, and I was just blown away at the time. Just no way, he had all these stickers all over his board, and I was just like, man, just following him around the lineup, trying to chat to him, and from there, obviously, just when all these guys moved up there, and just a really good place to come and visit and hone your surfing skills, because it's so different. Coming from Sydney, you're surfing beach break waves and you're doing 2 and 3 turns, and then you come up here and all of a sudden you're doing 7 and 8 turns a wave, and you're going down the line and you're all of a sudden thinking about where your arms are and everything, and you can work on all these different aspects. So, this is an amazing place to grow up as a surfer, and it really is a hotbed.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's only a few, like that were, that are still around that were originally from here, like Rabbit and Bruce Lee. There was one Dean, God bless him, and
Peter Townend.
Obviously Michael Peterson. But, you know, like all of us, our younger ones, we kind of migrated here. You know, like Joel came down from the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah.
Mick, you know, young, came from Sydney. He pretty much grew up here, Mick Fanny. But he was originally from Sydney, you know. I mean, not many people would probably know that.
No, the greatest surfer ever from Penrith,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
from Penrith. But, you know, and yeah, so, you know, and then, yeah, so we all kind of just, you know, I moved up, Luke Egan moved up, you know, JS came down from North Stratty. And then we all created a clan, and, you know, JS started making amazing boards. We all hung out and just made the Gold Coast, you know, home. And for me, it's been a long time. Like, you know, I do get in a bit of surf rage out there, and people's calling who's a local. And I mean, I'm never claiming that I'm a local at all, but I have surfed here a long time and caught a lot more waves than, you know, most. But
I don't know where you're going
I'm
with this.
really digging myself a hole here.
Well, I'm going to dig you out. We're going to get an update on what's happening out there with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Will, update for us?
Yeah, so just had to rush through and try and figure out what was going on before, so apologies. But so the update is we've spotted a 1.5 to 2 metre shark in the contest zone. We've pulled the surfers out of the water as soon as we've spotted that with our shark safety drones. And we've gone on hold for 20 minutes. We've followed the animal out of the contest zone, and now we've been sweeping the area for the last 20 minutes. We haven't seen anything, so we've been given the all clear to restart competition at 2 minutes past 1, and I can see the surfers are already paddling back to the lineup now.
Safety of the service paramount. You guys done a great job. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Stace. So we're going to get competition back underway in a couple of minutes. We will restart the heat. We're at the 25.5 minute mark. And Jorgen Kuzene has a 4.67. And just 1 point behind him on the opening exchange was Timothy Bissot. Great matchup between two surfers representing France. Timothy Bissot from Guadeloupe. Yeah, he's really marked himself as one of the form surfers at this first stop on the Challenger Series. Whatever work that he's done in the lead up to this event has been paying off. He's looked faster, he's looked strong, his equipment looks sharp. I know he's doing some work with a local coach in Adam Dufner. And yeah, whatever they've sort of formulated or been touching on in the lead up to his performances is working, because it's powerful Ock, and yeah, he's just got to connect with some decent sets here. Even on that wave that he had at the start of this heat, you know, it was nothing, that wave. It had no energy in it, but he still looked alive.
He did, and it's not a score, this heat. You know, he's still got most of it left. Didn't see a whole lot of sets in that break, so I don't think we missed out on too much. We might be due. I know that was, what was that, 20 minutes or so, so we might lose that last quarterfinal of the women this afternoon, and it might be on tomorrow morning, but we are going to run them, right?
Oh, mate, if there's a chance, just a little bit of lingering light, we'll try and get them out there.
Well, you know what? I mean, you guys have been running late, because I've been watching. It's been dark.
We've been talking from basically first light to last light for 3 days now.
You know, there's a crew that surf here at night time, like pretty much every night. It's crazy. Like about 15, 20 of them.
Well, we've got 25 minutes to go here. Priority is with the man in red. We were talking about just greats here on the Gold Coast. One of my favourite times back in the day was when you had major surfing events in the Gold Coast region. I used to come up and watch the women's events. That was always great. Bring my little autograph book up. I got your autograph off one year. That was a highlight. I'll have to dig it up, mate, and get a
redo.
Yeah. Get a fresher version of it. But 24.5 minutes to go.
This might go down as the longest heat in history, actually. There's 25 minutes left. We had a 25-minute break, and then we had a restart as well, so it's an hour-long heat, at least.
Yep. There could be a record go down, but the Gold Coast.
Oh, these guys won't mind, though. More time in the lineup. That's what everyone is really seeking out here. Of course, they want the big results, but you know, they're all surfers, core surfers at heart, and they get really disappointed when they bow out of the event just because they know they're missing the opportunity to get back out there with just one other surfer.
Yeah, it's magic. To be out there with one other person is, you know, everything that you've kind of strive for. You know, you've qualified, you've got into the Challenger, you had to do a lot of work, and the payoff is having one other guy. You had to get through some rounds to get here too, but the payoff to just have a snapper, you know, it's not perfect snapper by any means, but just to be out there with another guy is you pay back. You're right.
Definitely. And I mean, there can be quality conditions and amazing banks at the other venues on the Challenger Series schedule, but even the other events know that this is the truly world-class wave on the schedule. So this is the opportunity to really show everything you've got, everything you've been working on a long canvas. And yeah, the quarterfinals are taking shape.
Speaking of banks, Rich, how's the banks at Narrabeen, the next event?
Well, it was absolutely flawless before that big giant swell that we just had come through about a week ago. And I had reports this morning that it's still looking really good.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a bit of south energy, south swell hitting the bank, and it was actually holding. The less were holding, and it's looking like the swell. Yeah, it's looking like the swell next week. I haven't looked at it in detail, but it's still looking. There's a bit of east-southeast swell. So, for me, the fact that the less were even holding up yesterday and this morning is really, really promising.
It's a good sign.
So anything with any east in it, it's going to be firing. But look, it's, you know, Narrabeen is probably the best set-up beach on the northern beaches for sure in terms of consistency and being, you know, good in a north swell, east swell, south swell. There's opportunity all around.
There's a wave there every day.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about the northern beaches is there's so many other little zones that the competitors, when they're not in heats, can go away and find somewhere to warm up. And I know everyone who lives on the northern beaches loves welcoming those surfers to their own little stretch of sand.
Yeah, I've competed at Narrabeen in juniors, and obviously the Coke Surfer Bout was moved there from Manly. Had a couple of heats out there, one against Sean Thompson, I can remember. Not winning when it was, well, I should have won that one, I think. Yeah. And then I remember watching, here we go, back to live action. Let's go.
Kuzane is going to use his priority on this one. He's waited for some time to catch this second ride, and he's making it count. A couple of big turns to kick this one off. Nice steep wall standing up here. This is a guy with a lot of leverage, and he's put it to good use here. He knows it's good. Major turns performed from the start of that ride right to that last move.
I'm glad you didn't say finish, because it wasn't the finish of that actual wave.
You saw more down the line, didn't you?
There was plenty more down there, but he decided to cut it short. Maybe just thinking, I've got a good score here, let's get back in the lineup. I'm not too sure, but it was a pretty long wave, but there was definitely a lot left.
Yeah, that first layback snap, he got a lot of tail release, and that was a different turn. Big vertical snap, and then he goes down the line, goes to the layback hack again, and then a big wrap. And right there, look, you can see there's still wall just coming down into the bay, but this is becoming a bit of a trademark here for Jorgen as, watch this one, gets right up high in the pocket, tags the lip, gets that tail release again, and then here's that final finishing manoeuvre. Sets it up.
Such a rippable wave too, with a little bit of coping on the top with that kind of east-southeast wind now. But look at the wave run down the line. Like, I don't know, what do the coaches tell them? Like, there's another, that's a point break. Like, keep going. Because you can turn a 7 into a 9 down there.
Well, he just turned that wave into an 8.07. Might have been able to turn it into a 10. But it was solid. Great variation from that first turn right through to the last. His go-to move is a layback forehand snap. But, you know, he was wise in just mixing it up right down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, you can keep serving up the same meal to the judges, and they're eventually going to get a little bit tired of it. And you got to keep, you know, putting a different flavour gravy on there. You got to start putting some extra condiments on there to just spice things up a little bit.
Pepper sauce, right?
Yeah, just show them a bit more variety. Especially on a wave like this where it can get a little repetitive, you know. But the good thing is about Snapper Rocks at the moment, it's not actually just this perfect ruler edge line to the top of the swell. There's actually some bumps and different sections to it, and that allows you to mix it up a bit more.
Yeah, good point. It does. There are some little kind of sections and ribs and double ups today. But that's a big score, and Timothy Biso, he's got to wait for a good one now. The waves are good today. It's like I said, it's a groundswell. I mean, there's a lot of waiting, but when those waves come, I think they're better today. Here we go. There's something. The drone angle is hard because you can't tell how good it is. It looks good from here, but Timothy didn't like it.
Yeah, waves sort of always look a little better when you look at them from above. Jorgen Kuznets, he's willing to have a look at it. Let's go have a couple of decent turns, but quickly identifies he's probably not going to get more than his 4.67 out of it. He wants something really nice to couple up with the 8.07. A nice little side to sit with it, Rich. But Timothy Biso, I hope we see him on a set wave because he's just looked so confident and sure-footed on his road through to this point in the competition. I think we could see him drop an excellent score if he gets a quality set wave. He seems primed for it.
Yeah, good call. I'm really wanting him to put that down, and I'm feeling it's going to be a 9, guys. Talking about backhand surfing, when we were talking about Narrabeen, I just want to finish up with just saying Simon Anderson, I remember, and when you talk about Narrabeen, I just think of him because I went there and I think I caught a bus. I was all the way from Cronulla, or maybe train bus or something like that, and I got there with my mate and witnessed Simon Anderson doing laybacks.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you remember them. You might have been a bit young, Ronnie.
No, well, I remember seeing photos of them when I worked at tracks.
Layback barrel. Layback barrel. And Narrabeen was 4 to 5 foot and just as good as, it was unbelievable. And he was laying back in the barrel and even giving the front arm that Luke Egan kind of, stole from him, I think. Yeah, a bit of both.
Was there much pig dogging back then? Had that been perfected at that time?
No, back then, it was like Stuart Cadden and BL, Daff, and BL was starting to do it. I think it stemmed from, it was like Dane Kealoha.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless him, right? I think he's just passed away. And Dane was an absolute legend.
Yeah, for sure.
He, revolutionised surfing at backdoor and pipe, and he started doing the pig dog. And Marvin Foster started doing it. And a lot of the Hawaiian guys did it there. It worked at pipe. And then we picked it up, and perfect for the points, like Neil Purchase mastered it.
Oh, didn't he just?
And so, it was not then. There was not pig dogs yet. So no. I think Simon, I didn't see Simon do a pig dog, and I don't think I ever have. He probably never did, but I don't know if he's listening, but thank you for that surfboard that I won at Bell's. It is it rocked up at my place the other day.
Beautiful.
And the board is epic.
Yeah, I saw that. I actually saw that thing getting made. Did you see the board? I saw it getting made. Yep.
Oh, I'm so stoked with it.
All right, we're just down to the 15.5-minute mark. Timothy Biso waiting for his opportunity to answer Jorgen Kuznets, who dropped an 8.07 on his previous ride. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Back with more right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Season 2 of Make or Break. It tracks Kelly Slater's incredible victory at the Pipe Pro. Also covers the cut, and then obviously really goes deep on the Rip Curl WSL finals and what unfolded there in our crowning of world champions. 13 minutes to go here. Heat number 6, the round at 16. Jorgen Kuzenet has another score on the way. Timothy Bisso's been patient, decides to make his move in chasing down the leader. Really solid backhand hits here. A great sequence of turns, slotting those moves vertically in the pocket. But how will it stack up against the set wave that we saw Jorgen on earlier?
Yeah, it won't. I mean, he surfed that wave great, but I wanted him to go further down the point and maybe get a bigger wave. I guess he had to pull the trigger because that 367's not going to cut it. Yeah, it's a nice backhand turns, the last one. I mean, he likes it, and it will be a 6 maybe, but I think he needs more, Ronnie.
Yeah, he's going to chip away at the requirement, but Jorgen's been building nicely. He had a 5.5 on this ride, and it went into his top 2.
Yeah, Jorgen just streaking down the line. Does he take to the air? He does. He gets the air rode up. Little one. Not too much height on there, but nonetheless showing the more repertoire.
So waiting on the scores to come through for Bisso.
He just had to pull the trigger, I guess. It's coming down to the 10-minute mark, and if he can get, you know, a 6 or something, he's going to be in the heat somewhat.
Still feels like the excellent numbers in him. He just hasn't had a set yet.
Yeah.
But this wave will be pretty comparable. You'd think maybe even a little better than Jorgen Kuzenet's 5.5. Just with the power that he puts into those turns. The judges are just eating it up. And the numbers so far are looking pretty solid as they drop in from the panel. This one's going to get him right back in it and go a long way to reeling Jorgen in. 7-point ride. And he now needs just a 6.58 to get himself into first. 11 minutes to go here.
Yep, a little higher than I thought, but that's okay.
I think it was those last 2 turns on that wave where he really did throw it up vertically. And that finishing move was really strong.
It's interesting, though, because there's only a point in the spread there between his best ride and Jorgen's, and Jorgen had a much bigger wave, which makes me think that you were spot on with what happened on Jorgen's wave and the fact that he kind of drew out his last turn and lost touch with the wall as it reeled off down towards Greenmount.
Yeah, you know, I mean, still an 8 to a 9 is, you know, a big spread, and that's what he could have got, and even up towards a 9.5 if he rode that way further. And maybe the judges were thinking about that, thinking, well, we'll give him a 7, just, you know, a little bit more tax for not completing that wave, you know. Make it a little closer. Give Timothy Bisso a shot. You know, he hasn't got priority with 10 minutes. He's sitting a fair way away from him, though, and, you know, there can be some wide sets.
Rich, I think you'll be able to speak to it, but, you know, Jorgen Kuzenet, he's kind of had that great hits on the lip. Some of his turns, though, he's almost, you can see he's thinking about the next move as he makes his way down the line. I mean, it's still excellent surfing, but just the fact that Timothy Bisso got so close on a medium-sized wave says a lot about, you know, what they're loving from him.
Here we go. He's found a wide one.
Drives up into it again, just transitioning it to set up these hits here. This wave's starting to fade away, though. Not a whole lot in it.
It bent out to sea there. Yep.
I think the wave did him a favour and truly fizzled. Don't think he was going to get the 7 that he needed. 9 minutes to go, but yeah, Rich, that vertical approach on the pocket, they're loving that.
They're loving that, and there's a really significant power output with Timothy in each one of his turns, whereas Jorgen's just a little bit more down the line. He's kind of slicing through the turns instead of just annihilating the lip. There's a little bit more to go. I mean, both surfers we're being hypercritical. They're both surfing so well at the moment. And, well, Timothy just showing his compact backhand approach.
He surfed the start of that wave really well. If it didn't bend out to sea and had a closeout, maybe he could have got close to getting that 6.58. Jorgen's been patient though. He's not coming down there with him.
Well, Jorgen's had the best waves, and the good news for Timothy is he's still right in touch.
He is.
He's still right there, and he hasn't had the best waves, so he should be taking confidence in the fact that he's got the judge's eye, and if he can connect with a nice set here, he's got every chance of getting that 6.58.
Yeah, well, they're not staying together. They both speak the same language. But what's going on here is, you know, most guys would be edging their way towards blue, which is Timothy Biso. But red is not doing that. He's not coming anywhere near, and he's like, no, I'm going to hold my ground. I'm going to catch a longer wave than I did before and try and nail a good score and get him right out of it.
Yeah, he's not far enough ahead to get defensive just yet, is he? Wants to replace that 5.5 and really capitalise on that big opening section. I guess the benefit for Jorgen too being on that forehand dock is even if he gets a runner, he'll have the opportunity to ride that high line and get a lot of speed and chase down the open face.
Timothy's way down
I'd
the
love
line.
to be a natural footer out here.
You do pretty well on the back end. You do pretty well on the back end.
It's just such a special wave. I mean, you know, they were talking, you know, and people talking, I think I've said that it's man-made, but we do need the ocean to bring these beautiful swells into this bay, you know, and it takes a lot of different angles, east, southeast, southeast, northeast, north. We get a lot of different angle swells.
Pretty interesting to hear Rio, who obviously grew up surfing Uluwatu and other breaks around Indonesia, incredible waves, say that, you know, this is the best wave in the world.
He did say that. I love that.
That's a huge tip of the cap from...
Well, it is a huge tip because there's a lot of point breaks around the world that, you know, are probably better. Yeah, but I mean, but this is a damn good one. You know, it has its days where it's looking like one of the best, for sure.
I don't know if there's many better sand bottom point breaks, though, when this thing's on.
Yeah. No, I know.
Pretty special.
Yeah. I guess I just get that used to it, don't I?
As if anyone is going to put their break forward to challenge it, though. There's going to be no arguments. People will say, yeah, no, it's snapper. Go there for a surf trip.
Well, everyone has gone here. They are.
6 minutes remaining as we dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Jorgen Cousinet, the Frenchman, started off nicely. Great variation on the forehand, getting himself into the excellent range here, Rock.
Yeah, he does. And a nice lip line floater there in this last turn. He just goes big and then goes, oops, I've missed that wave, but it'll just claim it there. You know, like, you made that point, you know, this is his back up 5.5, but you made that point where he was going down the line and not gouging out, and he probably thought that and gouged that last turn, just going, I've got to go big. And he did, and then he turned around and he's like, oh shit, I've lost it, because that will happen at snapper.
For sure. Timothy Biso, medium-sized waves, Rich, has got himself back in this heat with his power.
Yeah, look, he's done so well on the waves that he's had. And he's just doing, you know, staying in touch here. He hasn't quite let this heat go yet. He's still in touch. He's got to find a way in this next 4.5 minutes to somehow wrestle priority back from Jorgen and get a crack at getting one of these set waves and really just putting that backhand attack.
They're got to be good friends. I know they speak the same language. They're not from the same place, but, you know, far out, most guys are sitting on him by now, Ronnie. Like, there's 4 minutes left.
Here he comes off.
Okay.
I mean, he's taking kind of a pretty casual approach down the line here, but that's a big wingspan. He's covering some distance with those big strokes.
Let's just hope we see another set or two. At least one set would be great to see these guys lay down a really good exchange.
Yeah, so he paddled down and And Timothy went further. He's like, oh, no, I don't know. I can't do this to my friend, can I? Because he is such a nice guy, Jorgen.
Well, Timothy's got to be careful that he doesn't go so far down that he's
can't get a score.
Putting himself out of range for a score, because there is a takeoff zone.
It gets really fast down there at this size.
And it gets really fast.
Yeah, you can't turn. So you're right.
He must identify this as the opportunity for him, the scoring opportunity, though, because, you know, there's still time, 3.5 minutes to go. There could be a couple of waves on the outside. You don't want to sit so far down that you don't ever have the opportunity to get
sell him, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting.
There's some energy heading our way at the moment. Jorgen's got the priority. He's got a decision to make here.
See, he should be up putting pressure on Jorgen, trying to make him go a wave.
Yeah, it's true. Something is happening. Wow. It looks like, I mean, from the drone, it's hard to tell, but it looks like a wave to me.
Jorgen is going to swing on this one, heading down the line. He'll want to replace that 5.5. He digs a rail and takes a fall. And Timothy Biso, will he get his shot on the outside? He assumes priority now, making his move up the point. Got his motor running. Needs a 6.58. Will he get the opportunity?
There was a block. He fell because that was a good little wave. We saw it. The camera guy followed it. It was a nice little wave.
He could have done better than his 5.5 on that ride, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm calling it a wave with any kind of energy to match what Tim Biso had earlier on, or just a little bit more. He's going to get the number he needs. He's just surfing too well.
I know, and it's just right now, is it meant to be? You know, like, I mean, everything else has happened for him. The wave came, he fell.
There's waves
didn't
rolling
score,
by the rock here at the moment.
Meant to be for Timothy Biso, because if he can get through this heat, he could go all the way.
1 minute and 45 seconds to go. A couple of medium-sized sets rolling by at the moment. Doesn't look like they're going to do too much down the line. But from deep, they were kind of running, reeling off. Don't know if they had a mid-range 6 in them. But he is just praying to Huey right now, asking for the opportunity to show us that incredible form he's been possessing through the earlier rounds of this contest. 6.58. Such an attainable number for him. He's making some moves now. Something standing up on the outside. Biso trying to get into position here. Is this the wave? He might have to take a chance on it. It's just not big enough. He lets it go. Under a minute remaining now. Oh, these are just medium-sized set waves. Not a whole lot of power in them. I mean, even with the incredible spark and backhand power he's been displaying, there's just not enough in these rides for Timothy to turn this heat at this stage. He's still waiting with that priority on the outside.
I saw Jorgen's girlfriend praying. Fiance, excuse me.
Yeah, this one looks like it's going to come to a close without Timothy Biso getting the opportunity here. He's making a move further to the inside now.
Well, should have said pardon, monsieur, because both French boys, Timothy's seen something. Hang on.
No, it's not going to get to him in time. Oh, the hooter sounds. Timothy Biso up after the hooter. Jorgen Kuzene is going to hang on. And some frustration there for Timothy Biso. He was surfing so well, but unfortunately not finding the opportunity here. Jorgen Kuzene, he knows just how important that heat win is, and he is charging on through to the quarters. Oh, we got an extended little period there to talk surfing. Great to have your company here on the Harvey Norman host set.
Thanks for having me.
Good hang time, Mock.
Ronnie.
Looking forward to seeing you again, mate.
Well, I might pop in tomorrow. I know it's a short day, and it'll be hard to rip me off the couch because I'll be watching intently.
Beautiful,
You
mate.
never know.
Well, we love having your company, and we'll see you all after the break. We're going to bring in an incredible panel. Stace Galbraith is on standby, along with Jack Freestone and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWN. It has been non-stop action all morning. My name is Stace Galbraith, and gladly joining me in the booth, Jack Freestone and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Boys, how you going? Jack, good morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I'm surprised you guys aren't sick of me yet.
Against all odds, mate. No, you're doing a fantastic job. And Bugsy, how's your day been?
Yeah, it's been an awesome day. I mean, the surf's been pumping and the action's been incredible. Best surfing I've seen for a long time.
That swell is just hanging around, isn't it, Bugsy? It's just still producing. On dark last night with some of the best waves we've seen. And then this morning it's still rifling off down the line. Plenty of opportunities for our competitors. And today, another cracking heat here as we move into heat 7 of the round of 16. Michael Rodriguez versus the young surfer out of Maui in Hawaii, Jackson Bunch. This is going to be a great heat. Michael in the red, standing with his left foot forward, a natural footer. Jackson, a goofy footer. Both very electric. I think power to weight, Jack, they're kind of fighting at the same division here.
Yeah, that is true. I think these have been two of the informed surfers. I mean, I got to call Jackson's first heat, and man, he surfs so mature for a young guy, 19 years old. I've actually seen him around a ton in Hawaii, and I've always said, like, this guy's going to be a problem when he gets on the Challenger Series. And you've got, like, a young vet in Michael Rodriguez. So, and like I said, I think two of the informed surfers. It's going to be fireworks, hopefully.
Yeah, anything else that you might be able to let us know about Jackson? Because I think, for most Australians, this is probably the first time we've seen him in the flesh out here. Obviously, he comes from a very wave-rich island in Maui. He doesn't really have any weaknesses in his game, does he?
No, he doesn't. And it's cool. This event is he gets to showcase his small wave surfing, because he's from Hawaii, so predominantly bigger, more substance waves. But yeah, he has a fairly narrow stance, a really mature style, and he's just got this perfect tempo. Kind of reminds me of someone like a Wiggly Dentes, who's always just kind of doing excellent surfing on his backhand. So yeah, I think expecting nothing but good things for him in the future.
There's some guys that just seem to have a fire hose attached to the bottom of their board. I think Jackson's one of them.
I agree. Yeah, he sends buckets, that's for sure.
And Bugsy, we've been watching M-Rod all season on the World Tour. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut there over at Margaret River, but no real surprises, is it, to see him just make the transition from the World Tour back straight into the round of 16 here at Snapper?
Well, when I first saw Emrod, it was at Snapper when he was on the CT, and I was so impressed with him. I was amazed that he wasn't on it for longer. But yeah, he loves this wave, and as Jack said, he's been one of the form surfers. And Jackson, the other day, in the lead up to the event where they're going through their paces out there, I was standing on the beach with Dwayne DeSoto, and this kid, I was just going, who is that kid? I didn't know, I'd never seen him before, and he went, yeah, this kid, Jackson Bunch, he's a hottie.
A short ride here for Michael Rodriguez. That does leave Jackson Bunch with priority. We had a very interesting heat last heat. Jorgen Kuzene getting one up over Timothy Bisso. Felicity's on the sideline with Jorgen.
Yeah, congratulations. Great win. We went on hold. You had a restart. How do you stay composed and then drop an 8.07 on that first wave?
Yeah, it was such a long time waiting before the sharks just go away. And actually, I think before the heat, I saw the shark, and I was like, oh, what's that thing? And then the heat started, and I was like, oh no, I don't have time to focus on the heat. And yeah, it was a bit stressful. But like, just got lucky. I had the priority, and the bomb came, and boom, 8 point, and it was great. But at the end, it was such a stressful moment. He was just needing like a 6.58. And luckily he didn't got it, but he's such a good surfer, so I wish him all the best for now.
Talk to me about those last few minutes in the heat. You obviously had priority, you took off on that wave and then fell, and then Timothy had priority in the end.
obviously nervous moments there.
Oh, I was like, did you really fall on that wave? That was probably a 7. I could have closed the heat on that one, so I was like, oh, the kids are on fire. But yeah, I'm really happy. Never give up, and yeah, the year is starting well, so I'm just super happy.
One last thing, yesterday when I interviewed you, you said that you've got a bit of a knee injury. It actually needs surgery, but you're surfing on it anyway because you need to surf in this event. Talk to me about, it's obviously holding up. Talk to me about that.
You know, my goal actually is to win both I know it's hard, but like Rio did it last year. He won a back-to-back event, so if I can do that, I'll be the most happy, the happiest guy in the world. But like one hit at a time, and yeah, let's try to get some good results, and yeah, feeling good.
Well, congratulations. Thanks so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Felicity. And a common story in this event, boys. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I know there's a few surfers in this event, Jadson being another one of them, that are surfing this event not at 100% in effort just to get a result on the board and really take the best use of that break between Narrabeen and Bolito. Because with a shortened year, you really can't miss much.
Yeah, that is true. So if you're coming here, you know, you're not feeling 100% and you bag a result, you are over the moon. And especially they're not stopping there. They're continuing to climb. So, yeah.
Michael Rodriguez looking at his third wave here. Just a couple of inconsequential scores to get this thing started. It's no doubt this wave suits his surfing to a T, but he'll be looking for a little bit more opportunity than that as he just sort of looks to reposition himself down the line. It's a dangerous thing to give Michael a long leash, though, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, you don't want to give him any space. Oh, actually, he's paddling right next to Jackson. I think the best waves are coming predominantly from that area, Little Marley. So he was just trying to maybe draw Jackson up the point with him and then try and do a little 2-for-1. As you see, this wave wasn't really giving him much. I think he was just like, okay, I need to get out of this area, get back down the point, and just because if a set comes, I don't want to be way up the top near the rock.
Bugsy, I know that score will only be a small one, but can you even take a bit of positive energy just even out of that one nice tail release?
Probably not. I mean, only in that, you know, he's had 3 waves now, and, you know, he was taking off in that middle part of Snapper, and there's too, even though we don't have a high tide, there's too much water there to get that connection, and,
totally.
and it's a weak wave, so
yeah.
I don't really think he's going to get much out of it, because, and I really say that only in the fact that he lacks no confidence.
Yeah.
You know.
Agreed.
It's a great point you make. Let's see if we can see that confidence on show here. Streaking down the line, Michael Rodriguez, Jackson Bunch a little too deep for this wave as Michael, beautiful open face carve there, and backs it up with another, little more variety on the twist as he makes his way down the line. He'd be looking to find a little more vertical face here to really push this score up. Beautiful long float with the tail drop. And
that was under priority.
That was under priority. He's done well there.
A confident ride.
A confident ride, Bugs. No, you're right. It's one of those things. I know there's a lot of surfers in the draw. Jack, you're one of them. You love to get the feet in the wax. And, you know, when I see a surfer ride a wave like his previous one, although it's only going to be a 2, you can start to see where they're at. With their equipment and how they're feeling, and then obviously he's, with any more opportunity like this wave, he's going to get to showcase his full talent. What do you make of this one, Jack?
Yeah, definitely. This was a really good wave to get under priority too, especially because he just paddled just past him. So, yeah, he's just kind of putting the dots at this turn, that second turn. That carve was so good, really hard in transition, but look how much speed he's holding. And that's one thing I kind of really admire about his point surfing is he's just got such this fluidity. And he just knows when to rip in and finishes with a nice lip line floater. He looked like he was looking for the air there.
He did. You'd have to think maybe now with that one in the bag, we might see him get a little bit more freaky.
I think so. If he gets another one like that, I think you might see him take to the sky.
Bugs Jackson just a little too deep for it on that wave. Obviously, Jackson, a goofy footer, surfing with his back to the wave.
Yeah, he's obviously waiting for the sets. He needs I think he needs the set waves to really take on Michael Rodriguez. You know, Rodriguez, when he goes wider, I think he's going to be so dangerous when he sits on the rainbow side of his opponent, as he just did then. Even when we saw him paddling past, I went, uh-oh, if something comes here, the guy is going to light up. this is where he's most dangerous. But Jackson, you know, we've seen some good set waves in the last heat, even though they were inconsistent. They were good size waves.
Absolutely. You have to think in 30 minutes you are going to get your opportunities. While we're waiting for scores to come in on that last ride of Michael Rodriguez, is going to send it down to Kaipo. Kipes, where are you?
Hey, I'm at GWM checking out their fleet of vehicles. This is my favorite, the Aura electric 7-gear dual clutch transmission. Emission-free, luxurious, quilted interior. I'm driving this one home. Let's go.
That's amazing. That's a primetime park there at Snapper. That looks like Mick Fanning's park right there.
Yeah, come pick me up.
Yeah. But no, GWM, a great sponsor of this event and the next event down in Narrabeen, and we're grateful for their support. It's awesome to have them on board. It's Michael here. He's starting to put it together. A 5 on that last ride. And again, just a bit of space here between him and Jackson. Jackson looks like he's just been edging up the point a little bit. We have seen a lot of waves today run right down the line there, so it's going to be important for him to make sure he's right on his mark. He's surfed a lot of heats out here now. He knows where he wants to be. It's this next decision is pretty important, because the last thing you want is Michael getting another mid-range score on the board. Can't have him running away with it this early in the heat. Coming down to just on 16 minutes on the clock while we're waiting for a bit more action in the lineup here. As we see...
Maybe takers on this one.
Jackson letting the first wave go, and Michael there. Looks like there's a little lump behind it.
Maybe, yeah, this one.
There has been a couple of mirages today, and I think that might be another one. While we're waiting for a real set to come through, we're going to take a bonsai brew break. Don't go anywhere.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoi, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Welcome back to the show. If you've just tuned in, this is Heat 7 of the round of 16 here at the Gold Coast Pro. Michael Rodriguez, it's one-way traffic for him at the moment. Just a 5 and a 2.5 as we see Jackson Bunch up on his first ride of this heat. He's waited patiently for this wave. So 2 quick turns up in the lip. He'd be looking to get on the green face now and really put that good technique to work. He's certainly looking sharp. And I think he'd be feeling pretty happy about his wave selection there. He's certainly got some nice work done at the start. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined by my side, Jack Freestone and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Gentlemen, I was just about to ask, at what point do you think Jackson starts thinking about making a move? And he's answered the question here, Jack.
Oh, yeah, I think Yeah, that was a really good first turn. It looked like in that in the drone view, it looked like a really good wave, and then it kind of fizzled out through here. So he's just kind of keeping moving, but he still manages to squeeze in a nice finishing turn. This angle, I was like, oh my goodness, this is a good wave.
I know what you mean about the wiggly call. I think he's even running a similar spray.
Yeah, I think so. There might be some motivation right there. Really similar surfing. Wow. He still managed to finish that wave. I think it might come in around that mid score.
Yeah,
mid-5 range.
It's certainly a hard one for the judges to break down, Bugs.
Yeah.
Two completely different styles of surfing that we're seeing here.
Well, that's right. I mean, we've seen that today with, the Goofy Natural. We had quite a few Goofy Natural heats, and the Goofies are able to do these, vertical turns in a shorter, compressed space with the natural footers looking for that combination and connection down the line. I think his timing was exquisite.
It really was, particularly on that opening manoeuvre, and then that's where the judges really narrow in on the scores. All the risk is in the first section, so that is one way you can look to differentiate yourself from your competitor, is how hard you can go as early as possible in the ride. That's what's going to set you apart from your rivals, and then obviously on a wave like this, the next biggest thing is flow and how you put it all together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking he got the best of that exchange between those first two scoring rides.
Yeah, it's the single best turn in the wave, isn't it? It's just how the judges interpret the rest of what happened there, which will be interesting. Michael Rodriguez now up and riding on a nice looking ride. He's carrying his speed beautifully down the line. Nice vertical snap in the lip, and another with a bit more venom. He's looking for another little double up here. He's found the open face, another good snap in the lip, and the Larry to finish. It was the right manoeuvre to do. It just couldn't get it done. As we see Jackson now answering back. This is an important wave for the context of the heat. And a beautiful finish. Wow, this is going to be a really, really exciting exchange. I think Michael did himself a huge disservice there, not being able to ride out of that final turn, because now with all surfers locking in 2 scoring rides, I think I'm going to hang my hat on it and say the surfer in blue might be out in front.
Yeah, especially we didn't really see the start of his wave too, so we don't really know what was done out the back. But it definitely grew into a really good wave. This is Michael's wave. And the start was a little bit sleepy. But this next turn, fireworks. And I was surprised he got around this section, because usually that's where everyone gets caught behind and then he manages to square. But this is unfortunate, because he was on his way to a good score.
Definitely. And take us through this one, Bugs.
Well, it's a much cleaner wave. Look, it's got a little double in it in front of it. So, and then as he moves onto this wave, this is where we picked it up before, so this is by far the best wave. Look at that turn, just backhand perfection, floats over that section, no worries, unbelievable timing. And he dismounted very quickly to get the paddle back in, but this kid's backhand attack is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's super light on his feet. Love this angle here of him going down the line.
Just seamless. Gets his board right up above that lip line, jams it down, and then that's a make and a dismount.
Looked like he was bailing out into 1 foot of water, 1 inch of water, but it's not the reefs of Hawaii, Jackson. Just a nice cushy sand bottom there.
Okay, so Jackson got the best of that first exchange. He got the 5.83. That's about how we saw it.
Yep.
And that second one,
he's gonna come out on top as well.
he's gonna up the ante right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Michael he'd be pretty disappointed with himself not to finish that one off. He was on his way to a good score.
Just with how slow this heat's been, I really think that fall could be a crucial mistake there for Michael.
Yeah.
I'd like to think they're going to get another roll of the dice. I mean, they probably will get 1 each, but I know Michael would have been loving to paddle back out here in first position and take control of this heat. But it'll be Jackson with priority and what we imagine the lead with 8.5 minutes to go, which will be a very advantageous position to be in, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. There's no better feeling when you've got the 2 best scores sitting out there, and he also has priority too. So he's controlling right now. He's just probably waiting to hear this last exchange.
No, they just switched.
Oh, they just switched around. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I did kind of think that when I was looking at the screen.
Yeah,
a bit of glare might have caught us off guard.
No, what happened just momentarily, there was PP. They both had priority.
There we go.
No, we could not make
I
a
hope
mistake.
the surfers have looked. They have looked. This is Michael Rodriguez here.
This is a nice looking wave.
Very good looking wave. Beautiful layback snap to start. Lovely carving slash to back it up with. vertical turn in the lip there. Amazing variety in the first 3 turns and a big finish. There you go.
Yeah.
Jackson now behind.
So similar to his last wave. He's got that little ridge in front of it. Is it going to double up onto the bank, Jack?
I hope so. Look, he gets a nice section there. He might get a little bonus
Right
inside
now.
track, yeah. The only thing, you hope his legs aren't getting too sore. But, he's found a nice little, wow. Yeah, look at this wave. Just keeps on going. He's doing well to keep up with this because this is a long wave, especially after just getting back to the takeoff zone after getting a long wave.
Ockie had a good call earlier. He didn't think the boys should be too worried about the ride. They were only going a third of the way at the point.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. They're
But not everyone's got legs like the Ock.
Yeah, no, like, he's doing a run around. He's like, okay,
Yeah.
I think I need a little break. Which is interesting because I actually would have paddled back because there seems to be a lot of opportunity from Little Marley down.
Yeah, I agree.
See?
Michael here up and riding. This will be his 6th
okay.
ride, and I probably owe Michael an apology. He's in the lead. Oh, no, my bad. He's Oda score.
He is Oda
He's
score.
Oda score. It's extremely close, but...
Okay, so on the previous wave where he actually didn't make the last turn, he got a 6.83, so he banked both those. He flared up on a couple of big turns.
And what about this one, Bugs?
Yeah, this is his best ride.
Yeah.
This ride here, look at the way he finishes this one.
Yeah, this is excellent surfing.
Wow.
Yeah, and just a really strong finish.
Incredible variety in this wave.
I love how he started that too. Almost every turn was different, which is really cool and also really hard to do out here. And these last turns, it just kind of grew strength to strength, like better. That was an awesome turn, and then he just finished even stronger. So we're getting what we wish for, which is flurries.
Crazy flurry here towards the end of this heat, and he's feeling it. And then Jackson Bunch on this wave here, Bugs.
Yeah, well, this wave, you can just see that little ridge in front of it, and it's going to turn into a special because right now, nothing too much going on. And Jackie, now he sees his section right here, and down the line he goes.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the only thing that doesn't hold him back is the amount of downtime in between these sections, because he's getting some really nice turns, but there's a lot of downtime in between. But he does when he's hitting these sections, man, he just throws buckets.
Oh, Michael outside now. That looked like a beautiful first turn and a bigger second. Bringing it down the line with a beautiful down carve and snap to finish.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks like he's just ridden his best 2 waves in the last 2 rides, and we're owed a score from his second last ride, and now this wave, as we see Jackson Bunch on the runaround.
Yeah.
Jack, you make the interesting point that you would have paddled,
Yeah,
and I'd have to agree.
That's a big mistake,
Because
I'd
his
say.
legs are going to be cooked.
His legs are going, not only that, but there could have been an opportunity for him to get priority and him to be on that wave instead of letting Michael just kind of be free to roam with no one out there. He's in the lineup by himself for like the last 4 to 5 minutes. So any wave that comes, there's no one to hold him off. And look, I think the set of the heat just came through.
What do you make of this one, Bugsy?
Well, look, this is a scary thought because this is 3 tags, unbelievable. And again, the finish here is so good. I think this is his best ride now.
Yeah, and he's just gone strength to strength.
Now, you know, guys, we got the right on the first exchange. The second one we got wrong. If he got a 6.83 on the wave he blew it on, he's owed 2 waves. Where's this all going?
I think this looks like a 16-point total in 2 waves is what it feels like to
It's
me.
definitely going north of that 6.83, that's for sure.
Just beautiful vision here. The waves are still here when they come. Oh, that's just about as a perfect a canvas as you could get.
Surface paradise in the background too.
Absolutely gorgeous. And he's read that wave so well. Didn't chase it down the line. Stomped the finish. And rightly so. That would have felt very, very good.
That's worthy of a fist bump.
Yep.
So owed a few scores, but Jackson didn't really go forward. He's stayed around that same mark. He got the 6.3 and then only a 6.
Yep. So we're still waiting on
two of the
Two
best scores, I'd
scores,
say, for of the heat right now.
Which is slightly frustrating for Jackson because he kind of has no idea of where he's at.
And the situation,
He
yeah.
would have seen Michael's last wave on the runaround, so he would be definitely taking that into, into his mind of just even wave height,
Yeah.
even if he didn't see what Michael did on the wave as it went down the line. But still, some information for the young surfer from Maui couldn't hurt. I don't think he's going to like what comes out though.
Well, he might need in excess of a 9.
Yeah,
I think he'd be feeling pretty good if it was that number. I think it's going to be potentially a combination of waves here. Just looking at some early indications here from Michael Rodriguez. His last 2 rides that we're waiting on.
Yeah, he's going to be comboed, it looks like.
Yeah, so just for reference, that almost took him about 6 minutes to do what he just did, which is come in and run around. And in those 6 minutes,
so much has happened.
So much has happened, and he's just completely taken himself out of any situation in the ocean.
And it's funny because if you look at the small decisions that he made at the start of the heat with his wave selection, he was actually winning the exchanges, and he was in the lead.
Yeah.
It's just almost a slip up there with the 6, which then allowed Michael to be on the 6.83 into the 8. And just that whole sequence of events can just change. And as a young surfer and a coach, at breaking that down, it's just that sometimes is part of the game.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, he's got back to the lineup and got back to the takeoff zone and said, you need a 7 to get out of combo. That's where he's at. I mean, that's Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah.
When they threw that,
right.
But when they threw that 6.83, they kind of had nowhere else to go except the excellent range.
Yeah.
Which feels about right. That looked like excellent surfing on all accounts. 8.0 on his third last wave. He kicked in and out and then scored an 8.93 on that last set wave.
Yep.
So fantastic surfing. And then, as we kind of alluded to, Jackson was going to be needing a big number. And unfortunately for him, it's 2 waves.
Yep.
So, look, you never say never, but it's getting pretty close to that point. Minute to go.
Yeah, it's a pretty daunting task for him right now. He's going to have to get something right now or in the next 5 seconds. And then
John Drew nearly did it in 90 seconds the other day, but that was 90, not 50.
Yeah.
As we see the clock count down here, I think Jackson's probably just hoping he gets one more just for fun.
Yeah, and in saying that, I think this is his first showing maybe on the Challenger Series. I'm not too familiar with that, but what a good showing.
You'd be stoked. If you get to roll up to this event and say, hey, you're going to come into Snapper and take a 9th away, I think you'd be pretty stoked.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's a good effort. I mean, and plus he's stamped himself as a real talent.
Yeah, agreed.
So, yeah, he'd be looking just to get one more for the Perso collection here as he tries to make his way up the point just to try and stand up on something with the whole Snapper Rocks lineup to himself, which is an opportunity he might get here. The clock's counting down. I think that'll count. Jackson Bunch up and riding.
It's a good-looking wave, too.
Get around it. Oh, it's a heartbreaker. That's how...
Oh, man. It just reels off.
That's how most of my free surfs look out here.
I was just about to say the exact same thing.
And as you see, a bit of sportsmanship there from the boys. Michael Rodriguez flying down the line.
Oh, is this a victory lap?
Wow.
Here?
Oh, my God. Kidding me. Save some of that for tomorrow, son.
Yeah.
That's just beautiful surfing as we watch this one roll out. We'll get to you with a Harvey Norman heat recap. And it's... It was a one-way start there for Michael Rodriguez, but this is one of his first good scoring rides, Jack.
Yeah, there's a lot of guttural sounds being made up here in the booth from his surfing, which is worthily deemed. He was just going strength to strength. He kind of felt he was out of a rhythm at the start, but then, man, he just got into such a good rhythm in this back half. And this wave, oh, my, that's excellent surfing right there.
Yeah, well, Michael Rodriguez may have stamped himself as the man to beat.
Yeah.
I think so. We'll look at some final numbers here. Excellent heat total there for Michael Rodriguez. Jackson Bunch, a valiant showing here, equal 9th. He'll be looking forward to getting down to Narrabeen. We're going to take a short break here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Don't go anywhere. Another cracker coming up. Crosby Colapinto versus Rio Waida. Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. If you've just joined us, you've tuned in at an absolutely perfect time as we take a look at the quarterfinal bracket here for the contest so far. We just saw Michael Rodriguez put himself through to quarterfinal number 4. We're going to find out whether it's Crosby Colapinto or Rio Waida joining him in that matchup. My name's Stace Galbraith. Joining alongside me is Jack Freestone and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Jack, who you liking in this matchup, mate?
Oh, man, I was just looking at that, just going, oh, I hope... Can I say everyone?
Absolutely not. You must pick one.
Okay, well, I'm going to go recency bias, Emerald, Michael Rodriguez. Man, he just put on a showing.
Great call.
What about yourself, Bugs?
Well, in the whole bracket, I'm going to go for Imo Kalani Deval.
Yeah.
I think he has just, you know, when he gets on the right waves, he can match Michael Rodriguez. But, you know, what a performance for Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a cracker of a finals day tomorrow. But in the meantime, we've got a heat for you right here that could be a final in itself. Crosby versus Rio. That's about as good as a round of 16 matchup you'll see all year. As we're going to catch up on some action here from the young Indonesian, Rio Waida. Take us through this one, Jack.
Yeah, just started off, it seemed like he was up close to the rocks. And, yeah, he threw everything into that. And then Crosby right behind him, starting off with the carve, and he's just looking to get down the line on this one. Oh, gosh, he's got such a good flow. He's back at trestles right now. Both strong finishes.
Oh, and a strong start there for Rio. He's just looking so locked in on his surfboard. He had a couple of great scoring rides in his round 1 heat. Probably left a little bit of meat on the bone in his next one. But as you see him here winding up on this wave, bang, massive finish. He likes the feel of that one. And rightly so. Crosby behind. This is an absolute battle royale. Crosby will go to the air here.
Yeah.
Nice blow tail reverse.
He's consistent with that.
And that's again a part of his game that he's definitely worked on as a young surfer over there in California. And then we might get to see a good old-fashioned paddle battle here. Both of these gents right into their fitness, so both of them ready to push it to the max.
Rio's just kind of chilling on his way back out. Crosby's head down.
I like it.
I think he already knows.
Yeah, he's...
Crosby's got priority.
Crosby's got priority, but at the same time, who knows, with the flurry and how quickly that heat started, there could be more waves approaching. The replay here, Bugs, what do you like about it?
Everything. This is just such a good ride. I mean, as you said, his first round, he just showed how good he is at snapper. Okay, how's his little... Of course, I love this roundhouse cutback. But now he goes straight back in. Got him right on the bank. And an awesome dynamic finish for that one. He likes it. Look at this roundhouse cutty.
Absolutely the world's most underrated turn in surfing. Just look at where it put him back in the wave here, in the critical part of the wave, and it's all joined together in one line.
The only thing he missed was like a barrel and a little air.
Yeah.
He basically did everything you could do on a surfboard.
I love that claim.
That's a good claim.
And Crosby here, Bugsy.
Yeah, Crosby, he's on fire. He's just looking so sharp. The short, sharp ride. As Jack said, he's got that on lock. And then he pulls through to make sure he gets that paddle back out, and he did secure first priority.
There you go.
Absolutely, and a cracking heat that we just witnessed. Felicity is with Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, absolutely cracking heat. It was very slow in the start, but then such a flurry of waves at the end there. How do you maintain your composure and lock in two of your biggest rides at the end of the heat there?
I really don't know. Actually, I have been enjoying myself out there and try to, you know, surfing. This is just about love. I really love to be here. I really love all my boards. I really love who I am right now. After 7 or 8 years on tour, like here in Key West, CT, so I'm just proud about myself and who I am right now. And yeah, this is about happiness, and I just love to be here.
That's really nice to hear. That board looks absolutely incredible. Do you want to talk me through it? What are you riding?
Yeah, I'm riding a Subdriver 2.0 Swallowtail epoxy from Matt Biolas. Matt Biolas and all his team, lots of board team, they all give me the best support ever, and the boards is just, you know, this is about love as well. Those guys help me a lot, and I'm just proud to be part of the team.
And the waves are absolutely pumping right now. You said it yourself. How do you just go out there and surf a heat and try and have wave selection right now?
Yeah, it is super hard, but at the same time, it's just super fun. It's just endless surf right here. Even the out of the competition. We have been enjoying a lot.
Thanks so much, Emrod. Good luck for the next round. Absolutely on fire. Back to you guys.
Just doing it for the love, and understandably so. What a performance.
Yeah, he, man, that back half of the heat, he was just on fire, and that he is in a dangerous mindset right now. That is such a powerful combination of his surfing and where his mind's at, and it's cool to see that, especially with, his situation just with the cut. I mean, yeah, I've always expected big things for him because his surfing is just, it's to a level.
He had a fantastic posted interview there in Margaret River, and it shows he's just carried that on here, even though with the disappointment of not making the cut. He's here and he's all fired up.
And how good.
But in the meantime, while we're taking a little moment in the lull here, we've got a special guest joining us via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. It's someone very close to Crosby, the world number 4, Mr. Griffin Colapinto. Yeah, Griff.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah, Griff.
If it isn't a couple of my favorite new commentators, free stuff. You're on a heater.
Thanks, man. Good to see your face.
You too, brother.
What's going on at your place, mate? Is there a bit of a rumble in the jungle downstairs? All the boys watching the TV?
Yeah, I'm in the other room, but I can hear them going off when these guys get waves. So I think they're a little ahead, so I'm going to know what's coming.
That's the most annoying thing when that happens. You have to tell them to be quiet.
That's
Griff.
it. Are you getting some FOMO, Griff, not being here surfing in the event?
Oh, I've gotten some major FOMO, especially with all the 2% boys hanging out. I'm the one missing link. So, are there sets coming right here? I'm hearing boys yell right now.
I'm pretty sure I'm watching it live, and no, there are no sets at the moment, Griffin. You're free to roll.
Okay, no sets. Okay, all good.
You must be proud.
Be
proud of your brother, mate. He's on. He's been on fire.
Yeah, super proud of Kraz. This heat's gnarly. Rio's looking really good. My prediction is 20 minutes left. I'm claiming they're both going to have 15, 16 points by the time this thing's over. So
I think that's how the most heats go that Jack and Bugs and I have called off to extremely slow starts. This one's had a bit of action so far, Rio with the 767, but the fireworks at the end of these heats has just been incredible.
I know. We've been gathering every night to watch these things, and our boy Jet's been doing these last-minute buzzer beater things that have been really heart-throbbing, so it's been really fun. Oh, here's Rio.
Testing everyone's nerves. Rio Waida here. He's looking to get something on the board to match the 767. A beautiful combination of major manoeuvres there at the start of that ride as he's making his way down the line here through Rainbow Bay. Griffin mentioned there was a rainbow out there at the moment. There was an absolute cracker double rainbow this morning. And Rio's putting a bit of a rainbow of his own together on this wave. He is fired up, Jack.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I don't know how to read that last turn because he didn't really make it, but he's on his way to a good score. I think the damage might have been done, but it doesn't look good when you don't finish on your feet or you don't ride out of the last turn.
Yeah, it is true. Griffin, you've been spending a lot of time with Rio on tour lately. You must be pretty impressed with how his surfing's developed.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we stayed together at the Quick House earlier this winter in Hawaii. I really liked that turn. That was cool. And then into this combo, it's nice. And then, yeah, the rest of the wave kind of went a little bit soft, so unfortunate, but good for Crosby. So, yeah, definitely pulling for Kraz, though.
Oh, without a doubt. But I think there's one thing that I've noticed on the beach today with all the crew from San Clemente is they're down there clapping good surfing. If someone gets a wave, they are all down here, pulling for each other. But, great sportsmanship earlier in the day with Jao Chianca, and then I know it'll be the same here for Rio. And I think that everyone at the moment, particularly in this age bracket, they're all pushing each other so much, and it's amazing for the sport. Everyone's on a different journey, and they're all absolutely ripping. Bugsy, another one of your favourites there. The Roundhouse.
I wanted to ask Griffin. Griffin, congratulations on a great start. The first 5 events this year. You just seem like you've got a lot of positive intention. You're always pushing towards getting on that podium.
Oh, thanks, Bugs. Yeah, I just really been kind of figuring it out along the way, and each year I feel like I've done a little bit better than the year before, and just always like working to get better, and a lot of like self-work, which I think is huge for our sport because surfing's so spiritual, I guess. And I don't know, I try and like kind of go inward and just connect with the ocean and figure out that side of things. And then there's all the outside factors you have to be able to handle too along the way. And yeah, surfing's just so unpredictable and so difficult that, I don't know, it's a crazy journey. You learn a lot about yourself, and I feel like I'm getting to a point where I'm getting to know myself really well, and I'm not trying to be anyone else that's being successful. I'm doing what I think will work for me the best. And I don't know, it's cool to see it kind of reflect in my results.
Yeah, that really is cool. I was going to actually ask a question too, Griff. Because you guys, the 2% Club, you've got a lot of guys from the same area who are all kind of, biting for that same goal, get on tour, do as best as you can. I know you guys do a lot of time sparring, like with surfing, but what about like the mind is because you seem to have really worked on your mind and it's showing. Does everyone kind of lean towards that in the 2% Club?
Yeah, I think they're all kind of leaning that way at the moment. Crosby definitely is. We've been working with the same, we're kind of calling him our like spiritual accomplice, mental coach. Our friend Troy Eckert, he actually used to work for Vulcan, but he's been helping us out, and he's been super helpful. It's been legendary. He's like a therapist for us, so we have a call with him once a week, and yeah, it's really rad because it keeps us accountable with keeping up on ourselves. And then yeah, like Jet and Cole and Cade and Taj, brother, like all these guys, like I feel like our whole crew is like in this point where we're realizing how difficult this to get on tour and to stay on tour and to keep doing well. Like we understand how hard it is and how much losing sucks. And just if you like have those tools and you're going inward most of the time, then you'll be able to handle it all so much better, and you won't be like such a roller coaster ride emotionally. And I don't know, you just feel better and you're a happier person when you're doing that stuff. So I think everyone's kind of realizing that, and we're all get to talk to each other about it, and have deep talks and be vulnerable with each other. So yeah, it's a really special time in San Clemente right now. Feel super grateful to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's been grateful to watch that journey, and I know we all appreciate your vulnerability, Griff. It's inspirational. But, mate, while we've got a quick lull in the action, going to get you to hold tight, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be right back with hopefully some flurries at the end of this heat.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. and by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It's been a fantastic day of pro surfing here. So many highlights, and certainly some to come in this heat. We've had a pretty quick start from Rio, and Crosby playing catch-up at the moment, chasing a 6.85. While we're in the break, we saw this ride here from Rio Waida. Jack, take it away.
Yeah, he seemed like to be a little bit further up the point, so I think he didn't have priority, and he was just kind of creating space, trying to find a wave. He found a really nice looking one. I think he might have even got another wave too. I'm not too sure, but anyway, still with this wave, he's finding a little rhythm. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't think that was going to go into his top two.
Yeah, look, he did have another ride there. He was just repositioning himself while we're in the break. And then he caught that wave there, which has just come in at a 4.37. I mean, he never really looked connected with that wave. I'm pretty surprised to not see him at least try something with a bit more risk. He kind of rode that wave for 3 hours and ended up just kicking out. So a bit of a misstep there for Rio, but now he's down the point, and it's still really with the ball in Crosby's court with 10 minutes on the clock, a little over 10 minutes. Crosby's got first priority. He's chasing a 6.85. Bugs, we've seen most of the waves come to this spot today. You're pretty happy with where Crosby's sitting?
I sure am. Even though the tide's going out now, you will see some, some waves that might sort of lure you up into the point. I think where Crosby's sitting is where, Michael Rodriguez in the last heat, taking a leaf out of his book, that's the spot.
Griffin, I know you've been watching intently, playing couch coach all week. You pretty happy with where Cros is at the minute?
Yes, I am for sure. I think the first heat he had that buzzer beater, and that was really crazy and cool to watch him stay calm under pressure. Oh, is he going?
Walk us through this one, mate.
All right, here he goes. All right, nice little swoop. Get down the line right here. Big turn here. Ooh, okay, spray. You like that?
Whoa.
Ooh, patent Crosby carve. That's what we like. Bang that. Okay. Get it done here, brother. Don't go out to sea, please. Double up. Do it.
Oh,
no.
Wow.
Do it.
Did he pull off?
Waves don't generally go out to sea here.
He could have kept going, it looked like.
Yeah, nevertheless, got some good work done at the start of that wave.
Oh, yeah, don't underestimate that wave.
Yeah.
He just carved that thing up, and it was a bigger wave. It was a solid set.
I kind of want to say that might be, is that the best wave of the heat? Look, watch right here.
Bugs, what'd you like about it?
Yeah, I like this next move here. He gets a massive spray out of that and maintains his speed. And again, just flares it. Yeah, I'm calling this a great ride already.
Yeah, I think the damage was done. Sometimes that feeling when you get so far down, you're like, I think I'm too far down for the judges to even see me.
Look, boys, I hate to
I think the damage is done.
Play the bad guy here, but I really think the best thing about this wave was the wave height. I think that's what's going to keep the score up. As for actual major manoeuvres, I'm not really too sure that I see many.
I disagree with you respectfully. That was a pretty
nice
good turn. And then followed by this carve.
Beautiful carve here.
That's the best turn.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Griffin. We're respectfully disrespecting him.
I've never been one to stir the pot, have I?
Honesty here. That's what we're here for.
I think it's I like where that's going to go. I think that's going to probably match Rio's 7.67. It'll be right around there.
It's going to be a great score, no doubt. Like I said, there's a lot of risk in a bigger wave, so he definitely selected the best wave that we've seen in this heat, and no doubt some good surfing. The reason of my criticalness of the wave is I spent some time in the judges' booth yesterday, and if you think I'm critical, wait till you hang out with those guys. And particularly, I would say, of the natural footers this event, they have been watching them like a hawk with length of ride and just making sure that there are those major manoeuvres in the wave. Here they come, the scores. So it's going to be, as you boys called it, it's right around that same number, which I think that's where it lives. It's a 7.1. He gets the score. He turns the heat. There's some fantastic surfing.
All right. You got it easy. So there's a change up. But that really opens up these heats. 7 minutes to go. There is not a struck match in this one.
Yeah, there's only Rio only needs a 5-5 basically. So it's still anyone's heat. It's going to be an interesting last 7 minutes. I think there's definitely going to be another exchange.
I'm surprised he kicked out of that. I saw the boys on the webcast going, "Whoa, why did he kick out?"
Yeah, we all did too. I mean,
yeah, it kind of looked like there was a little bit left on that. Who knows? He might have been seeing something that we could not have seen.
The other thing too, he might have not been seeing anything with that afternoon glare.
Yeah.
It's heat on. Crosby waited patiently, turned the heat there. It's a fantastic execution. And Griffin, you know, he'd have to be feeling really confident paddling back out, healing that score.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's probably expecting a little more of himself, but it's nice that he's put the pressure back on Rio here, and hopefully there can be like a two-way set, and we can just watch the boys go ham.
And Griffin, you know, Kolohe, you know, I've seen him down there early in the morning with the crew all the week leading into the event with the 2%ers. He's taken a mentoring role, and they're having a lot of fun. I mean, Kolohe didn't do good in this event, but he's still surfing incredibly well. But he's having a lot of fun with the young guys.
Oh, totally. He's like, when he didn't make the cut, he was like actually like so excited for a snapper. Even like after the third event of the year, he was like already calling it off. Like, I'm going to be a snapper, like with the boys, like couldn't wait. So I don't know. It's pretty funny. He's in a really good headspace right now. I think he's like maybe the happiest he's ever been, even though he's not on tour. So it's really cool to see. And yeah, it's really, you can see it's spreading to all the younger boys too.
You sure can.
Yeah, definitely. He's leading the charge, leading from the front. Griffin, you've got a big couple of next events coming up, none bigger than the Surf Ranch. You've put in some amazing performances there in the last couple of years. How are you feeling going into it this year, mate?
I'm super excited. I just got like 7 boards that I'll be trying out there on the 18th. I'm gonna go have a little afternoon to practice and get it figured out, and yeah, just start training, getting my legs super strong and getting used to that lactic acid.
We've got tickets available on sale now. If you scan the QR code there or use the code RANCH10 for 10% off. It's going to be an amazing couple of days out there at Lemoore. It's action-packed, and get to watch that event right from the barriers. It's pretty cool when you're there. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. It's Crosby Colapinto out in front, Rio Whited chasing a 5.46. And you liking this, Griff? Crosby just keeping Rio honest there at the top of the point.
100%. That's what you got to do. Apply the pressure. And then if a set comes, you just got to hope there too.
Yeah, that's always rattling when your competitor drops a score, changes the heat, and then comes and sit right next to you, like right in your personal space. It's not that much fun because you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's all on me.
Yeah. Right, there's plenty happened in this heat. We're going to take a look at a Harvey Norman recap here, Bugs.
Yeah,
Rio White's opening wide.
Yeah, Rio comes firing out of the gates as he has all this tournament. He's looked so good at snapper. And the pride of the Indonesian archipelago is on fire right here. Another
beautiful combination of turns.
And he liked that one.
And then Crosby here, Jack.
Yeah, this was just a short wave for Crosby. Really nice carve there to start with, and then he just finished with this really cool air reverse. Like I said before, he's got those on lock, but he's just he can just bust them out at any time. And then he had this bigger wave.
This is the 7-1.
Just putting those, just kind of getting everything together, and then that turn into this carve, they're the two money turns right there.
Yeah, the judges really like that when you go back to back with 2 good turns, a couple of good turns.
I think everyone likes it. Love it.
Yeah, everyone likes it. Yeah,
it's probably the other way to what you're usually seeing here, though. Crosby snapped a carve, looked beautiful, and I think a lot of surfers, such as yourself, Jack, you come out here and the carve to snap becomes kind of like the money maker.
Yeah,
but you never know what you're going to get that surfing, and Crosby put that wave together really well. As we see the gentleman here looking to make some decisions, letting the first wave of that set go, just repositioning themselves. It's going to be an exciting final 2 minutes.
Just a little wave. What's going on here?
I think he's trying to get some space. What are you thinking in these last 2 minutes, Griff?
This is a stress case.
I know. If you're in this heat, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking...
And you're in Crosby's position.
Well, Crosby needs a better 6. Probably just leaving it up to the Mother Nature. It is what it is. Done my best.
Flat.
He didn't fall. He surfed great. And if it doesn't go his way, it doesn't go his way. That's how you got to think of it.
Yeah, it's a daunting feeling for both people.
How do you quiet the mind in a situation like this, Griff, if you're Rio?
You're probably gonna have crazy thoughts going in your head, but you just gotta focus on just the wave selection. Really, just what's the first move I'm gonna have to make, and what wave am I looking for, and just focus on that. Stay present.
Oh, that made me feel a bit more relaxed, actually. Thanks for breaking that down. I was freaking out in here. This is so stressful for these youngsters. But I would say it's Crosby who's got the most on the line here. He's looking to get on the World Tour. Rio's made the cut, and no doubt he wants to go deep into this event. But this result right here for Crosby is huge for his chance of qualification onto the tour.
It sure is, especially with 4 of 6
Rio's
counting.
splashing water. Is there no waves coming? What's the deal here?
Well, Rio's up and looking at the horizon, just hoping beyond hope there's something there, but it's just looking a bit doubtful right now.
You're trying to do the Kelly.
Yeah, he's going to shake hands. Or do the Julian and shake hands.
Oh, there's still 20 seconds. You never know. Sport's crazy.
Crosby sitting right next to him, just trying to apply
your
every little bit of pressure.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that there's going to be another opportunity here for the lads as we count this one out. Griffin, it was amazing to have you on the call. We really appreciate your time, brother. Well done.
Can you say bing bong?
Fantastic heat and great performance there from both athletes. Thanks so much for being a guest with us, Griffin. Best of luck at the Surf Ranch Pro. And
all right,
we're going to step away here.
Pleasure, boys.
On you, Griff.
Always, Griff.
See you guys next time.
Well done, Croz. Valiant effort there from Rio Waida. There's the final scores. Very tight matchup, hotly contested. Don't go anywhere. Women's quarterfinal action coming up next. Stephanie Gilmore versus Nixie Ryan. Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett are going to walk you through it.
Welcome back to the show. It's time to move into the quarterfinals as we have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket here. And as you can see there, great quarterfinal heats are established for the men now as we finished off the round of 16. Crosby Colapinto overcoming a tough opponent in the last heat of that round to earn his place in the quarterfinals against Michael Rodriguez. But it is going to be a lot of fun. 8 very worthy surfers of a victory here potentially at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And now we'll have a look at the women's quarterfinal heats. And we're going to get stuck into these this afternoon, Rich.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting stuff, starting out with Nixie Ryan and Stephanie Gilmore. Well, that is a classic matchup between one of the newcomers trying to break through into the Challenger Series and onto the World Championship Tour. But then Stephanie Gilmore, 8 world titles. How are you going to take it away from her?
Yeah, well, Nixie already managed to wrestle the victory away from Steph Gilmore in the early rounds of this event. And you know that Steph doesn't like to let those kind of advantages last too long. She's going to try and exact some revenge in this heat.
Oh, yeah, she absolutely will. And, you know, left it to the final minutes yesterday in a heat. And she's just, once she got the wave, though, you know, she put down that classic Stephanie Gilmore style and approach, just carving and sweeping all over the beautiful walls here at Snapper Rocks. So expecting to see Steph maybe not leaving it to the last minute. She'll get things going a bit faster in this heat against Nixie, I'd say.
Yeah, it's been the impressive thing about Steph lately. Often throughout her career, when someone's applied some pressure, she's kind of let the nerves get the better of her and kind of failed to answer back. But through last year, she had some big moments at the back end of heats when she needed big scores. You know, none bigger than her run at the Rip Curl WSL Finals last September, where she surfed from that 5th seed through the field to take on Carissa Moore and get that 8th world title. And showing us again that she can be really clutch when the pressure's on yesterday. Nixie Ryan's been strong though, grew up surfing at Lennox Head and really starting to build nicely as a campaigner. She looked nervous in her winning heat against Steph Gilmore, but yesterday she just looked incredibly confident, big rail turns, and she's definitely, you know, with the run of swell that we've had on the East Coast of late, she's got herself well and truly surf fit ready for Snapper Rocks as well. She's got a lot of power to deliver at the end of these long rides as well.
Yeah, she'd be so in tune and match fit, and she's going to need to be. You know, she's going to have to find the best waves in the heat as well. I feel like wave choice for her is going to be critical. She's not going to be able to beat Steph on subpar waves. She's going to have to make sure that she's really picking the eyes out of the sets and she's on the better waves and really just, you know, letting go. Don't let the fact that she's up against the champ affect the way she's performing.
You know, this is, as far as chasing down a big result here, this is a massive obstacle for Nixie Ryan. You know, she's got a quarterfinal here, but when you look at what her rivals on the Challenger Series are facing in these quarterfinal heats, she's got the toughest matchup, no doubt. And yeah, for Stephanie Gilmore, it's obviously a fantastic opportunity to get tuned up on long-running waves. And as she said yesterday, get back out there with not a lot of time sometimes between rides and have to back it up. So stamina is being built by the 8-time world champ in anticipation of the Surf Ranch Pro as well. Here she goes. She's going to get things started early here, wasting no time to get into this one. Nice gliding float there, but not fast enough to find the open face again down the line.
No, not even the queen of Snapper could outrun that one. Just stretching out down the line there, but some promising signs from the opening slash. Steph was looking really, really nice, really fast, agile on the feet. The style was there. So, yeah, looking like this is going to be a great heat.
You remember the first time that you saw Stephanie Gilmore surf as we go to the replay of that wave?
Yeah, Steph just taking off. Beautiful looking wall at the start here. Nice tail release slash. Quick hit off the top and then a projection floater down the line. You could see she was trying to make that section. It's not quite fast enough.
Yeah, I think the first time I saw Steph in full event winning form was when she was a wild card here back in the day, skipping high school to come and compete against her heroes. And you kind of knew instantly that, you know, there was a big shift happening performance-wise. Didn't take her long to get onto the CT and start racking up world titles. What about you, Rich? Was it that CT performance as a wild card that stands out as the first moment you saw Steph competing?
Well, I think it was, yeah. It's definitely Snapper Rocks when my first memories of her, just that classic style. You couldn't, undeniable, really. She's up again, quick one. That wave had a bit of a crease in it. You can see it backed off, then ran again. Got to make sure you're on the right side of those ones. But Steph, she's got a good read on this wave. Obviously, this is home break.
Yeah, big adjustment happening too compared to her heat against Sierra in the round of 16. Just looking really busy in the opening stages here. No big scores logged just yet, but she's got time. 21.5 minutes to go. Nixie Ryan just sitting out there with priority, waiting for her opportunity. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Felicity.
Yeah, Crosby, amazing heat. There's no doubt that round of 16 heat was so stacked. You guys have both been in incredible form. It must feel so good to get a win over Rio, who's been in such amazing form.
Yeah, Rio's been ripping all year, and he's on the CT, so I was like, I got to get with you, brother. So, but yeah, I knew it was going to be a hard one, and it kind of went slow midway through the heat, but I just was kind of trusting that a wave was going to come, and then I got my 7, and I was just pretty hyped with that. But I thought for sure like I was going to need another wave with like 7 minutes left. I thought Rio was going to drop another big score, so I was kind of planning on getting another wave, but the ocean went flat and kind of worked on my side.
So we actually had your brother Griff on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call online watching, and the 2% crew have been going absolutely berserk. It must feel good to have all that support behind you, and your brother Griff too, who's obviously on the CT where you want to be.
Yeah, the plan's to get with him, and but I got my family here too, all my friends and the 2% crew. It's like basically family, so it's nice to have them here with the support, and I'm assuming Griffin was probably really nervous at the end right there.
Yeah, congratulations, amazing heat. Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Felicity. Yeah, through to those quarters. It's going to be an epic clash. He's going to have to continue to lift that performance level. Michael Rodriguez, you know, clearly the sharpest surfer in the draw at the moment on the men's side. As we go to a replay here of Nixie Ryan's opening wave, Rich. Nice work on the rail again.
Yeah, here's that form that Nixie Ryan has got to the quarterfinals so far. And you'd have to say that she's going to get the better of the opening exchange here as she looks to just try and get that little low row, but some good variety of turns there. Not really showing any signs of nerves.
She's got some solid hits. She's got an interesting front side carve. She almost goes into it. You know, not with a vertical approach to the wave, but then she has the power to really cut a deep gouge out of the face of the wave. So she makes something of it, but it's pretty unique.
Yeah, it sort of starts from more of a horizontal line, doesn't it? And then cuts down and she powers through it. And we can break that down if we get a slow-mo replay of it again.
Sort of reminds me of India Robinson, just with her front side carve.
Yes.
You know, there is a lot of power in it. She gets great extension.
Great look at the lineup here. It's amazing how conditions have changed throughout the day. This morning, these crystal cylinders just funneling down the line here. Now with this wind a little bit more out of the easterly direction, south-southeast, we're getting this wind line coming through, breaking up the line of the wave, the lip line of the wave.
Yeah, just over 18 minutes to go. Well, let's check in with Kaipo once again for an update on the bracket.
Leaderboard again on my sturdy Bailey's ladders. Women, we're going to get into the quarterfinals. We're going to decide the semifinals this afternoon. Let's take a look at some of the matchups. Nixie Ryan against Steph Gilmore, the queen of snapper. We'll see who gets through that one. My money's on Steph. Right here, Sarah Baum, India Robinson. What do you think? You guys let me know. Fahine Farrow against Sally Fitzgibbons. Goofy versus regular, and in another Goofy versus regular clash, we got Sawyer Lindblad against Luana Silva in the final quarterfinal. That's what I got here from my sturdy Bailey ladder. And remember, measure twice, cut once.
Thank you, guys. Good advice. But, yeah, this is a positive start for Nixie Ryan, but 5.5s are not going to cut it against Stephanie Gilmore. We've seen that yesterday. You know, that's a number Steph can fetch with a single turn. But Nixie's got to really make sure she's on the two best waves. That was the recipe for beating Steph earlier in the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's got off to an okay start here, 5-5, but she's looking for more. And here we go. She's picked up a wide one.
Well, nice hook off the top there from Nixie. Out onto that open face. The wave slows down for a moment. She doesn't like what she's sensing and feeling down the line there. She's out of there.
Yeah, she's still quite far down the peak here. To see her go up and sit alongside Steph, get right up in that top of the edge of the sandbar. There's that corner right up there where Steph's sitting. And as the tide starts to run out again, we're going to see these waves start to get a little bit more steeper. And as Ock predicted, he's saying that the swell's actually going to draw in as the tide runs out, which is it's what we can hope for.
Yeah, it's been fun watching it all come together. Just some great performances. You sense that, you know, just as we pointed out, CT, like surfing, is what's going to get you through to those final days, final rounds. This first quarter final, though, we haven't seen a lot of that. These two surfers both, we're expecting a lot more from them.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think we'll see the ocean come to life. It goes in waves, pardon the pun, but it has moods, the ocean, doesn't it? It sort of comes and goes in flurries of sets. It'll turn on for 20 minutes and then go a bit dormant, but there is a rhythm to it. So it's generally a sleepy start to the heat. Normally means we'll get some action towards the back half.
Well, possibly something standing up here on the outside, but before we get to it, Rich, break down this frontside carve from Nixie Ryan.
So you can see there just a quick snap off the top here, and then she sort of takes it from a horizontal position and then wraps it all the way around, gets the nose of the board right back in, pointing at the foam, and then she tucks it back under her feet again. She's got quite an open stance in terms of her hands. She keeps them quite wide and outstretched. You can see there just really hinging at the hip line through the turn. She's staying busy, which I like at this point.
Finding her feel, and really, you know, you could see it there. She finds some real acceleration with just a redistribution of her power, I think, onto the back foot halfway through those carving turns, and she kind of comes out of them, really generates, accelerates out of the moves, and accentuates each of those carves. And as I said before, leaves a nice deep track in the face, which is a good indicator that there's some force being applied to the equipment there as Steph kicks out of one. Nixie thought about it down the line. Just over 13.5 minutes to go. And it is Nixie Ryan, the surfer, having a first real run at the Challenger Series, holding the lead over the 8-time world champ, Sally Fitzgibbons. She's coming up a little later. And yeah, we're going to take a bonsai brew break. Stay tuned.
backhand reverse. And another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Morgan Sibley still hammering away on the backhand.
Jams it under the pocket. Champion. And now you're number 2 in the world.
It's quarterfinals time here this afternoon at Snapper Rocks. A beautiful Friday and a solid crowd filling in anticipation of this quarterfinal clash. Stephanie Gilmore. You don't get too many opportunities to see her competing out here at Snapper Rocks these days. The locals know that, and they've gotten right behind her. But Nixie Ryan's got a good cheer squad as well. They've made the journey up from Lennox Head to get behind her in what is going to be a difficult heat to get through. But Nixie at the moment hanging on to the number 1 position. This wave obviously during the break. Nice hit off the top there, Rich.
Oh, and a second one. Gets a little tail drift and whoa! Just gets ankle tap there. Dangerous, but look at this wave. Steph took off on outside.
Oh, no.
Up and over that foamy section, streaking down the line. A big roundhouse wrap.
Oh, yeah.
And then belts the lip again. Here we go. Steph starting to fire up.
Yeah,
And
so
she
smooth.
connected on that one. So smooth.
Oh, and then down the line, she picked off a little rebate here.
Oh, just incredible slash there. 2-hit combo.
Oh, the Dolphins are coming to the party.
Oh, and she just was unable to hold on to that second turn, but that opening gouge on that wave.
Ah. Oh, I love it, Rich. You've had some good grunts throughout the event because we've seen some really solid surfing, but well, that move generated a pretty hearty, guttural call from you. And usually when you start howling like that, big numbers start dropping.
Yeah, it's just that kind of emotional connection you get when you're watching and you see something you like. You just can't help but just let it out. You let a lot of those grunts out on the golf course when you take a bit of a fat divot. But,
Oh, right, mate. There you go. Just over 9 minutes to go here. Waiting on numbers to come through. Steph Gilmore drops a 7. Nixie Ryan, though, she's maintaining pace with the 8-time world champion. She put up a 6, and she's out there with priority. Steph, though, has a second score on the way. So she was only looking to improve on a 3.5. She actually needs a 4.5 to get herself into the lead, and such quality in that one big turn. I'm feeling like she's going to get it. Nixie here. She's begging for this wave to cooperate down the line. Threw priority away on that one. And you just cannot afford to give Steph those opportunities, those advantages. Something that Sierra Kerr did so well yesterday was really, punish Steph for letting waves go and surfing out of her skin. And she almost got there. But in the end, Gilmore, she powered back. So Nixie Ryan, at some point, it feels like it is going to have to drop an excellent score here. It's the only way to overcome someone as strong as Gilmore. 8 minutes to go. We are still waiting on that number to come through, and we might try and just queue up a replay of Steph's last ride, because I think the judges are going to be in review mode just based on the quality of that turn. We'll see a replay of that later, but right now let's enjoy this live action as Steph goes charging down the line. Going to run out of room on this one. Not a whole lot happening at the start.
yeah, it's another okay ride for Steph. She's at the moment looking to get rid of that 3.5, but we got a couple of scores due to us here. And yeah, again, that last wave, just a little crease through it, so was unable to really start connecting a series of good turns. But undeniable, she is looking good, looking switched on. So we watch the replay now. Steph just goes straight into that carving cutback, straight again into the soup. Staying with the power source. Now she looks down the line. tags the final closeout. So really, it's all she could have done on that wave. Surfed it well.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to come through. Just hasn't been able to connect with a wave with the kind of quality that she had earlier on, the 7, but still doing some beautiful work, manufacturing her own speed. And it looks pretty effortless at the moment. If she gets on another set, it's going to be really tough for Nixie Ryan here, but Nixie's got priority, and at the moment, I think we're still waiting on a score to come through for Gilmore.
Well, she's got the lead at the moment with 6 minutes to go, which is a pretty big effort in itself, really. At this point, to be out in front against the 8 times world champion, it's not like there's been opportunities. Our surfers have passed up. They've been on every single good wave in this heat. And, well, Nixie, she needs to hold her nerve here. She needs to make sure that this next decision, when this set rolls through, that she's on the better wave. Because if it's a 2-wave set, you know Steph's going to be trying to really push her into one. Surrender priority.
Rich, I mean, you competed against Slater through his most dominant world title runs. It's a similar task that Nixie Ryan faces here. When you're competing against one of the immortals of the sport, how much harder are the decisions that you make with priority, and how much harder is it to get to your feet and actually surf with the freedom that you might find against someone who you really fancy your chances against?
Yeah, you can't help but let it weigh in the back of your mind, and you just know that any mistake that you make is going to be exploited. The weaknesses, they'll find it. And, you know, just one silly little decision can spill your fate against a champion like that, because, you know, they don't get all those world titles, 8 and 11 for Kelly, without knowing how to compete, without knowing how to expose your flaws.
And to convert and take advantage of those errors.
Yeah.
So Nixie, you know, strategically, when you're in her position, you've got to go out there and be mistake-free.
Yeah, those champions, they thrive on that pressure situation where they are up against the wall, they have an opportunity and they need to convert. That's what they seem to live for it, where other competitors can succumb to that pressure and that sort of a situation. But, you know, we've seen Steph do it. Perfect example was yesterday. You know, she was up against it, needed the score, absolutely brained it.
Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Nixie Ryan's definitely had some strong surfing in this heat. And at the moment, he's hanging on to the lead. And there's only just a little under 4 minutes remaining.
So this one ticking away, and Nixie Ryan, she finds herself out in front. And it's with surfing like this. Just really pushing it to the limit. And Steph, she's found a couple of nice waves as well. This was her opening ride, the 7. Just gets a little foam hit to start off. This big swooping cutback. Sets herself up for that turn. And then comes all the way through to the inside. So smooth, so stylish.
Yeah, so as smooth as Steph has looked on those smaller rides, those medium ones, she still hasn't been able to turn this heat in her favour. And Nixie's got that priority. We've seen some slow finishes. Rich. Here's the Lennox head surfer about to get the biggest win of her young career.
Well, Steph's doing all the right things, putting pressure on her, making her think about these next decisions when a wave does come through.
In the last heat of the round of 16 for the men, we saw the last active CT surfer get the flick. Rio Waida fell out of the draw to Crosby Colapinto.
Yep.
Here on the women's side, Steph Gilmore is the only active championship tour surfer at the moment who's actually still alive in the draw. But Nixie Ryan's trying to end that run. Unable to finish off that little combo at the end of that ride. But I like the aggression in the pocket of the wave from Nixie as we see Steph up now. We'll have to fight hard to get to the open face here. The wave slows up for her, and now she gets on the attack. She's only after a low score, just a 4.5 here. And this wave has given her a nice little wall to work with through the inside. That's going to be her last turn, but it was pretty solid.
Too good. Too good. The champ 4.5, I think it's there. I think she's got the score. And Nixie kind of had to go that way because I feel like Steph would have converted that into a 4.5 as well. But what Nixie hasn't done is really increase that lead. She hasn't put more points on her tally. And that's left that tiny little crack in the door that Steph needed, and she's walked straight through it. So let's have a look here. Steph driving down the line, has the inclination to get down the line here because this is where all the points were. Now she gets to work. Quick, repetitive snaps. Now she has to drive again. Just amazing how she can identify those scoring opportunities on the wave. And, well, she got enough work done.
You know, there's that saying, no two waves are the same, but here at Snapper Rocks, you get a lot of similar looking rides. And Stephanie Gilmore's seen this location and surfed heats at this venue in all types of conditions. And even though Snapper Rocks hasn't made it easy for her on her road through this event so far, when she gets the wave, you know, she surfs it so well, it ends up loving her back. It presents her with opportunities because when she accelerates down the line to find that open face, you know, she knows when it's going to slow down, always arrives at those sections on time, and she's just turned the heat with a 6.5. Nixie Ryan now in second spot, and she's after a decent number now, a 7.5 to get in front. But yeah, it's just a remarkable relationship that Steph has with this venue. So hard to overcome her here.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? And you know, it's delivered for Steph in this last couple of heats, but she had to kind of work for that one. And, you know,
she's had to work for all of them.
Co-commentator Felicity talks about a romance and, you know, the romance between Steph and Snapper. I feel like the romance is a little bit on the rocks at the moment. It's not all, you know, roses and chocolates right now. So Steph will be hoping to really settle in the semis and just start really connecting with the better waves.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, she's been. The thing is that the champs, she's worked out a way to keep getting through the heats, and that's just with really good surfing. She's turned subpar waves into scores. But a great showing for Nixie Ryan nonetheless.
And a fantastic result to kick off her campaign on the Challenger Series, but it's going to be Stephanie Gilmore moving through to the semi-finals here. Stay with us after the break. South Africa's Sarah Baum is going to take on the Australian India Robinson.
I absolutely love the Gold Coast. It's world-class waves, but more than that, it's just the people, the great restaurants, the overall culture of the place. We went to the Coolangatta airport, we got into a little fixed wing plane, and we had the pleasure of checking out all the different banks, all the different headlands. It's an absolute gem.
Napa from the air is like nothing else we've ever seen. I can just see the sand set up. It's literally one of the most mechanical, best ways without being a wave pool. Kind of like a natural little amphitheatre the way Snapper Rocks is set up.
it's got to be Kira. The waves here are some of the best in the world. Siblings is taking up, one of the most famous landmarks on the Gold Coast. And when the waves are firing, it's probably the best seat in the house.
Wave-rich region with a long surf history. You can get the wave of your life. It keeps me coming back over and over again. I absolutely love it here.
Good afternoon from Snapper Rocks. You're here for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and we're looking for semi-finalists. We just saw Stephanie Gilmore move on through ahead of Nixie Ryan, and now we'll see Sarah Baum up against India Robinson. Should be a good heat. Sarah doing some of her best surfing, and she's been climbing the Challenger Series ranks for the past couple of seasons. Was 20th in 2021, got to 10th last year. And we'll see if she can crack the top 5 this season. India Robinson, been to the CT, wants to get back there. And at the moment, India taking that inside position right there behind the rock here at Snapper. And typically this is how we've seen the heat start. Surfers fighting for that inside. And then once priority is established, they've been moving down the line where we've sort of had the predominant high-scoring rides reeling off down the line in toward Greenmount.
Yeah, it's a little bit of cat and mouse at the start of the heats, and as the tides starting to draw out further and further, we are seeing more waves up the top behind the rock here. But it's, it's who can hold their nerve at the start of the heat here, because, as soon as... I'd be interested to see here if Sarah Baum actually just took off and went down the point, would India stay there or would she go with her?
I don't think we're going to see it. I think they're going to hold strong until those sets roll in. But Sarah Baum from New Pier, Durban, originally grew up hanging out at the local surf shop. She had a good little squad. I had word from my old commentary mate, Gig Selliers, over there today. He said she was a phenomenal talent. They identified that pretty early on. She used to hang out with Davey Weir and just a crew of rising stars in that realm. She's been campaigning for some time, over a decade now, and got herself in a good position last year. But she needs to get herself through to the semi-finals of these events. She's had some big quarter-final finishes, but she needs to take that next step, Rich, if she wants to get to the CT.
Yeah, she really does, and that consistency needs to come up a notch or two. Needs to be making semi-finals and finals, and consistently, if she wants to make the championship tour. I feel like she would do well, though. I feel like if she cracked into the tour, into the championship tour, she would really give the women a good run. She's got big, powerful turns, very capable in big waves.
When you see her in the qualifying series events where you've got youngsters coming through that are still refining their surfing, she just looks such a cut above. She really has a great flowing style. The one thing I've felt has been missing is big major turns, and just in this event alone, we've seen her throw a little bit more at the opening sections of these waves and get well rewarded for it. And her finishes have been solid as well. So the hard work that Sarah's been putting in starting to really pay off now. Living on the east coast of Australia, down in the Newcastle area for about 5 years. So she doesn't feel like she's too far from home at the moment.
Yeah, no, this is all setting up well for Sarah, and we have seen some big turns, and it's the judges have been saying it by way of giving scores to crew that are to surfers that are just nailing those 1 and 2, even 3 turn combinations that are just all on the line, and it's basically the teacher telling you the answers to the test. It's all there. You've just got to try and execute on it. So Sarah's obviously listening to what they're saying and been working on it in the background. Obviously a huge talent bed down there in the Newcastle area. Ton of waves down there too to pick from.
Still waiting to see our first rides here. Let's see what Kaipo's up to. He's out and about again.
Hey, I'm here at Oakberry where we're making acai bowls right here. An example of the finished product. Of course, it comes with the delicious Oakberry acai. I don't know whose one this is. Come on and grab it. Yeah. What goes into that? We have the honey oats, vegan granola. We have our coconut flake, chia seeds, strawberry, banana, blueberry, and of course, the famous oakberry homemade peanut butter. You put them all together with some acai, and that spells delicious. Yum.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. Got the quota up to about 30 for the last 4 days. Turning purple in here on the Harvey Norman host set. 22 minutes remaining. Our competitors still sitting deep here at snapper. India Robinson making her move. Winds through a big carve to get started. And really looking to connect with the inside section of this wave. Good finishing turn there. She'll make her move down the line now. Sarah Baum, we'll see if she also just comes a little further down the line here, Rich, now with priority.
Yeah, let's see whether the tactics come into play. But we can just see by the angle that India's heading to that halfway point in the bank where we're seeing all those sets hit.
The interesting thing about it as we go to the replay here is it can be a tactic for the surfer on the outside. When the rival doesn't have as much space to move, it really means they need to throw big individual turns to fetch a high score.
Yep.
So by surrendering the inside position, it may be a tactical move to get that priority, thinking that the best that surfer's probably going to manage is around a 6.5, the very best.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it all comes into play here. Looks like Sarah's going to get her opportunity from up top.
Let's see if this one makes the connection through to the inside. Pretty sleepy start to this wave, but Sarah just trying to link it through to the inside. And we'll see if it'll run off, but it's just going to be a combination of 2 hits for her, so it's going to be pretty similar scores for the competitors on the opening exchange. But down the line now, India, the surfer from Victoria originally, now spending a lot of time up on the coast, is up again. Couple of hits there on the outside. The last move is probably her strongest on the ride. So she had a 5 on that first one.
Well, that's going to eclipse the 5. Absolutely. She had some stronger turns on that ride. Series of nice carves on the forehand. Great match up here with the goofy footer against the natural footer. This is the natural footer from Victoria, streaking down the line here. And just hammers that first section. Keeps the board moving down towards this next section here. Hammers it again, but it's that final turn. Just really nice fans of spray on all of her turns. This is a replay of Sarah. So just a bit of an S turn to start off, and then she had to just go right across this crease in the wave. Nice final hit, but really that was the only special moment on that wave.
Yeah, she lost out in the opening exchange just on the opening move. Hers was quite flat, and she was struggling for speed to get to that end section. So India Robinson put up a 5, Sarah got a 3, and India's got another score on the way. I love the India Robinson story. She first came on the radar for us as a Grom, working as a caddy down there at the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach, and carrying her heroes boards down the stairs. And then in 2021 had a 2nd place finish on the Challenger Series, ended up finishing 5th and cracked the Championship Tour ranks, but just missed out on surviving the cut last year. And you know, I think her concussion played a big part in stalling her momentum as a rookie, which was a real shame.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking. You saw it too. I've just got this sort of memory of her sitting on the stairs at Margaret River, just, you know, quite emotional, just understanding that her dreams had just sort of slipped away.
But I think it's given her some perspective, because she's been battling to get back to her best, still, you know, dealing with the repercussions of that injury, and just trying to get back to 100% health, as we see Sarah here getting caught behind. And down the line, India Robinson up again. India just in attack mode now. Her last wave came through at a 6.83. Now trying to improve on that 5. Starting to build. Big finish here. Oh, she had a hard landing there. And I don't know if she had any forward momentum to get out in front of that whitewater. I don't know if that'll be deemed complete, that move.
It's right on the edge of the judges going, yep, that's 100% complete. You could just see she was right out in front of that whitewash, as you mentioned, and that's really what they want to see. But great signs here. See one of the recreational surfers trying to paddle into one, but this is that last wave from India Robinson. She picked this one up way down in the bay. Got a series of nice quick snaps. Very, very sort of similar in the approach, but they are strong in this final turn here. So, yeah, she just sort of gets caught up in the whitewash a little bit and sinks down in the tail.
I mean, there's some real intent in her surfing at the moment. I think it might pay for her just to slow things down and just commit to each individual move a little bit more. But she's moving a lot of water. She's putting some power into each of these moves. 16 minutes to go. We do have numbers on the way for India Robinson. We are going to take our Bonsai brew break. Quarterfinal 2 will continue right after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. Look at the crowd, just absolutely loving their time down here at Snapper Rocks. These guys are tripping though. They got to turn and look out the back. There's quarterfinal action unfolding, and India Robertson is currently holding the lead over Sarah Baum, who has had a pretty sleepy start to this quarterfinal heat. Numbers still on the way for India. But we're about to create a little bit more competitive surfing history here on the Gold Coast. It's been a favourite stop for the women for a long time now. You can go all the way back to '88 when we had our first championship tour events for the women here on the Gold Coast. Frida Zamba breaking through. Jodie Cooper had a victory here in '89. I love reflecting on those big performances of all those surfers. I was just a Grom at that point, making my way up from just down the coast at New Brighton to watch some of those events unfold. But it was a staple on the championship tour for a long time. And some of the best here. Stephanie Gilmore, obviously, a number of victories here. 2005, she won as a wild card. That was before graduating to the championship tour. And yeah, going on a mad tear from 2009. She had multiple titles. But out there in the lineup, looking for her first major Challenger Series victory, Sarah Baum. She's playing catch up here because India Robinson was kind of running away with it for a moment there, but this is a good size set wave, and Sarah let go of some big turns.
Yeah, she did. This is exactly what she needed. Oh, it was a low road on that on the end of that wave. But she got some good work. Let's focus on what she did on the outside here. Gets that first turn and then gets caught behind a little bit. Manages to get around it. Another nice swoop, but if I'm being critical, I'm going to say that she's just placing the turns there. She's not really ripping through it on the backhand.
There were some great moments on that wave, but it was a little stop-start. She didn't get the opportunity to flow from one move, transition straight into the next. And much like Crosby Colapinto in the last heat of the round of 16 for the men, she did some great work, and when she got to the inside, whether it was the glare or not, we're not sure, but it looked like that wave was doubling up and getting ready to go again. She might have left some points on that one.
Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, you could see it. There was that sort of low road crease, and then if she had just sort of come back into the whitewash and got down that next section, that could have been a much bigger score. But even still, a 6.77, so just under the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, but very evenly matched in terms of their top two scores, their top scoring wave. So this is really heating up here.
We've got 11 minutes here. Sarah Bourne with a 6.77. It's really chipped away at the requirement now, only after a 5.07 to get into first. India Robinson will want to improve on that 5 that she scored at the start of the heat. Right now, though, we're going to hear from the 8-time world champion with Felicity Parmentier.
Steph, when I spoke to you before, you said you still get a buzz. You must be buzzing now.
Yeah, it's good to have a couple last-minute heats. I don't know, it's tough out there. It's it looks perfect and fun, but it just seemed really slow in our heat. And Nixie's, her wave selection was excellent. You know, even at the end there, I was trying to push her into waves to get priority back, and she just was ice queen. You know, she's like, no, I don't like that wave. I'm going to wait for a better one. And yeah, she really utilised her priority well. So it was tough. I just was like, okay, if I can't get a set wave, I'm just really going to have to push so hard on a small one and hope that I can get something over a 4. So yeah, it worked out in the end, but yeah, awesome surfing from Nixie. She's doing really well.
Yeah, the Groms have had you on your toes in the last couple of minutes of these heats. And what goes through your mind, and how are you keeping your composure as time's ticking down?
Well, yeah, it was about the 3-minute mark again, where the commentator said 3 minutes to go, and I was like, oh, that's okay. I did it yesterday. Kind of gave me the confidence to say I could do it again, so that was nice. But yeah, there's not too much going on in my head other than just, you know, find a decent wave and do some good surfing. That's about it.
I kind of want to shift gears a bit now and talk a little bit about the CT. You've obviously got 8 world titles, greatest of all time, amazing surfer, so many event wins. Where's your head at for the CT, and yeah, where are you mentally? What kind of goals have you got set for yourself for this year?
Yeah, I just, once again, I experienced something so incredible at the finals last year, and I don't know, it kind of reignited some fire in me to be like, hey, let's try to do it again. And it's not necessarily to reach a record number of titles, but purely just that feeling, the elation of winning in that style of format was something I'd never experienced before. So I think that's it, just to try and do that again. That's the main goal. And then also just to work on weaknesses. You know, I have a lot of weaknesses in my surfing, and it's great to win a world title, but at the same time, I know that I want to be a much more well-rounded surfer, and that's big waves, hollow waves, stuff like that. So lots to improve on. And I guess that's why I'm still here, you know, to do it under the pressure of the spotlight and the world tour and being on the world stage is, there's no better place to really push yourself. So yeah, that's kind of my main goals. Yeah, just keep it rolling.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, Steph, and amazing surfing again. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Flick. Great interview. And yeah, just love to hear that, where Steph's mind's at. Obviously, Rich, the winning feeling doesn't get old. Can't wait to experience it.
No, it doesn't get old, and I enjoy it, especially when we're on the golf course, Ron. Keep going back there, don't I?
Yeah. We haven't been having many battles there, though. We've been having our battles in the surf.
No, you got me. You got me on the course.
Just under 8 minutes remaining here. India Robinson hanging on to the lead. 6.83, 5.4. It's it's like these two surfers are running the 100, and they're right next to each other at this stage of the game. There's not a whole lot in it. India just edging ahead, but Sarah's closing in, and she's so capable of turning this one. We actually saw her do it in the previous round. She had a strong performance to earn her place here. That was against Sophie McCulloch. Soph nabbed the lead in the later stages, but Sarah, with just one big backhand blast, was able to fetch the number she needed to earn her place here in the quarters. So I'd say this one's far from over.
Yeah,
as we have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap.
Let's check it out here. And well, it was India Robinson who started things off here. Big swooping slash on the forehand. This was right up the top of the point. The very first wave. She got right to the end on this one. This actually didn't start, well, that was a 6.83, but then she got this one way down the line. A lot more turns done. And just going to that big forehand hack that she's honed so well down there on the long right-handers of Winky Pop. And this is Sarah's best ride, probably the wave of the heat so far in terms of wave height. On the backhand, Sarah getting some really clean, well-positioned backhand hits. It's a big swooping cutback, and this is where we thought there was maybe another few points on that ride if she had just jumped down that section and kept going.
There was definitely one more turn in it at least, and that probably, would have almost got her there, but she's still hanging on to a 3 at the moment, which obviously she needs to get rid of here. She needs a 5.47. But yeah, you reflect on the competitive history here and also the last decade of competition at Snapper Rocks. It's been really difficult for goofy footers to break through for wins. Caroline Marks had a win here on the Gold Coast, but the event was actually staged over at Duranbah that year. The last goofy footer to win here at Snapper was Chelsea Georgeson Hedges, who won in 2007.
Wow. Wow, so that just shows you the natural footers have had their way with it, but I feel like the goofy footers have really just learnt how to surf the wave a little bit better. And certainly in this event, there's been some really even matchups between the naturals and goofies, and even when you look at the surfers left in the draw, especially on the women's side, there's a good collection of goofy footers there.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to see Vahine Fierro out there next, serving against Sally Fitzgibbons, and then the last heat of the day, it's going to be Sawyer Lindblad up against Luana Silva. So we still got a couple of surfers on their backhand out here at Snapper Rocks to have a shot at it, and Sarah Baum's not out of this one just yet. Only needs a 5.47. Just at this point begging for an opportunity. The surfing's there. I think she'll clean things up a little better than she did on that previous ride, or at least find her flow a little more.
Yeah, for sure. If she can just find one of those cuppier little waves, the steeper ones offering more section, we know that she can get in that critical part of the wave, get a little bit more vertical, a bit more power into those turns. She'll fetch herself a good number. See the competitor in the next heat just starting to make her way up to the keyhole. It's pretty easy entry into the lineup here. Just tucked in right behind the rock at the top of the point. Nice little keyhole where you can basically walk all the way out. See the vision here. And then only takes you about 30 seconds if you time it well. But if you time it wrong, when the set's coming through, you can end up way down. You'll get swept down past Little Marley Rocks.
Yeah, it's not too treacherous out there today, but you're right. It's just got so much pull there. Kind of hide out behind the rocks. Sometimes you see the locals and even visiting surfers in heats. They'll jump off the front of the rocks there, but
it's so sketchy.
Oh, you definitely want to time it right. They're covered in barnacles. The rocks are actually pretty jagged. You want to get it right. And following a local out there can be a big mistake because they just skip across those rocks so quick and they're gone. And if you chase them and you don't get off the rocks at the same time,
yeah,
more than likely you're going to wear a set on the head. Just on 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go here. So much great surfing, and we're really going to look forward to a fantastic run to the top 5 spots on the Women's Challenger Series. This is Sarah Baum making her move. This wave stretching out in front of her. She needed a 5.47. That's not going to do it. So advantage India Robertson now, who's going to hold priority here.
Oh, she was just desperate to find a wave, wasn't she? And I don't know, but it appeared to me like when she paddled into that wave that she wasn't entirely committed to her decision. So maybe she was second-guessing herself. Even when she started taking off on that ride, you can see here she's sort of looking down the line. She's not really paddling with that much intent. And then she gets up and riding here, gets a snap. And I guess she was looking down at this section there. And she was going, is this thing going to run off? And then once she'd made that motion and she was committed, I guess she had to go. She was going to lose priority anyway.
She might have been thinking of a heat with Sophie too when she took off on that wave, and been thinking, you know, what a big combination might get me the 6-point ride I need here to get into the semi-finals. And when she let go of that first turn, when she looked back over that right shoulder, the wave was stretching out. She just she wasn't able to chase it down. But India's got a big advantage now, holding onto the lead, got control of this lineup, just has to be smart in these final moments.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Sarah to wrestle priority away from India Robinson here. But there's a good-looking wave coming on, so she's going to force the issue here. India's going to take it.
Oh, it was an easy call. It's a beautiful looking wall. And India, she lays into these first couple of turns. Only looking to improve on a 5.4. Under a minute to go. Will Sarah get an opportunity to answer on the outside? She could be after a pretty big score if this wave doesn't sing through the end section here into the Rainbow Bay. India attacking the lip there. Loading up again off the bottom, carving approach, and now lining up her finish.
Oh, great point wave surfing.
25 seconds to go. She looks over her shoulder and doesn't see Sarah Baum on a wave. Sarah had 2 quarterfinals on the Challenger Series last year. She wants to start breaking into the semis. Their keeper results, truly keeper results on the Women's Challenger Series. There's something standing up here, but the onside announcer already counting this one down. And the hooter sounds before Sarah can get to her feet. And it looks like she might get caught behind anyway. A great run through the contest, not a bad result. Something she can certainly build on, but for India Robinson, that is huge. She's on her way to the semis.
Yeah, what a fantastic result and great comeback overall. You know, having fallen off the tour and dealing with a couple of issues, and well, she's making a valiant fight back with some fantastic surfing. But gee, she really showed some maturity in the way she performed on those waves. Obviously, drawing on that experience that she's perfected down there on the Winky Pop section in Victoria.
All her time up here surfing Snapper Rocks is really paying off. Sarah Baum will see her obviously at the Sydney Surf Pro down there at North Narrabeen. We're going to take a quick break. Quarterfinal number 3 just around the corner. We're going to bring in Kaipo, Felicity Parmentier and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Semi-final number 1 for the women is set here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. India Robinson is going to be meeting up with Steph Gilmore in that semi-final number 1 for finals day. She just carted off the beach, electric bike style. Who's going to be in semifinal number 2? We're going to find out. Welcome to the Harvey Norman host set. I'm Kaipo, along with Felicity Palmentier, as well as 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew and Felicity. This matchup out in the water, we have a goofy foot versus regular foot. We have a veteran over a newcomer. Talk to us about this matchup. Vahine Fierro against Sally Fitzgibbons.
I think both of these women have been on fire. They're really looking in form. Obviously, Vahine on her backhand, she had a really good heat this morning. I think it was a 7-point ride straight off the bat. She's looking really sharp, really precise. However, Sally obviously fell off tour in Margaret River. She didn't make the cut. And her surfing has been on point, though. I just don't think her results have sort of reflected that. And I feel like she's come here with a big goal, and I just feel her gaining momentum every heat and chipping away at it. So both of these women are so hungry.
Yeah, Bug. Sally last year got that wild card for the 2023 championship tour after she did not make that cut. Not the case this year, so Sally Fitzgibbons is going to have to surf her way through the Challenger Series to get back on tour. We're going to start up here, though, with Vahine Fierro. A couple of nice hooks on the backhand for the Tahitian. Sliding through there. Oh, quick finish. So nice start, Bugs, for Vahine.
A really good start. Her backhand has been strong throughout the tournament. And as you're saying before, yep, Sally's got to work her way back now. And look, they're both in the quarterfinals, so there's a result. So the winner, of course, goes on to the semi-finals, top 3 finish, and that is a big result.
Yeah, to that point, quarterfinals, that's going to get you, you're going to net right now. Well, we'll get back to the point because, Flick, talk us through this replay.
Yeah, beautiful opening wave from Vahine. She went straight up into the lip on that first section, again on the second one, and just absolutely going to town and tagging that wave. Really strong opening wave for Vahine.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see how the numbers come in. Talking about the numbers, this round, you're in the quarterfinals. You're guaranteed 4,745 points. You get through this round, semifinals will earn you 6,085 points. So now we're talking about some keeper results, some keeper numbers when you look at your year-end leaderboard, Flick.
Yeah, look, it looks like Vahine getting busy again.
Here she goes, wants to back it up. She started with a 6.33 and smaller wave, but same result, 3 times to the lip on the backhand. So Vahine already having 2 waves in her scoreline, Bugs.
Oh yeah, that 6.33 is a pretty handy start, and to back it up so quickly. And just going to those points, it's a really sharp ascent once you get to the quarters and beyond.
Yeah, this is true. Flick, this is the replay, second wave for Vahine.
So her second wave, she fit a lot of turns into a really short wave, really. Got busy so fast. Kind of see she didn't go as far back on that first turn. And this straight up after this second turn, she just throws it up into the lip for that third one. So already putting a lot of pressure on Sally. This is her first wave is 6.63 and this second one coming through now. So it's a lot of pressure on Sally.
Yeah, and just one more point on those points, because what happens is that you make it to the quarters and you kind of go, yes, great. It's a threshold. You're in at the finals.
Yep.
But then with 4,700 points on offer, or 4,800 points, you're only halfway there, because I mean 2 more heat wins after this, and you've got 10,000
10,000 points. Yeah, and in recent history in professional surfing, the points have changed just a little bit. You used to get, back when we look at 2019, you used to get 8,000 points for a second place finish. Now they really reward first place because second place now nets you 7,800 points rather than that straight 8,000. And that math has actually come into play a couple of times since that change.
Oh, it sure has. I mean, 10,000 points is a bit more than a keeper. It's a clincher.
It's a clincher. Again, top 5 at the end of the year from the Challenger Series will qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour. That's the goal here. Second score for Vahine, a 5.5 flick, so she's already inflicted some damage on the scoreline.
Yeah, Sally she needs 2 waves already. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's early stages in this heat and still a lot of surfing to be done, but it's a lot of pressure for the former World Junior Champ to be putting on former CT surfer Sally.
Yeah, Vahine Farrow, a former World Junior Champ, won in Kiama, Australia, 23 years old she is. Originally hailing from Huahine, island of Huahine. Now she is on the main island, Tahiti Iti. Sally Fitzgibbons out there, 32 years old, 14 seasons on the Championship Tour, 12 Championship Tour wins. Fitzgibbons, runner-up for the world title in 2010, 2011, and 2012, Bugs. She's got already a very decorated career.
Decorated career. And, you know, her credentials are amazing. And there was a period, I think, there where, if you can find this stat, where she made the quarterfinals or beyond for some,
yeah.
It might have been semis. I mean, but I think it was quarterfinals for
a few seasons.
I'm talking like
I
something
feel like it was like 54
47 or
something like
you know,
that.
it's a big number. That, you know, just in your spare time.
Yeah, I'm going to dig that one up. So here we go, but this is a test, right, Flick? I mean, we've seen it before. So a lot of times the surfers who get that fast start, put the numbers up, have a decided advantage.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's been a common theme throughout the whole event is that snapper has either been on or it's been turned off. And the ocean goes through rhythms, the sets have rhythms, and we'll often get a really sleepy period of the heat and then a big flurry of waves towards the end. So if that does end up happening in this heat, Vahine's been really smart as to get 2 scores on the board straight away because it takes a little bit of the pressure off her knowing that she's already got a 6.33 in that 5.5. And if the ocean does go a bit flat, things are looking good for Vahine. She kind of wants the clock to tick down, whereas Sally's like, you know what, I wouldn't mind if that clock slowed down a bit.
Yeah, she sure does. Well, let's check in with the last heat winner, India Robinsons with Stay Scalbreath.
Thanks, Kipes. India Robbo into the semis. You must be frothing.
Yeah, I'm stoked. That was a tough heat. Bomi's been on fire all event, so I knew it was going to be a hard ask. But, yeah, I rallied and stoked to get through.
Yeah, Bomi's a pretty big underdog on the Challenger, isn't she? What can you tell us about her?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have never underestimated her talent. I think she's definitely one to be reckoned with. So I think she will make it onto the CT. It's just a matter of time. And, yeah, hopefully I'm there with her when she does.
Well, you're certainly doing a good job towards that so far. Talk to us about how you structure the year. Is the semi kind of a result and you reset, or you still see this as just one event?
I haven't even been thinking about the results, honestly. I've had so much going on for me personally, so I've just been rocking up and just trying to do as much as I can to get through a heat. And, yeah, to find myself in the semis now is pretty good. Yeah, I always strive to go for the win, though, so, yeah, I'm hoping for that.
Steph in the next round, she's had a few buzzer beaters. How are you going to make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah, it's going to be a good heat. She's got the better of me a few times. She beat me and ended up making the cut, and I didn't. So, yeah, it's going to be a good battle, and, yeah, I look forward to it.
That's the headline we're looking for. Can't wait for tomorrow. Let's go.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, India Robinson. And Bommy, yeah, another nickname. And Flick is another nickname. And Rabbit's another nickname. Australia's full of nicknames. I mean, I feel like I deserve a nickname at some point, but I think Kaipo's almost a nickname in my real name.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. That's why we're having a bit of difficulty with you.
That's
Kaipo.
Here we go. Sally Fitz. Her opening wave starts off with a nice carve. Wall in front of her, snaps it. Showing some variety already. Great rail work there. Fitzgibbons continues down the line, and she is going to come right out of that two-wave combo. She's going to get her name right into the game, and now we got a heat on our hand, Bugs.
We sure do. And Felicity, I was just thinking with Sally, you know, you've seen a lot of her too, but she really seems like she's got a game face on at this event.
Yeah, she looks really focused and really, but I feel like not just this event, I feel like she has been focused at Bells. She was really focused at Margaret River. Here we go, we're having a look at the replay of Sally's opening wave, and she's surfing with so much power and intent. Snaps it out of the lip for that second turn, carves back around, and she brings it through to the inside here. She's not done yet. She's got a little bit more work to do. She finishes nice and strong. But yeah, I think Sally has had really good intent the whole year. I feel like the board switch up, different shaper, has really suited her. Those boards are looking great underneath her feet, and she had that really amazing heat at Bells when it was surfing at Winky, and there was some explosive surfing there. She carried that form through to Margaret River, and she needed a massive result there to make the cut, and unfortunately she didn't get it, but I still feel like this form she's carried through to Snapper, and it's really evident in that first opening wave.
Well, that opening day at Winky Pop for the Rip Curl Pro, that was phenomenal. Sally, that was Sally at her best.
Yeah, and I think sometimes a switch in equipment sparks a surfer. It's a new relationship with Glenn Pang over at Town & Country Surfboards that she's riding. Glenn, you know, Bugs has been a legendary shaper and for decades putting stuff out. So, and Glenn is a very studied shaper. So I think once he commits to a surfer, he's going to really study them and make sure the equipment's dialed in.
Oh, spot on. Good call on that one. And that is exactly what's happened.
Yeah. So a 7.33. Yeah, that Glenn Pang worked all right. 7.33 for Sally Fitzgibbons flick. And she has just reeled in Vahine Fierro after a fast start from the Tahitian.
Yeah, great opening wave for Sal. And good, patience, just waiting, knowing that, you know what, I'm just going to be super patient here. Obviously, those two waves that came through that Vahine had, she didn't want a bar of them because as we know, wave selection is so important out here, and it has been a common theme throughout this event. So, yeah, hat off to Sal for waiting, being patient, selecting a great wave, and coming through with a 7.33. Looks like she's going to have another sniff here.
Here she goes, back up. Slashing turn there. Little snap, continuing it down the line momentum for Sally Fitz. Sal comes through, another big arc, and the wave just stops right there, but she is going to, well, a 4.5 takes her into the lead, Bugs. I think she got it done.
Yeah, she just looks so strong on a moves right now. They're complete. That was a smallish wave. She took off, and it was just too deep for her opponent to have any look at it. And Sally's just maintaining the speed. Her timing's great flick.
Yeah, timing's great, and that last carve was really good. It was just unfortunate that the wave had that little bauble in it, but yeah, beautiful rail work. And that board's looking so good under her feet. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from Sal, and I love that she just decided to take that wave and get that second backup score.
Well, it's going to be an interesting score because Vahine, she did it she got good points on pretty ordinary waves, so she's dangerous.
Yeah.
So Sally's got to be on a game out here.
Well, we saw that heat earlier today of Vahine, and man, she was absolutely on fire. She was on a couple of those bigger sets and stringed together some amazing surfing on her backhand, just looking so sharp. So exactly what you said, Bugs, that they were smaller waves, so look out if she gets a set.
Stace is down on the beach right now for an Oakberry surf conditions report. Stace, what do you got for us?
Carbs, I reckon I've got some pretty good news. I think it's been building all afternoon with that bigger, higher tide in the evening. I really think it's bringing the swell in, and we've seen some awesome rides this afternoon. As Bugs mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the wind is from out of the southeast, and it is absolutely hooking around the corner towards D-Bar. But as we come around the corner here, it's just sheet glass, and I couldn't think of a better canvas for a surf event.
Looking beautiful. What about tomorrow? What do we expect tomorrow, Stace?
I really am cautious to say, but I think we're going to be in for a cracker morning. Low tide in the morning, and then same again with that tide rising all through the day up until about lunchtime. I really think it'll help bring the last of that swell in. As we watch those systems tail off the coast and head towards New Zealand, we always like to get up early on that last day of an east swell, which tomorrow is. It's the last day of the swell, and the forecast doesn't look great, but I reckon we're going to get a pleasant surprise.
Oh, thank you so much for the intel. Yeah. Hey, we got 10 heat. Once we wrap up today, we got 10 heats to the finish line tomorrow. So it's going to be fast work when we talk about finals day, Bugs, here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Yeah, well, it's a well choreographed last day because, as Stace pointed out, we've got that. I think we've got about a 2 p.m. high tide. So what we want to be doing is utilising that low tide in the morning and then the incoming tide before, if we do have a drop in swell or a situation where it's getting inconsistent, then we wrap it up well before the high tide.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get energized right now, you guys, with a Bonsoy brew break. Little energy in the system. We'll be right back after this with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 3. Back at the event, and we're zooming down on the world's largest island to the Gold Coast, Coolangatta, Bugs, and this is it, your stomping grounds.
Yeah, it sure is. Right there, Point Danger. I was drawn to it. And the Tweed River comes out, and then you've got D-Bar, of course, Little Froggy Beach, Snapper Rocks, Rainbow Bay, that's our zone. And of course the sand bypass, you've got it coming out right there at Froggy Beach. That's the primary outlet. And then the currents that we've got now, that southeast wind, it builds the pathway and then it delivers the sand around the corner.
And Flicky just gets groomed right here.
Yeah, absolutely groomed to perfection. One of the best waves in the world, and forms what we see there. You can see the little thing, Super Bank. That is where the surfers are surfing. Just a beautiful wave, one of the best in the world. And the ladies have it all to themselves this afternoon.
Yeah,
it's a rare sight.
Yeah, as we fly by on our Gold Coast flight cam, a delightful afternoon again. Day number 4 of competition here. We see Sally Fitzgibbons with the advantage over the Tahitian Vahine Fierro. Fierro with priority, however. And while we were away from on break, there were some waves surfed. So we'll give you an update on those, and we'll give you some GWM Boost Mobile replays right here.
Yeah, beautiful 2-turn combo from Vahine. Looking really powerful, but that wave not giving her too much more. But Sally as well, also getting to work. Nice open carve on this wave. And she's looking to link this wave through the inside. A couple of little transitional turns, and she finishes. Just falls off there at the end.
Well, the 2-turn combo for Vahine earned her a 6.5. Fierro takes the lead with that two-turn combo. Here comes Sally Fitz on the comeback. Slashing turn there. Beautiful arc off the rail one more time for Sally Fitzgibbons. Generating speed down the line. Pokes the nose, was on her way. However, she just needs a 5.5 to take the lead.
Yeah, that was there was a critical fall, and she was going through her repertoire. And, you know, I mean, Sally absolutely knows she just blown that wave up.
Yeah.
And she was on her way to a huge score. Like, she still banked a few. She banked some points on that. But,
yeah.
Gosh, what an amazing exchange that was. And plus, the lead has gone back and forward.
Here it is again, Flick.
Yeah, these two calves coming up, I'm going to say it, probably two of the best that we've seen from the women. Just so beautiful to watch and so fast. And just the way that direction change of the board, it was just really impressive. Just so unfortunate that she falls off here. I think she'll probably get a lot of points for those first two calves, but she'd be kicking herself right now because she knows that could have been a really big score if she'd finished that top term.
And Kaipo, you know, in your experience, like in a, you know, I mean, it was a pretty bad fall, really. And you think they'll dock her for that?
I don't think the judges will take away points. You just don't maximize what you get. The judges will just give you points on what you have done, not what you could have done to take away the points. So those first two turns, she just needs a little bit over a mid-range score. In my book, she got the job done. Now, could she have done more? For sure, and then she would have had a bigger lead. But I expect a lead change right now when these numbers drop. And I'm going out on a limb on that one, Flick.
Yeah, you are. You're sticking your head out. But I agree.
And going back to Vahini, she has not had a wave that connects yet, and yet she's in the lead.
Yeah, this is true.
Well, you know, for now anyway, we're waiting for that score, a critical score. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's I think Sally, you know, she's going to be kicking herself after falling on that last turn, and she's also probably going to be pretty nervous knowing that, wow, there we go.
Yeah, she got the number. She needed a 5.5, got a 6.2. Lead to Sally Fitzgibbons. Priority to Vahine Fierro. Fierro now, though, needs a pretty big number. Bugs a 7.04, a 7-point ride. And that's exactly what the Tahitian needs. Let's see if she's going to go.
And Sally will, she went to sell this one, I feel. But that's a good call you made before about Sally.
Here she goes. Close-out section. She'd need to do better than a 6.2 to extend her lead. I don't think she's got that on that one.
No.
So attention now to Vahine Fierro, Flick.
Yeah. She's sitting out the back. She's got priority. She just needs to find a wave that's going to let her open up a bit more and do a couple more than two turns because, like you said, Bugs, those two waves that she's got, here we go, we'll have a replay of Sally's last wave. We'll see if we think it's going to improve on her backup score. I don't think it will, but still really good, strong surfing and sort of using, you know, trying to force Vahine to go. Obviously, Vahine sitting out there knowing she needs a wave that's going to allow her to open up more, get a few more turns. But she's looking in great form, so, you know, Sally, even though she has the lead right here, I think she's going to be pretty nervous knowing that, oh no, like, if Vahine gets the chance, she could get the score.
Yeah, well, Sally, I mean, that wave, when you see the replay, it was a pretty darn good wave, but she's kind of spoiled us with those massive big turns on the previous ride. Not spoiled us, but, you know, she's just raised the threshold of performance.
Well, we've seen throughout the day today heats being flipped in the final 2 minutes. I mean, even after the GWM 2-minute warning, heats have been flipped within the final 10 seconds. We've seen that today. So will that be the case? Because the clock is ticking down. There's Vahine's coach, Matt Myers.
Long waves are getting fired. Switches the next heat.
Yeah, Matt's got some pretty fancy equipment there for the post-match, you know, debrief.
Yeah. He's got the camera. He works on the court coordination, and you can't miss him on the beach with that hat color. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of this heat. Sally Fitzgibbons, Flick, with some great carves.
Sally just looking on fire. This is her 7.33, I believe. She's just looking so strong and just really laying her board absolutely on rail here. She brings this one through to the inside, make sure she gets the finish. But I'm pretty sure it's this wave here, just backup wave, 6.20, just really on the strength of these two calves. And beautiful calves they were. Unfortunately, she just falls off on this next section, but regardless of falling, it was still a 6.20.
So that's how Sal got into the lead. Vahine Fierro, red jersey, Bugs, needs that 7.04, being very patient. It's going to take a special wave.
Well, and now she's come a bit wider again. She's really come down to that spot where Steph Gilmore picked up a couple of rides late in some of her heats. She's got priority, and there's 2.5 minutes remaining. It's really, as Griffin Colapino said, it's just up to nature now.
See Sally moving further up the point.
Yeah, Sally might go right up the point and really make a big separation in case one that really hugs the snapper bank comes and Vahine can't get it, because by the time it gets to her, it mightn't have the potential she needs it to have.
Interesting. I feel like if I was in Sal's position, I'd probably sit close to Vahine just to apply that extra pressure. And because if you're not there, you're kind of just letting her do her thing and be all, oh yeah, I can take whatever wave I want, but at least you know you can kind of force the factor a bit if you get up in this, you know, obviously in their space and just, I don't know, at least be there.
Yeah, one thing Vahine has proven in this event, though, is that she has a lot of potential.
Oh, yeah. She's put together some amazing heats, and her backhand is so strong. You know, I mean, we've seen her a lot in at Teahupo'o at this wave of consequence, and just absolutely surfing this wave as good as any other females, if not the best. And now she's just proving herself on her backhand again. But Sally up and riding.
Sally's going to go. We're going to see if Vahine uses priority on this one. Yes, she does. So here she goes further down the bank. Second turn for Vahine. A little sleepy through here. Needs a little excitement. Gets vert there. Could really use a big finish. Wave just dissipates. Matt Myers initially shook his head.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you said, there was just a couple of sleepy sections. It was a well-surfed wave.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay here. To me, I just not quite sure if she got it. It's beautiful surfing for the wave that she has on offer, but just not, this turn here was great.
And that's a turn she did on those earlier waves, the shorter rides.
Yeah.
But those big 12 o'clock vertical turns, she only got one in.
Yeah. The number is already in, a 3.77. She comes under the mark, Vahine Fierro. Now Sally Fitzgibbons with priority in just 5 seconds. Sally's on her way to the semifinals.
Wow.
It's a ride to the beach. So there we go, clock's off, and it is official. Sally Fitzgibbons, we're gonna see her in semifinal number 2, equal 5th, showing at stop number 1 on the Challenger Series for Vahine Fierro.
And this means a lot for Sally. You know, she got that wild card last year. She got the get out of jail card. This year she's going to have to kind of fight her way back onto the tour, and she's stoked to have a top 3 result minimum.
Yeah, it's a good result. It's a really good result already. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Sal. I think she's just going to continue with this momentum, and her boards are looking great, and she's surfing good.
Yeah, we're going to continue on to a quick break, and we're going to continue to quarterfinal number 4 in the water, Sawyer Lindblad versus Luana Silva when we return. They don't call it the Gold Coast for nothing. It's golden hour, and it's go time for Sawyer Lindblad and Luana Silva, both out in the water here. Quarterfinal number 4 at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Battle of the teenagers out in the water. 17-year-old Sawyer Lindblad versus a 19-year-old Luana Silva Amkaipo, along with Felicity Palmentier and 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew. And looks like a score has already dropped, Bugs.
Oh yeah, that's we heard it's 5-1-7.
Yeah, 5-1-7 for Luana. This is a replay of her opening wave. And nice little jab out of the top, but all the points pretty much coming from that last turn.
Yeah, one big turn, and this is what she's capable. This wave, like, looks overhead, and she handles that one so well.
Yeah, it was great surfing.
You know, we sorry, Flick, but about that hour and a half to 2 hours before sunset, we call it the Hollywood light here. It's just, it is just so beautiful.
It's a great time to take selfies right now.
It's a sensational
It's very
time.
smoothing on the shadows. Luana Silva, you know, in her round of 16 heat against Isabella Nichols, Luana Silva dropped the 8.93. So we just know of the potential scores that this young lady can drop.
Yeah, she's been surfing really well, and she's been surfing really mature, I think, as well. And she's got a really aggressive approach. She likes to get it straight up into the lip as well, like we saw on that last wave, a 5-1-7, basically for that one turn, which was pretty impressive.
And where she looks phenomenal is when she gets one that lines up right down the bank. You know, she's got such a powerful repertoire.
Yeah, she's great at down-the-line waves. You know, in 2021 on the Challenger Series, speaking of a down-the-line wave, she took out a big win in Ericeira, and that's helped her qualify for the 2022 Championship Tour. Of course, she did not make the mid-season cut as a rookie, and that's why she's back battling on this Challenger Series flick to get back into the big show.
Yeah, I feel like she definitely deserves to be on tour. She's such a good all-rounded surfer. I mean, she really does look at home as well in these bigger, more powerful waves as well. She comes from Hawaii, she spends a lot of time surfing sunset, and she really knows how to put her board on rail and draw out those bigger turns. So, yeah, if she gets on a wave here that's a little bit bigger and gives her a bit more open face, yeah, look out. And, I've also been really loving seeing Sawyer Lindblad. Saw a little bit of her surfing last year, but she has such a strong backhand, and she's also been on fire this event, putting together some great scores, and this is a really good matchup. Goofy v regular, and yeah, like you said, Kipes, battle of the teenagers.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, you know, just 17 years old from San Clemente, California. She's got a bright future ahead of her. She's already won national titles. She's won a Grom Search. Now she's taking it to the pro ranks. Last year, she made the quarterfinals over in Portugal. You know, just kind of testing the waters of the Challenger Series, and now I'll see her with a commitment to this series. She's going to be one to watch, Bugs.
She certainly is. This is a great matchup right here.
So Lindblad with priority, and she can take the advantage off of Luana Silva, just getting a little bit over a mid-range score. All we got is that 5.17 on the board right now. Another sleepy start, Flick, but a tense start in a way, you know, for surfers to maintain focus mentally during these lully starts.
Definitely. I think some people excel and some people don't. It's hard too when you're sitting there and you've got priority and time's ticking down, and you know, all the pressure is on you. You've got to select the right wave, and especially out at Snapper, we've been talking about it a lot this event, but wave selection is so key. So to maintain that level of focus, you know, while time's ticking down with priority, knowing that when this set wave comes through, you know, you've got to make a decision on what one to go. I mean, it is a lot of pressure, and you know, obviously the best people can put that aside and really just focus in and get in the zone and make the right decision under pressure, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, and to contain yourself, right, Bugs? When you have a long wall that you got to look down and pretty much plan your line and plan your stop and go speed to make all the sectors.
Yeah, it's nearly like what I would think like Olympic surfing, because you know, you've got your repertoire, you've got to fit it into the wave. Every wave's a little bit different. We'll hit the bank slightly different, but you know, under pressure, you've got to put on your absolute best surfing.
Yeah. I mean, and with that Olympic kind of comparison, I'll use a kind of gymnastics analogy sometimes, in which surfing just a regular beachy is kind of like a vault. It's just like one maneuver, okay, run at the vault, do something spectacular. This is more like a floor routine, if you will, because it's a combination of all the moves that you have to make down the line.
Yeah, I mean, hence we've got an 8-time world champion called Stephanie Gilmore who learnt to surf on these kind of waves. I mean, that's what she took to the world. It's such a well-molded style, and and it kind of does fit everywhere when you, obviously a lot of work to be done on reef breaks.
Yep.
But anywhere that's got a wall, Steph is so full on, so dangerous.
The only thing it's not going to help you on lefts living over here, you know?
Who goes left?
Who goes left?
I do. I'll find a left out there today. Dare me.
Too good. All right. Well, still, the clock ticks down. We know there's not going to be a restart because we already have a wave ridden, so it's going to start to turn into, a 20-minute heat for Sawyer Lindblad, holding priority. A little bit of movement out here, so we'll see what's going to get dialed in. Oh, the wave presenting itself. Sawyer with priority. She's got the red jersey. Second wave, perhaps some potential.
Well, Luana right there.
Luana's going to keep her honest, I feel, yeah.
Right in a, just about in a turning circle.
Yeah. And
another mirage.
Another mirage, as we I thought that was a watering hole, but it was just a mirage coming through. This place does that, doesn't it, Bugs?
Yeah, it does that. And what happens is that in the tidal, waves come in and then they lift up and then they back off, and the energy of the wave might move to a spot a bit further down the point. Yeah, there's a lot happening out here.
Okay, some signals from the beach. That looks like that is our Brazilian crowd right there, communicating with Luana and telling her, hey, paddle deep. And now everyone's got the message. Oh.
Wow.
Silva gets it somehow under priority. Nice looking wall here. Couple of easy carves to begin. Speed down the line. Nice lip glide, snap back up, and powers to a finish.
Wow, that was really, really impressive. Did that under priority too, so really capitalizing on that wave, and Sawyer's probably looking back like, uh-oh, should have probably gone that one.
Yeah, it looked like Sawyer just, it was a late break, Bugs, by Luana Silva. Got some signals from the beach, a late break up the bank, and it looked like Sawyer just couldn't quite get there. Here's a replay.
Yeah, she didn't show her hand till the last minute and last second. In this wave, it didn't look like it had much of a wall, but then it comes onto that inside bank. And this one too here, Flick, there's a lot of, it's not without its risk.
Yeah, it was a really tricky section to get to. She put it up there pretty late, so here we go. We'll have a look at it here. She throws it up into the lip, and she doesn't have much time to think about it. She's also super late for this last section, so to project out in front of that foam after hitting it so late, pretty impressive.
I mean, how solid was it? How flush did she land?
Yeah, that was a solid finish to a difficult section because of the lip coming down, and she had to actually meet the lip halfway up with her board. So anticipating the number for Luana Silva, it feels better than her 5.17 that she opened with, just because of the excitement factor. But then again, Flick, I just get caught up in the dramatics sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I don't know where to go with this one. I'm thinking similar, really similar. To me, it was I need to see the first wave again, but from memory, I feel like this second wave is a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be similar score.
I'm feeling it's going to go up a bit.
Okay, this is good.
And hang on, one judge is with me.
Scores are trickling in right now for second wave of Luana Silva, and it comes in at a 5.1, so right about the same mark as the first wave. So a mild combo handed to Sawyer Lindblad. She needs 2 waves of a 10.27 to take the lead. So that is as mild of a combo as you'll come by, Flick.
Yeah, it really is. Basically, Sawyer just needs to open up her account. I mean, time's ticking down, and look, to be honest, I don't know if Luana maybe wouldn't have moved for that wave if she didn't look in and saw that, you know, her coaches and her support were telling her to, you know, get deeper, get closer to the rock. And so she might not have had that second wave if it wasn't for her team on the beach, which goes to show her just how important that is and how valuable it is to be able to turn around and see that messaging and be like, okay, here we go. It looks like Sawyer.
Lindblad deep on this one. High line through this first section. Squares up, snaps off the top. One more lip presents itself. A hooking turn for the finish for Sawyer Lindblad, and she bails out. We'll see if there's another wave for Luana Silva. Silva's going to take priority. We'll wait for the score for Sawyer Lindblad, and while we're waiting for that score, let's check in with the last heat winner, Sally Fitzgibbons, and her support crew.
Sal, into the semis, how good?
Oh, it's just so good. All this froth around me, and we were just talking about it's just this dreamy Gold Coast day. There's dolphins and amazing. All the groms are descending. But yeah, just the energy down the beach. It's epic, and especially in a heat like that, I started a little slow, and Vaheen's been surfing good all event. So yeah, just sort of dug deep, and I really wanted to, under that pressure, kind of push my surfing and have that bit of impact.
Yeah, once you get to the pointy end of the draw here, it does have a world tour feel.
Oh, for sure, and it's just that opportunity. Every time you put the jersey on, you're just trying to bring out better surfing. So whether it's on the World Tour or the Challenger, they're all good canvases. And yeah, I was really proud after that, you know, that 10, 12 minutes to come out with a 7.
Epic, a lot going on here. I know you got a lot going on at home. Did you want to sing out?
Yeah, most of the crew are here. I'm normally singing out to all these guys back home, but yeah, all the Giroa crew, love you heaps, can feel your energy, and everyone's stoked. Yee-hoo. Yeah, all stoked.
Thanks, Al.
The Giroa crew in the house right now. That's awesome.
And only Sally can bring them inside the glass.
It's so cute.
Oh, that was great. Well, the score came in for Sawyer Lindblad. She's out of the combination. She actually has the highest single wave score, a 6.33 drops for the surfers from San Clemente, Bugs.
A little bit like Vahini in the last heat, just has 2 quick backhand turns, and she's got the highest score of the heat so far, so game on.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a bigger wave too. That's my thoughts. That's why it went maybe so big. Yeah, 2 turns. Just I guess that last one was just super critical, and judges really rewarding that.
So Lindblad now, easy number to reach to take the lead off of Luana Silva. At this moment, she just needs basically a 4-point ride. She's under priority, so she could probably get a wave like that, you know, if in a 2-wave set under priority, no problems. Clock's looking pretty good for Lindblad as well. 14 minutes and some change up there, Bugs.
Yeah, and I mean, Luana knows that she hasn't laid a solid foundation. She's got 2 low 5s, they're basically the same score, so she'll be looking for something meaningful now. But Sawyer, she's put herself right in the box seat. She doesn't have priority, but she's got that highest single score. That is significant.
How good is the Superbank, Flick, when you look at this shot, that our surfers have been catching waves all the way into the free surfers every afternoon, and look at the distance right there that they cover.
I know, it's so long. I mean, that's why these surfers have been coming in. Some have been saying, actually, I think I need to work on my cardio, because look how long the ride is that you get, and your legs are burning by the end of it. Your arms are burning if you choose to paddle out. And then if you choose to do the run around, yeah, God help you.
And our expert water patrol, Bugs, they got to keep those crowds at bay right there. You see the 2 skis in the water, just like, they're almost like shepherds in a way, that they have to keep the flock on the field.
Well, I would say, well, my word would be more ravenous.
People tend to inch. Yeah, look at them. You got to corral them down there to Greenmount. It is a ravenous crowd, but if you get one, it's worth it. Only here on the Gold Coast.
But, you know, Felicity, you know, you raise a good point, though, because it is a different fitness here. I mean, you know, for both you guys, I mean, you in the West, you in Hawaii, Kaipo. That, I mean, you're riding mountains. It's a different. It's a waterman's fitness.
Right.
And here it's the whole three.
Yeah.
You know, it's aerobic, anaerobic. It's like burning legs in multiple maneuvers. The run around, the paddle, the rashes.
It's like an Iron Woman.
Yeah.
Oh, Sawyer just up and out there, so that will not change the situation. We'll see if there's more on offer. Pulling back here on our Gold Coast flight cam, taking a look. And Luana Silva with priority seems to be making a move.
She's not going to go, but Sawyer might.
Lindblad just needs a 4. Couple of turns there. She's 6th to finish, and she's likely going to get her number.
Yeah, I think she'd be happy with what that wave offered. It was a smallish wave, but she did get 3 turns in. We'll have to check that replay, but it's going to be thereabouts.
Ordered it up. Here it is, the Boost Mobile replay, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Flick, I mean, that first turn's pretty decent.
Yeah, nice first turn. Good jab in the pocket for the second one, and she finishes strong again. It was a smaller wave, but she only needed a 3.94, so...
Yeah.
So we're going to wait for that. Actually, while we're waiting for that score, we might as well go and take a Bonzoy brew break. So we'll be right back with that score and more, and the finish of quarterfinal number 4. The beautiful sights here on the Gold Coast of Australia, Australia's favorite playground. This is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We are in the last heat of the day, and there's just one more spot in the women's semifinals. It's a battle between Sawyer Lindblad on your screen and Luana Silva. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Sawyer. She needed a 4. She got a 5.4, and she took the lead. While we were away from break, Luana Silva did surf a wave, and we are waiting for that score for Luana, and here is that wave, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Luana, she just goes straight for the leap on that one. She brings it back now it grows onto the bank. Look for a big finish here. Well, she's not finished with this one yet. That's a better move. So it's her best ride.
Yeah.
It's a 6.07, not enough to eclipse the Sawyer's wave, because she got that 5.4 that bolted her into the lead. She's held the lead, but the required rate now has dropped into the 5 range for Luana. She needs a 5.67.
Yeah, so when she took off on that wave, Luana Silva needed a 6.73, came in under, like you said, but did good work, Flick, in that. Now, it's just now she's kind of taken it into a bite-sized piece where she only needs a little bit over a mid-range score to flip this heat.
Yeah, she has. It's just, when I look at the heat totals here, they are so close. Sawyer is sitting there with 11.73 and Luana 11.24. So we're literally splitting hairs here. Both women, pretty similar surfing, but Sawyer just getting the jump on Luana. And for me, it's in that 6-3-3, and just how critical that last turn of that 2-turn combo that Sawyer did was. You know, she threw it straight up into the lip and really late and super critical. So getting rewarded for that.
Yeah, well, we're coming down to that crucial 7-minute mark, at which point there's still time to get 2 more waves. But it's going to be the use of priority. As Felicity said, it is so close in the scores that it'll be a nervous time right now, because you've really got to select the right wave. It's going to allow either Sawyer to increase her score, when she's looking to increase on a 5.4, and then Luana, of course, she just needs something a bit less than what she just had.
Yeah, it's heat IQ. This is what it's going to come down to for Sawyer right now. I mean, and a little bit of Mother Nature as well. I mean, when there's hopefully going to be another set in this heat, so both women are hopefully going to get another roll of the dice. It's just up to Sawyer on what wave she decides to choose. And that's easier said than done out here.
You know, I'll give you an example, like from yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon at this time, the tide had really gone out, and it was really showing. To me, there still seems like there's a fair bit of water on that bank.
Yeah. Well, you talked about it before, Bugs. As the week goes by, the coefficient between the high tide and the low tide has been reduced, so we don't have as much of a tidal fluctuation as the week goes on.
Yeah, and today it's just said, I'm not going out.
Here we go. Silva's going to get a chance right here. Nice carve. Got this under the priority of Sawyer Lindblad. Oh, caught up there. And that's going to cost her. And Chumbinho and Mateus, the rest of the Brazilian crew, a little disappointed in that.
Yeah, no, once she had that little misstep there, she lost all forward momentum. I don't know if that wave was going to offer too much more anyway.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit of a short wave, that one.
And here comes Sawyer, because now we're at the 5-minute mark. So I think Sawyer's probably just looking for one more wave. She can be a little defensive right now. She's coming down to be close to her opponent.
5 minutes on the clock. I think it's the time for us to check out our Harvey Norman recap of this heat, starting with Sawyer Lindblad, Flick.
Yeah, it's really been about Sawyer's really strong critical surfing. All those points coming from that last turn on that wave, that 6-3-3. She backed it up again with a 5.40 on this one, and just really nice, strong surfing. And Luana's had a good showing too, straight up until the lip there, followed by a nice carve. And she's sitting out there with a 5.17 and a 6.03. And this heat is really close between these two women. Not much splitting them at all.
Yeah, I kind of feel in that last one of Luana, she left a little bit of a few points on the table. That second last turn, she kind of bogged it a little bit. Not as crisp as we've seen in her previous heats today. So, yet to really open up in this heat. But Sawyer holding her off.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad did catch a quick wave during that Harvey Norman heat recap, and it did not change the situation other than handing over priority to Luana Silva. This is what happened.
Yeah, it's super interesting there. That she kind of got bogged on that second turn, but I guess she thought in her mind she had to go. She's using her priority offensively and try to keep Luana off, but
something brewing. But Sawyer's trying to maybe do a bit of a sell job now. And she's hanging pretty close, and look at her, she's looking at this wave and she's going, no.
Luana wasn't even biting on that, didn't even look at that thing. So good job though, good job to try to sell. Clock ticking down for Luana Silva. Again, Silva needs 5.67.
And Felicity, you know, in this situation, who would you rather, you know, Luana with priority leading in the last 3 minutes, or Sawyer with the lead?
oh my gosh,
yeah.
In a heat like this where they're so close, they'd both be nervous. I don't know if there's a better... Look, obviously winning is the better position to be in, 100%. But knowing you don't have priority when the waves are this good and when they come, you just hope that you'd want to be sitting there in the lead, and you'd hope that when the sets come, there's going to be a few, so you're going to get a chance to answer back.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we are nearing the GWM 2-minute warning in this heat. And some waves are starting to present themselves.
Nervous times right now.
Yeah,
Both
well,
girls.
it's golden hour here on the Gold Coast, but is it a golden finish for somebody here? Well, it will be. Look how close they're sitting together. It's amazing.
Yeah, Sawyer without priority is definitely going to be making a move on the inside of Luana Silva, maybe force the issue if a wave does come through here, Flick.
Yeah, I feel like she's got to do it. I mean, you've got to try and force the issue, but...
You know, the way they're sitting there isn't a good sign. It just, you know, there's no movement in the camp. There's 80 seconds remaining. Will there be a wave coming around the point at snapper?
I mean, straight out ahead as you look, it looks very flat, but we can't see what's behind the rock right now, so...
We can't see what's behind the buoy. It just all looks very flat, but, you know, it can be deceiving, right?
Some sort of movement maybe now. Sawyer trying to sell Luana. Luana knows that that wave's too small.
Yeah. I kind of feel like I can see some lines on the outside there.
Yeah, I think we're trying to manifest lines at the moment. 35 seconds. And we'd love to see Luana Silva at least get a chance to get that score.
You know, I'd love to see them both get one more shot at this. 24 seconds remaining. Could be wishful thinking.
Yeah, at the 20-second mark, it would be the next wave or nothing. And a nice gesture there, some sportsmanship, and Sawyer Lindblad is on to the semi-finals. Last heat of the day, but the show's not over. Stick around. We're going to have the WSL post-show after this next break. Felicity will be joined by Ron Blakey and Richie Lovett to talk you through all of today's action. WSL post-show right after this.
Welcome to the post show. Another sensational afternoon here at Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Snappers delivered in a big way this week. That sandbar, it's holding true. The sand keeps packing in, and that swell is lingering. And we saw great scores from the opening outset today. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett, Flick. Another big day in the bag. The semi-finals are set for the women. We've got the quarterfinals for the men looking fantastic too, but we've just seen a great finish to the day. And people who are really looking to make that move and elevate their position from campaigner to potential qualifier, it's well and truly underway.
Yeah, it is. Another beautiful day on the Gold Coast, and that swell actually hung around a bit. We got to see some excellent scores throughout the day and some amazing surfing from both the men and women. And yeah, I'm looking forward to finals day. I feel like the level's just getting better and better as we get through this event, so bring it on.
Yeah, that last heat, super interesting one, Rich. You've got Sawyer Lindblad. She had great results last year, a consistent performer, but Luana Silva, she's been to that elite level before. She wants to get back there, but yeah, Sawyer hanging on for the win.
Yeah, that was a tight one, and I think, you know, the bookies probably had Luana Silva in front in terms of the odds, but well, Sawyer, she held a nerve, and she's really having a concerted effort at the Challenger Series this year. And I actually had her in my picks to qualify this season. So great to see her go through. But yeah, I echo your sentiments, Flick. The level today, it went up another notch, and finals day tomorrow. So bring it on.
Well, Sawyer Lindblad on her way to a big start here on the Challenger Series through the semi-finals. She's down there with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Sawyer, through the semis, you must be stoked.
Yeah, I'm so happy. My goal is definitely to make it past that quarters. Last year I didn't make it past the quarters other than Haleiwa, so yeah, it feels really good to start off the year with a good result.
Just paint a picture for us out there. What's it like to sit out at Snapper on an afternoon like this with only one other competitor in the water?
Yeah, it's crazy. I literally want to go on any wave out there, but I need to like stay calm and make sure I go on the good ones. And yeah, I was really happy that I got a couple fun ones.
You certainly did that. You waited a long time for your first wave.
Yeah, that was a long time. Stressful.
How do you manage that stress?
Probably just relax, tell myself that there will be a wave that'll come in soon. So yeah, I'm really happy it all worked out.
It certainly did. Big finals day coming up tomorrow. Well done. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, she's beaming. Sawyer Lindblad. Tough heat too. Luana's looked really sharp throughout, and Luana's going to be a force on the Challenger Series this year. But an interesting quarter-final clash, which we enjoyed this afternoon, was the meeting of Sally Fitzgibbons and Vahine Fierro. And she's been so strong, Vahine, on that backhand, but we wondered how Sal would rally after missing the cut for the second year in a row, Flick.
Yeah, for me, Sally has just continued this momentum throughout the whole year. I feel like she's had really amazing moments at Bells. She looked really on form in Margaret River, and it was calves like this that, you know, made me think that Sally, she's really on form and continuing that through to tomorrow. I'm excited to see it. But Vahine, also a really good surfer too. She's been looking so sharp, so this wasn't an easy one for Sal, but that turn there, followed up by this second turn, oh, just so much power, and I'm really loving what I'm seeing from Sal.
Yeah, Sally, like Sawyer Lindblad, another surfer rich, which many of us who were asked who we thought would qualify featured heavily in a lot of those lineups. She's just got so much experience. She knows how to close down an event, and at the Challenger Series level, it just feels like she should be able to get the job done.
Yeah, she was the first name I put on my list, and I just feel like Sally's delivering some of her best surfing that we've ever seen. You know, I think back to Bells and that one heat at Winky Pop, she just came on so hot. And she's brought it up here to Snapper Rocks. She's put in the time, obviously super familiar with this wave. So she's got to be a favourite against Sawyer Lindblad. But this whole bracket here sets up really well. Steph Gilmore currently on the CT, ex-CTer India Robinson, and then obviously Sally, ex-CT as well, and then Sawyer Lindblad. She's the one that really could upset the mix here. And, well, we talked about, you know, whether it was going to be a newbie who was going to take the title. And she's kind of holding the reins right there.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun clash. Stephanie Gilmore, though, a giant in that Final Four there on the women's side. Let's talk about the men's event today. We saw a number of big heats, but a huge challenge, again, for one of those rising talents on the Challenger Series, coming up against the current world #1 on the Championship Tour.
Yeah, really, really good surfing with a massive task ahead of him because Zhao has just looked in form all year, clearly in world #1, but Jet just going to work on his backhand, looking so clean and crisp and precise and getting the win over Zhao, which is just massive.
Huge. Yeah, just didn't see it coming, Rich, with the fire, competitive fire that Zhao was bringing here to Snapper Rocks. But Jet Schilling, he's just been so strong in shutting down heats. He's come from behind and turned a couple of late ones. But, you know, it was a great performance from the youngster, and he is looking really fired up. Also notice that he doesn't have the major backing of a company at the moment. So really, you know, these wins are important for him to rack up some prize money and fund this Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And there's an undeniable energy with that 2% crew that they're really building momentum. They're backing each other, and you know, Jet's feeding off that energy, no doubt about it.
Well, they've kind of missed it, haven't they? The North Americans. Just
Hasn't been there.
Camaraderie. We've seen it from the Australians in the past. We've seen it from the Brazilians more so in recent times. And this is really working for them. Jet Schilling through to the quarters. Crosby Colapinto in that fourth quarterfinal clash. But across the board, you've got an unbelievable lineup with all countries from the different WSL regions well represented.
Yeah, and with the surfing we saw today and the fact that it's just getting better and better every day, I'm really excited for tomorrow. I hope this swell sticks around a little bit. Stace seems to think it's going to, so yeah, I'm getting really excited.
Rich, throw a name at me. Who's going to take it out when we look at the Bailey Ladder bracket there?
I'm going to go the last quarterfinal with Michael Rodriguez and Crosby Colapinto. One of those two are going to be your winner.
Boom.
Boom.
Yeah. Michael Rodriguez has been on absolute fire, but he doesn't own the Boost Mobile Wave of the day today. That belongs to Luana Silva. Great performance from her in this contest. Of course, didn't make it through to the semis today, but man, she is looking every bit a Championship Tour competitor on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. And have a look at the waves that Snapper Rocks dished up this morning. Just beautiful, classic conditions. And, well, Luana Silva, she was just in attack mode all the way down the line here. She got this one way down into the bay and tucked under the hood there and then finished off right down the line. But that was a definite leg burner, that one.
She said it was the best wave she's ever caught out there.
Oh, that's a treat to get that in competition. And yeah, like we said, even though she fell out of the mix, plenty of highlight moments for her, and she'll set her sights on a big result down there again at North Narrabeen. Let's dive into the top 5 moments. We know that we got through a lot of heats today. We've established our finals lineup. But coming in at number 5, Crosby Colapinto. Rich, he's turned up in 2023 on the Challenger Series, just looking a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, and a little bit more ready to have a go at these wins.
Yeah, mate. Another one that's tapping into the energy of the 2% crew out of San Clemente and America there. And you can see they're all down there. Brothers there. The Gossaman brothers. And, yeah, they're on some sort of roll, those guys.
Vahino's been a force on the Challenger Series. And Felicity, it seems like that's going to be the case again in 2023.
Yeah, she lost today, but this wave earlier, my gosh, she is surfing so on fire. Her backhand just looking on point and so sharp, and really a force to be reckoned with. Great result for her here, and looking forward to seeing her down in Sydney at Narrabeen, what she's got in store.
Coming in at number 3. He's been on fire throughout this contest and really had highlight moments every time he's put the jersey on here at Snapper Rocks. Michael Rodriguez collecting a couple of excellent rides today.
Oh, unbelievable. Pocket 8's not so good on a poker hand, but out at Snapper Rocks, Pocket 8's, that will do the job. Just incredibly fast surfing here from Emrod. And we're seeing the best of it. Just hitting it down the line. Multiple snaps, just staying really tight in the pocket and just surfing so fast.
I just have a lot of luck today. Good waves come for me.
Yeah, it's been a magic performance for Michael Rodriguez. Stephanie Gilmore, she is loving the comeback wins, and she again was pushed by Nixie Ryan But Steph, she hasn't really even clicked yet, but she's still surviving the rounds and still in contention for the win here.
Yeah, the Groms have really been keeping her on her toes. Sierra first and then Nixie. But yeah, she's pulled the rabbit out of the hat multiple times now. And look, if tomorrow's still got a bit of size around and beautiful little right-handers, which I'm sure it will, the girls are in trouble because Steph is on fire.
At number 1, it is Jet Schilling overcoming the current world number 1 of the Championship Tour rankings with big backhand blast like this.
Yeah, this is a guy that's surfing with just so much purpose and self-belief, and one of the strongest goofy footers in the field, no doubt.
He's got a real point to prove and wants to get himself a massive result to kick off the year. He's really the newcomer in that lineup, in the quarterfinal lineup, and we'll see how he fares, but he's got a tough draw.
Yeah, he sure does. I mean, all those quarterfinal matchups are absolutely incredible. Let's just hope Snapper Rocks just hangs in there for one more day.
Yeah, it's been good to us for sure. And, yeah, pretty confident that if there's any kind of swell lines on that sandbar, the condition that it's in at the moment, we're going to have great surfing when we get competition back underway. But, guys, go rest up. We're in for a treat tomorrow. I think we're going to see some stunning performances here in this first Challenger Series stop. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the level has been right where it needed to be. We've been wanting that CT level surfing. I think we've seen it for the most part. And then tomorrow we're going to see the cream just rise to the absolute top. We're going to crown some winners. It's going to be an exciting day.
It's going to be awesome. Well, we're going to leave you with today's highlights, but we'll be collecting plenty more tomorrow on what will be our finals day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Fantastic way to kick off competition once again. They'll relish the opportunity out here.
See that spray fly through the air.
Silva looking sharp here. 8.93. Isabella, that's going to be the end of her ride. So you climb like gravity.
Imai here. Wow. Really committed surfing.
Battle of the goofy foot. With Jacob Wilcox coming out on top. Under 3 minutes remaining, Schilling goes to the lead. Just under Jet Schilling into the quarterfinals. You never hold back, you're always reaching for the sky. And it's true, you never play safe, but always feel so alive. When you feel this way, so caught you, I'll be there.
Rodriguez here. Beautiful layback snap to start and a big finish.
Crosby versus Rio, absolute battle royale. But you're knocked down on the floor.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.